Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our 2018 Extra Life D&D campaign. We played 12 hours of Dungeons & Dragons yesterday. We're playing 12 more today, and it's all to benefit children's hospitals as part of Extra Life. Woo! Woo! As you can see by the tracker to my left on the screen right now, we are currently at $715 thanks to a recent donation of $100 from our very own Spence.
Yay!
What possible additions to the campaign will result from this donation, we will see. But in the meantime, we've got a lot going on. So let's briefly, I am Christiana Ellis, the Dungeon Master. Our players, as we begin today, we have Hugh O'Donnell.
Hello.
Spence. I actually forget your last name right now. Is it Spencer?
It's okay. My last name is Spencer.
Okay.
I'm going by Spence.
Yes, that's all right. So just want to make sure. Jude Schubert.
Hey, hey.
Lee Bridget.
Good morning.
Viv Schubert.
Good morning, y'all.
And Mark Kilfoyle.
I have made some poor choices.
Well, so let's talk about what happened yesterday and get everyone up to speed. And I promised everyone pre-stream that I would do it in 1920s announcer voice. So my apologies to anyone who finds this obnoxious.
If anybody from the 1920s complains, just donate instead.
Yes.
All right.
Think of it like NPR.
Yeah. So given that this recap is not scripted, let's see how well I can swing this. All right. Bulletin, Waterdeep, the year, fantasy year that nobody cares about. Waterdeep is a city, the largest in the north, full of magic and mystery. And we begin with the Yawning Portal, a tavern surrounding an entrance to an ancient underground dungeon known as Undermountain. Several adventurers gathered together. They are Gibson, the retired city watch turned wizard; Annie DeFenco, half-orc bard; Quinn Knackle, gnome weaver and fighter; Luca, the tiefling fighter; and who else do we have at the beginning?
Brother,
the
yes.
goblin druid.
Still present.
Yes, together they received a mission from one Volothamp Gedarm that a friend of his had been kidnapped under mysterious circumstances, and he promised them financial reward for his safe return. Upon investigating, they discovered that he had been kidnapped as part of the infighting between the mysterious Xanathar Guild and the black network known as the Zentarum. It turns out that Floon Blagmar's kidnapping was the result of mistaken identity. It seems that both gangs thought that he was in fact Raynar Neverember, son of the former Open Lord of Waterdeep. And now it turns out that a mystery conspiracy suggests that Dagult Neverember had once embezzled over 500,000 gold coins known as dragons and hidden them somewhere in the city. The key to finding them, the mysterious artifact known as the Stone of Golor. But Raynar Neverember, the former Open Lord's son, doesn't know anything about this and was not able to provide this information to his kidnappers. However, then rescued along with Floon by the adventurers, he proceeded to fill in everybody on the conspiracy theory. Alas! A mysterious creature with unknown psychic powers killed poor brother during the combat. And the rest of the party, saddened, returned to Volo to discover that he did not, in fact, have the cash able to pay them, and instead rewarded them with the deed to a splendid but rundown house in Trollskull Alley. A rundown, abandoned house in a nice neighborhood. The party decided to renovate this house and make it a tavern named Brothers in honor of their fallen companion. Over the course of the renovations, they took out a loan from Mert the moneylender and joined the Harpers, an organization devoted to keeping power out of the hands of tyrants. They also took missions from the Grey Hands, an organization run by the Black Staff, devoted to protecting the city from dangers. They also got involved with a number of other shadier organizations, taking mission from the Zentarum in order to find out more information, but discovering that the moral ambiguity made some of them uncomfortable. In the meantime, the building gang war beneath the city streets has been rising to a fever pitch, and just shortly before the grand opening of their tavern, the peaceful quiet of the wintertime Waterdeep streets was shattered by a fireball explosion right outside their door. What shall become of these adventurers? Will they solve the mystery of Evil's twin? Will they find the lost treasure of Daggle Neverember? Find out in Waterdeep Dragon Heist Day 2.
Yoo-hoo! Dang, you
Excellent.
great.
All right. So some obviously we left out some details, but we can cover that.
Nah, I don't think anything is left out.
Yeah.
The one thing that I will briefly retcon from last night before we left things off is that the night before the grand opening, you all received another magical message from the Blackstaff, who informed you that there has been a development in the Evil's Twin investigation. I am sending another representative of the Grey Hands, one Ibrance, to you, who will meet with you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
All right. And so, as we resume this morning, I want to say that this is early morning. This is, the sun is up, but just barely. The streets are still pretty quiet. Mostly the people who are on the streets now are the people who have to travel across the city for work for whatever reason. So it's pretty early still. What is everybody doing? We'll start with the folks in the house.
Is it pre-waking time?
Well, you tell me. I don't know what your various routines are. You were not out late this last night because you were staying, trying to get everything ready for the grand opening.
Oh, well, if I wasn't out late, I would probably asleep on my loom. Because I've been practicing. So I've got the loom, I've got a shuttle in hand, and my head's resting on it.
So you're like a spider.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cute.
Actually, kind of in parallel, I would imagine that Gibson is waking up with his head out of his book that he was studying last night.
All right. How about Luker?
Luker is probably face down in the coffee.
All right.
She's up, but not awake.
Yep. Some of your new employees are starting to get things cleaned up and ready, and they're kind of just working around you for now.
Yeah.
Don't bother the boss. She's having her coffee. What about Dan?
I don't think that's how you drink it.
There's not like a balcony or anything like that where I can do my morning devotions, is there?
There absolutely is a balcony. Yeah.
Okay, so that's where Dammit is, and she's doing her morning ceremonial whatever she does for her Lathander worship.
Okay, great.
She says things, she holds things, whatever.
So I think Ibrance, you are on your... Oh, let's also just briefly have everyone describe their character.
Oh, okay. So Quinn is a gnome with wild black hair, and she is constantly crocheting things. And she's 3'0" and is kind of bouncy.
Ani is a, half-orc woman with gray skin, brown shoulder-length hair. Kind of always has a stringed instrument on her someplace. And she's not huge for a half-orc, which means she's huge for a human.
All right.
Booker is concrete gray for the most part, but with bright gold eyes. She wears this big red greatcoat over her armor most of the time, and right now is face planted.
Tiefling, I think we said, but she's a tiefling.
Yeah,
Yes.
she is a tiefling.
All right.
So Dammit is a 6'3" drow. She has her white hair dyed a really deep, dark, but very fake purple. She's about 300, and she's got white eyes and gray skin. 300 years old, not 300 pounds.
Yeah.
I picked a drow because they're slim. Okay.
Gibson is a distinguished older gentleman, human, older for a human, not so much for any other race, I suppose. Graying at the temples and beard, wearing a rather grayish-looking drab robe, although a very fine-looking belt he recently acquired. Rather looks haunted by most things.
So, I think as... go ahead and describe yourself, Ibrans.
Yeah, Ebrance is a tall, gangly, red-headed half-elf who dresses in dark robes, dark hood, and all that, and has spooky eyes.
All right. So
You go into the temple.
I think, Ibrance, you, as we begin this morning, as the incident kicks off, you have been, you are on your way to meet with these folks that the Blackstaff told you about in Trollskull Alley. And you were basically almost there. You were kind of just looking up and making sure you had the right address. And sure enough, what you see is a fine old mansion that is actually looks like just brand new, freshly renovated. New coats of paint. Everything looks just gorgeous. It's painted a sort of a nice goblin green with white trim, bright yellow door, and it's clearly lots of decorations being set out. That is a new tavern called Brothers is opening, and there's some signs that indicate like grand opening, but there's some people like still setting some of that up. And so you are just outside when we will cover what happens in a moment. Annie, I think that you on Harper Business had been sent to investigate rumors of devil worshipping in the city, that there were cults worshipping Asmodeus and other devils in the city, and you're not sure who's really involved because although strictly speaking, Asmodeus worship is not officially illegal, it's sure something that's pretty suspicious, and like anyone who's doing it would probably not want anyone to know, and they've probably got bad news plans going on. So it's like the worship itself is not actually a crime, but it's almost inevitable that someone who does worship a devil is going to commit a crime.
Right, because it's not the worship, it's all like the church community activities that are the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Sacrifices of humans and dark rituals and God only knows. And so
you don't want to know what's going on behind doors at that big sale.
Right. So you've been doing your best to try to see if you can infiltrate one of these cults. But what you have found so far is not a lot of really concrete detail, except for you have definitely confirmed that there is a cult. They are currently already very suspicious, and you are pretty sure that there are high-placed nobles involved, but you have not been able to identify their identities yet. And it started to get dangerous when your cover got blown just by a stupid coincidence. And so Mert pulled you out of your undercover mission and said that you could go back to Trollskull Alley.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so we can say that you were on your way back there also on the streets outside when all this kicks off. So speaking of kicking off, windows rattle as the roar of an explosion fills Trollskull Alley. Charred bodies and anguished screams fly through the air. A thick cloud of acrid smoke billows outward from the blast, which seems to have occurred right outside your door. And so this is just... It would definitely wake up everybody.
Ah! I go down my trapdoor and stumble down the stairs. What happened?
I think Annie and Ibrance have both of you make dexterity saving throws.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a good number.
16.
8.
8. Yeah. So I think Ibrance, you are able to avoid the blast. Annie, you are briefly caught in the outskirts of it and take 6 fire damage.
Okay.
And I would like both of you to make a perception check. This is slightly retroactive.
Natural 1.
Okay.
This dice is going back in the bag.
13.
Dice still.
13 that time.
Okay. Ibrance, I think you, as you were just looking up at the, hang on just a second. Let me make sure I'm trying to do too many things at once is what is happening here. So, I think what happens is that, you, just before the blast happened, this was just after the blast, as you were kind of just knocked back and kind of ears ringing, and you happened to kind of look up, you saw on the rooftop a silhouette of a figure running away across the rooftop. And the weird thing about it was, it didn't look like, it was humanoid shaped, but it looked like a wooden puppet, like a human-sized wooden puppet is what, and wearing like a cape. And that's what you see running away across the rooftop immediately after the blast.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to start up my ambiance programs, and my Windows is not being 100% cooperative with me right now. But
Okay,
yeah,
it's a miracle.
Yeah, so I think everyone, this is what's going on with you right now. Is you're, continue to react to the blast.
Okay, Luker is out the door.
Mm-hmm.
That shot of adrenaline just hit her, and so she's out the door, trying to do triage, pull people who are injured away from the smoldering wreckage of whatever it was that just blew up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you head out the door, and you see immediately, this blast was not literally right on your building. It was across the street. But it was certainly across the street in a nearby place, and so there's some there's scorch marks everywhere. It's also immediately obvious people are dead here. There are bodies lying in the street. There are people crying and screaming, and there's lots of people coming out from the neighboring buildings trying to figure out what's going on. It's chaos right now, but there are definitely people hurt and injured, and then some clearly already just dead.
Mm-hmm. Do we know that Annie has returned at this point?
Well, I don't think so yet. Annie is just been kind of knocked on her butt by this blast.
Okay, so Quinn is gonna run downstairs, and upon seeing Annie, we'll be checking Annie like, "Oh my God, are you hurt? Can I help?"
I'm okay. Okay.
Oh my God, you're back!
Hi.
Hi! There's a lot that happened.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Also, what just happened?
Something set off an explosion. I couldn't see it. I was blindsided by it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think whatever it was happened behind you. You just didn't really see anything.
Okay, well, I guess I'm strong, so I'll go and see if, anybody's trapped and I can...
Okay.
Yeah, help more people.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Sure. Yeah, that's a 6.
Okay. Yeah, you're struggling. You're looking around, and I think you're kind of starting to. First of all, there's smoke, which is kind of burning your eyes, but you're also everywhere you look, you're seeing dead people, and you're not seeing people to help. You're seeing dead people, and it's probably getting you a little bit panicking a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, for the first time, Quinn is quiet.
So this happened across the street from us. Is Fala okay?
So it was kind of on the other side, so it was not at
Okay.
her place, but
Okay.
you know, like she's like her place is in the area, but it was not. That's not where the explosion happened. So I mean, you could go check, but I'm just saying the explosion wasn't like right by her place; it was on the other side.
All right, the other across the street.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
So let me just I will pull up now that we've seen this artwork here for a little bit. I'll pull up the alley map. Yeah. So this is Trollskull Alley, right here. Fala's place was down here, but the explosion actually happened up here.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of where that happened. Damn it, I think you do find a couple of people who are, suffering burns, and probably are you healing them magically, or are you just doing like quick triage?
She's a little freaked out because she lost her previous group of her crew before in a huge explosion. So she's a little freaked out. She's just kind of blank faced and doing triage on the people she comes across. But as soon as she can, she's going to search the building to see if any of her people are still around or if they're dead or disappeared like the last time.
Right. Well, so this did happen outside, across the street from your house. So your building is not directly impacted by this, except for
Right.
some debris. But
She's still going to look for them because
Yeah.
she doesn't think she'll find them.
okay. So as she's looking around, as the smoke's starting to clear, you're starting to kind of take in the scene. It does seem that whatever happened, this initial explosion, has not resulted in any ongoing fire. It did a lot of damage, but also seems to be done now. There's no ongoing danger at the moment.
Cool.
What's Gibson doing?
Racing downstairs, I think. There's another balcony off the edge of the den on the first floor, I think. So moving out there to take an overview of the scene. If I don't hear the answering whistles already of the watch, then I would blow my own.
Yeah, there's definitely some whistles on the air in the distance, but no one has arrived on the scene yet.
From above, what do I see?
Make a perception check.
Oh, that's not bad. 16.
Okay, so you definitely, looking down from above, you see that, as best you can tell, the center of the blast was somewhere on the street in front of the building and not inside the building. You definitely see that there were a bunch of people in the street at the time, and so there are definitely smoking bodies laying on the ground nearby. There's, slightly further out, there are people sort of crying and like staggering away, and then there's screaming and crying. There's a lot going on, but you do gather that there was sort of one central explosion that happened in that location, and I think you'd have to get closer to glean more detail.
I'm going to rush downstairs into the street. I'm not that quick, though.
What are you up to, Ibrans?
Ibrams would have been also helping to triage and find if anybody was trapped, if the building was damaged.
Okay. Yeah, so it would seem, at least, in the immediate circumstance, there's no one who is, like, actively still in danger. There are people who are wounded and people who are dead, but not, like, there's no ongoing threat at the moment. But
Gotcha.
you also see that some people have started to come out of this Trollskull Alley tavern that you were going to meet people at. Briefly, I don't think we've settled, Luca, did you... Are you still face down in your coffee, or what's up?
No, I said I ran out.
Okay,
and
no, you're right. You did.
immediately-
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody is out investigating is the point.
yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to briefly summarize then is that, yeah, no, go ahead and you guys just roll with it.
So after a little bit, Quinn is gonna be like, bandages, and she runs back inside to go and grab her sample work, and grabs it off her loom and comes back down and hands them to Dammit and be like, "Dammit, here, this'll help."
Yeah, Ani's also gonna try and heal people that need healing if she can find any.
Okay. Yeah, there are definitely several people who have, various wounds ranging from, substantial burns to just light, bruising. But generally, no one seems to be at risk of death at the moment, but there's definitely many people who appreciate some assistance, especially just like some of them are still kind of just shocked, like they don't understand what happened. They're kind of stunned a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on the most serious.
Okay. So you guys are, doing all of that. Gibson, are you coming out and surveying the scene?
Yes, I would be looking at anyone who isn't attended and seeing if they're alive. Randomly, probably calling out a very confusing message. Damn it! This one's still alive.
So I think that as you're sort of starting to recognize that at least at right now, it seems like anyone who really needs attention is getting it, and you know that the City Watch is going to arrive imminent. But you have a moment to look at the scene before the City Watch shows up, if you like.
I will try to figure out what happened.
All right. I'll go ahead and you don't have to make a roll for this because you have a minute to here's what you glean just from being able to look around. There seem to be 11 people dead. There is one elderly female human, and she just is, bundled up in appropriate winter clothing. There are two cloaked male humans who, underneath their cloaks, have black leather armor. They have long swords, but they are sheathed. There are two female humans and one male half-elf who are dressed in plain clothes, like servant uniform type clothes. There's one male gnome wearing a burned cloak and clutching a dagger in his hand. And there are two female halflings who have like musical instruments nearby, a flute and a fiddle, and then two male halflings that were in like dancers' uniforms, but like with a coat over them, like they were heading maybe to a performance of some kind. And so that is what you are able to glean from like an immediate superficial investigation.
That tallies 9. One elderly female human, two cloaked male humans, two female humans, two male half-elves. One male half-elf, one male gnome, two female halflings, and two male halflings. Did I get that right? Maybe I didn't write them two for the male halflings. 5, 8. That would be 11.
Yeah, so 11. One elderly woman, two cloaked male humans with the leather armor, two female humans, one male half-elf, one male gnome, two female halflings, two male halflings.
Yes, I had forgotten the number written down. Okay.
That's right. So that is those are the clues that you see as you're immediately checking out. You guys are taking good care of the people who have injuries nearby. You're kind of keeping them from succumbing to shock, especially given how cold it is. There's starting to be a big crowd gathering around as all the various inhabitants of Trollskull Alley are coming out to find out what happened and, try to, everyone's shocked, like, what's going on? Oh, my God. And the whistles arrive, and pretty soon there are City Watch attending in force, and they come in. Hang on, sorry, I scrolled to the wrong place. So it pretty quickly, the city guard has come in. And this is not just the ordinary police. This is like the guard, too, which is a little bit more like the military, because this is clearly like a not ordinary crime sort of response thing, have come in. Some of them arriving on, there's a Griffin cavalry rider flying overhead. And guards have come in and basically posted, you know what? I said that on this map, I said it was over here. It's actually over here. Yeah, sorry. But it was, so they're cordoning off both ends of the alley here. They've got 6 guardsmen that they're bringing off, and they're basically briefly they're not letting anybody leave for the moment, but they're trying to. They're clearly their job is like, okay, everyone, calm down. We're going to figure out what happened. They're trying to assess like what's the current threat level, and presumably investigators are going to show up shortly.
Probably out of old habit, Gibson would start ordering them to do probably exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
Looks like the center of the blast was over here. These people are they're already dead, I'm afraid. Make sure you send for a healer.
I think they hear all of that and they listen, patiently, but then they're kind of saying, "Thank you, sir. We're on it. Just, keep warm and we'll get all this sorted."
Oh, blast. And I'll proceed to ritually cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
As time passes.
All right. Are you kind of... Oh, so, well, that's going to take you a little while to do the ritual. Okay. So I think, you do have a couple of the guardmen, like, watching while you do that because they're investigating a crime scene and you seem to be casting a spell. So they're just like... They're not stopping you. They're just watching just to make sure you're not doing anything funny. All right.
I am walking around the center point of the blast, kind of chanting a spell. So I suppose that could be suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Ebens
now
would look for
go
somebody
ahead.
else. Somebody else who would come out of the building he was going to, so you can see if there's.
So I think all of you guys are out of the building at this point. So you were given the identities of who it was. So you would guess that that these folks are the people that you're here to see.
Sure. So I'll walk up to them, but I'm keeping an eye on the lines of the roofs.
Which one of us? Because some of us are occupied and some of us are just kind of staring
I was gonna say,
in horror.
Yeah, I think after a few minutes, the immediate, like those who needed immediate medical attention have received it. And so now there's sort of like general care, but also like what happens next energy. There's a few guardmen poking around. Both ends of the alley are sealed off, but nothing else has happened yet.
Quinn's going to start heading into the tavern. Just because there's nothing else she can do out here and it's really bothering her.
Ani's gonna follow her, taking in all the improvements that have taken place since she's been gone.
Yeah,
if you're following me, then we're holding hands.
Yeah, this house, it's night and day, and you are probably considering yourself lucky that you got to skip past all that construction work, but the place looks gorgeous. It looks brand new.
Wow. Yeah, everything looks great.
I hope you like what I did to your bedroom.
That sounds so ominous.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great. You know me, Quinn.
Oh yeah.
I think Ebrins would walk up to Luker, doesn't necessarily look occupied, and say, "Hello, my name's Ebrins. I've been sent by the Black Staff. I see some people are going inside, and I really think we all should."
He's talking to you, Luker?
Okay. So I'm following his gaze and say, "What are you looking for?"
The perpetrator. I mean, it's clearly a dark, evil force, and I think it may be after us. I mean, it was right here.
Yeah. I prefer to believe that evil is a little more competent, and if they know where we are, the blast would probably have been in the house. Yeah, come on, let's go into the tavern, and you can tell us what you saw out here, and the watch will probably come in a minute to interview us.
Yeah.
Once the investigators get here. Also, I need to finish my coffee.
As soon as you walk in, Quinn's gonna be like, "Luker, Annie's back!"
Hey, Luker.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. Where's my coffee?
And Annie, I think as you enter, you're also probably pleased to see that they've definitely set up a little stage where a half-orc could play dulcimer music. That was a theme as the renovations were being done.
Yes. I'm glad. I'll pat Annie on the back and
Great,
say,
thank you.
with a pat Eddie on the back and say, "I'm glad we're not going to be accused of false advertising now. Sandrine was really, really ramping you up." Even if he doesn't know who Sandrine is, I'm not awake enough to care.
All right. And so, damn it, I think that, there's various people receiving maybe minor medical attention for now and are definitely appreciative to have someone just, like, talking calmly to them and, saying that they're going to be okay. But if that's what you're still doing, I think everyone seems safe for now.
Are the it's the city guard that responded, wasn't it?
Right. So you would
the
presume that the city watch and perhaps investigators are going to arrive, but in the meantime, the guard has come to just secure the scene.
Okay. Is there have the victims all been taken off to the side somewhere, or
no? They are still lying exactly where they were.
So I want to go over to each of them and just kind of say a little blessing of Lathander's over each of them. And while I'm doing that, I also want to just like give an ocular pat down kind of a thing and like see like, do they look like they were actually killed in the explosion, or does it look like they were killed and the explosion was to cover up the murder, or just like that kind of a general like peekaboo thing. Bless you.
So you definitely see all the things that I mentioned already when Gibson was looking. So all of you have all of that detail too, and make an investigation check.
So she says, from death, life. Ooh, that's pretty good. 19.
Yeah. You are pretty sure that
22,
they were...
actually.
Okay. Yeah, you were pretty sure that they were all killed in the explosion. Okay. Although it does look like the gnome did have some pre-existing injuries. But it was still the explosion that killed him.
That's the one that was clutching the dagger?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then after I do that, I'm just gonna make sure that that the bodies are being treated respectfully, and then I'll go inside the tavern.
Right. Yeah. So essentially, as you're doing that investigation, you definitely had one of the city guard basically letting you in to do prayers, but he does tell you, please don't touch the bodies.
Of course.
We've got investigators coming.
Of course.
All right. Are you still poking around the scene too, Gibson?
I mean, it takes 10 minutes, 6 seconds to cast detect magic, so I'm assuming
okay.
It's just
so
we'll
say that time goes ahead and elapses, and there's not really been any substantive change yet. So you have your detect magic up and running.
Okay. I don't know if there's the classic trope of whoosh, the eyes go glowing blue, but I see the world in blue. Are there any signs of magical residue or signs of any magic here?
So what you actually, you don't see any immediately at the scene, but as you are actually kind of just looking around and scanning the crowd, you do see a kid kind of standing aside looking nervous, and there's something in his pocket that pings.
Is this a familiar kid from the neighborhood, or? Yeah,
he's a neighborhood kid. You may not know him, but you've probably seen him around in the streets.
Okay. What kind of magic am I detecting from his pocket?
Evocation.
Evocation. Okay. Mm-hmm. Can I do an insight check to figure out if he's looking nervously or if he's kind of just spectating, or?
Yeah. Definitely make an insight check.
That's a 16.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he is scared by, the violence, but also seems like he is kind of simultaneously excited and maybe a little guilty that that something else has happened.
All right. I'm going to stride over to the boy, putting on my most imperious sort of investigator stance.
Okay.
The imposing one. You, boy, I'd like to speak to you, if I might.
As soon as you approach, he's just immediately like wide-eyed. What? Oh, me? What? Why me?
Over to the side. We'll speak in private, if you don't mind.
he's kind of looking around, but he does go ahead and step to the side with you.
Okay. You've something in your pocket. Would you care to share with it?
He says, "No, I don't." But like his hand, he does that kid thing where it's like immediately like, "No, I don't," and immediately his hand like goes to his pocket.
Out with it. It'll come out soon enough.
Go ahead and make a intimidation check. It seems like you're doing intimidation.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm very out of practice,
Sure.
it seems. That's an 8, so yeah.
Okay, believe it or not, that's actually what you needed. This is a kid, you're a grown-up. It's like, it doesn't take a lot. He kind of, he just looks down at the ground. He says, yes, sir. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a necklace that has a broken clasp and 2 beads, like 2 orange beads on it. And also 2 sockets that look like they used to have a bead but don't anymore.
Where did you get this?
I found it
Where and when?
right after the explosion. I was standing in the alley and I heard a splash, like plunk. And I looked and it was in one of the rain barrels that come for the melting snow coming off the roofs. And
Take me there.
And he guides you over, and it is basically over across the street, like right here. And he points to a barrel that is, partly frozen, but also has some water on top because the sun melting snow has drained some down. It's a little warmer today, so it's partly frozen and partly a little bit of ice. And he points there and he says, right after the explosion, the necklace fell down onto that. I promise I wasn't stealing it. I just found it.
Did you see anyone who might have dropped it?
No, I looked up to see where it maybe came from, but I didn't see anyone.
You've done well. What is your name?
Martin.
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 Martin. You may have found a critical piece of evidence. I want to thank you for that.
But it's mine. I found it.
I fear this might be too dangerous for you. If you're hungry and you're cold, then come to Brothers. You will find friends there. I'll make sure of it.
Make a persuasion check.
And he's dropped the sort of angry version of himself.
Okay. Yeah.
That's an 11.
Okay. Yeah, I think he kind of. Okay, and he holds out the necklace to you. And this is definitely the thing that your detect magic was detecting.
And now I'm going to spend 10 minutes and 6 seconds casting Identify.
Okay. So are you doing that out on the street, or do you go back into the tavern?
Still on the street. I'm waiting for the investigators to show up.
Okay.
The official ones.
Right. Do you? I think the kid actually does follow your instruction and go off to and he. I think those of you who are in the tavern, suddenly this kid shows up and just says,
I would say tell them that Gibson sent you.
Okay. He said, the Gibson guy said I could have some food.
Oh, sure. Hang on. And Quinn goes out back. She needs something to do, and her hands are not busy for once. So she goes out back and she grabs some porridge and some milk and brings it out for the kid. And
I think as he is, you maybe set him up at the bar, and then as he is eating, one of the little candied maraschino cherries for fancy cocktails rises up from behind the bar and plops itself in the porridge. And he's just like,
oh, we still have a ghost, huh?
Yeah, he still has a ghost.
We have a ghost tender.
Leaf is awesome. I'm sorry, Lef. Yeah. Lef is awesome.
So I think also as you're out there, even as you're kind of doing your ritual, there is an old man who kind of approaches you, Gibson, or to try to talk to you. I think I'll allow that you can have kind of light conversation while you're doing the ritual. If that makes any sense.
So it's kind of like moving the hands.
Yeah, just because I don't want to belabor the whole thing. I just want to.
Yes, and
yeah. Yeah. So I think he comes in and just says, "I saw you looking around the scene. Are you an investigator? You seem to have an official sense about you."
Yes, yes, I am. Did you see something?
Yes. Well, see, hang on. I have. I closed the thing. I did. You see, I was watching. I just come out of Corellin's Crown. You know, the lovely little potion shop herbery, and I saw the blast blow out some of the windows. And fortunately, I wasn't injured. Through the smoke, though, I saw a cloaked man take something from the body of the gnome and then start limping away. He was badly burned, and he's casting glances over his shoulder like he was afraid someone might be following him, but he was headed in the direction of the bent nail.
Did you see what he'd taken?
I didn't see, but it was something. He took it off the gnome and then ran away. Or limped.
Thank you very much.
I was going to wait for the city watch, but I saw you, that young boy. I saw how deftly you handled that, and I just have a soft spot for children. I thought you would want to know.
Time is of the essence. Thank you very much for letting me know.
Yes.
What is your name?
Glenn.
Was that Glenn or Flynn?
Glenn.
Okay. The audio just sort of cut out the right.
Yeah, that's all right. Yes, Glenn. I was in the neighborhood. I just this is shocking. I just figured not a lot of people probably got a chance to see anything afterwards, so I figured that it was important information.
Of course. Take solace. We'll find out what happened here.
Yes, of course.
But I would recommend staying in the area. Might need to ask more questions in case you remember anything.
Yes, of course. And in any case, he kind of gestures at the guards cordoning off the alley as this might be here for some time anyway.
Well, if you happen to think of something and the other investigators aren't here, you can find me at that building there. Brothers. Ask for Gibson.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Take care, Glenn.
All right.
Where is the bent nail in respect to all of this? Is it
so the
within
bent
cordon?
nail is this building over here.
It's not within the cordon.
Right. Everything is cordoned off, ultimately. Yeah, all of the entrances to the alley are cordoned off.
Right.
But basically, so he's suggesting that what he saw, as he kind of points, is that the explosion happened here, and so the person must have gone that way.
Okay. Do I see any of my colleagues about, or are they all
they've all gone back inside, I think. Or no, I think Dammit was still poking around the scene. Or did you finish and go back inside?
I can't remember, but I probably would have poked back out if I did to see where Gibson was and make sure that he was, safe.
Okay.
Given I'm going to have more than just casual speaking to do, I'll stop the invocation of identify.
Okay. You can make an Arcana check to get a guess at it.
Okay. 19.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know for certain, but given that it's radiating powerful evocation magic and that there was a fireball, it seems very plausible that this thing, even if you don't know exactly how it works, may in fact be what caused the explosion.
All right. I don't see the sign of the official investigators yet.
Yeah.
Right?
Not yet, although you get there's some increased activity at the cordon. You think that might be imminent.
Well, they're too late. Casually and probably, again, this would be more falling back on old instinct, where you have to secure the evidence. He'll drop the necklace into his pocket.
Okay.
So he'll drop it until he can find an official investigator.
Okay.
And pop into Brothers.
All right.
Is everybody just on the first floor?
Martim is at the bar eating some porridge. And Quinn has gone upstairs and grabbed some yarn.
Ani is securing her breakfast.
Quinn, Luca, Ani, good to see you. Circumstances could be better. Damn it, you're here too. Good. We have to move quickly. We may have a lead on someone who was involved in this, but they will be going to ground very quickly. We can't wait for the official investigators, and some of us still have enough spryness in us. You can accompany me. I think we have to travel to the bank.
Okay, let's move.
I'd be happy to help you there. I'm
who are you, friend?
Ebronson from the Force Grey.
Oh,
The
well,
Black Staff.
yes, your arrival was unexpected and unexpectedly beneficial timing. Come with us, then.
Didn't you tell us last night that he was coming? That's what the Black Staff told you, that you told
I
us.
forgot it in the moment. I'm getting old. Give me a break. We should really move.
Dad.
Someone saw someone in the blast take something from one of the victims. They went to the Bent Nail, and I think we could still find them there. We'll find out more. Also, I may have found the device used for this. But
Okay, let's go.
To verify it.
Yep.
Damit's gonna pack up the kid's food and a loaf of bread and a gold piece and send the kid on his way.
Okay. He is grateful and does not overstay his welcome.
We also have the other staff there that are technically looking place.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah,
Shutek
right.
and Cage are also...
Shutak is hanging out to keep watching the place.
Keep minding the place. You're doing well.
So are you going back out the front door?
Yes.
All right. As you do, you see that the City Watch has arrived with some additional, reinforcements, and in fact, you see a couple of new arrivals that you definitely recognize. Damn it, you would too, because it is essentially another retired City Watch sergeant and sort of consulting detective. That is kind of renowned within the Watch for being just one of the best of the detectives. This is Seth Cromley, who is a retired sergeant, but now helps out with Barnabas Blastwind's detective investigations. And so, yeah, it's Sherlock Holmes and Watson.
Nice.
But yes.
Would Dammit have any ill will towards them with the investigation of her friend's explosion?
Well, I guess you tell me. I mean, I think generally speaking, in the Watch, their reputation is very positive, that they are generally pretty good and usually brought in when it's an important case. And so you can tell me if you feel like were they on the case and didn't find the answer that you were looking for? Or maybe you thought they should have been brought on, but they refused to do so?
That's where I'm leaning, is that they didn't even bring in like people that were there that could have helped to find out what happened, and that's one of the things that pissed her off.
Right. That they didn't look as hard as they ought to have.
Right. Okay. Not these two, but the people that would have sent them if they'd taken it more seriously.
Because strictly speaking, Seth is Sergeant Cromley is retired. He is not actually officially with the Watch anymore, and Barnabas Blastwind is actually a member of the Order of Mages and Protectors, not official City Watch. But they frequently work with the City Watch.
Yeah.
And so
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, their arrival, and as you guys come out, you see that they are doing some initial investigation of the scene.
Well, we'll show them that our retirement is much better than theirs. I'll have Cromley's lunch for this one. Quickly, everyone. And I want to imagine this, and maybe I can indulge in a moment of scene setting. Okay. I kind of imagine it's one of those movie moments where he's striding out. There's still a little smoke and wispy morning air. There's snow there. And you've got that, him in the lead and the others fanning out behind him movie moment. Walking down the alleyway as he's determined to get this to the bottom of his case.
All right, so it's going to be Sherlock Holmes versus Inspector Lestrade.
All right,
and we're Scotland Yard now.
So you guys are not engaging with them, or?
Not at the moment.
Okay, so you're turning around the other corner to go in the direction of the bent nail.
Yes.
All right. Well, at the moment, they seem to be occupied looking at the immediate scene of the crime, so they don't apparently notice you at the moment. But you're heading around this way.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Watch for signs that he might have come this way. He would have been badly wounded, according to the witness.
Can we retcon that I told them what I saw with the dwarf having been injured? It's a minor detail.
Oh, yeah,
but just
yeah.
so that
No, that's fine. And it was the gnome, not the dwarf, but yes.
Sorry.
That's
no.
fine. No,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That is the same one which the witness said they saw someone taking something from.
Makes sense.
So someone was knocked just prior to the explosion.
It sounded like in the middle of the explosion. They were badly wounded.
Yeah. Yeah, badly burned. So it was after the explosion. Someone survived it, took something from the gnome, and then left.
Is this the same direction that I had seen the thing on the roof lines?
No,
Across
it
the
went
roof?
a different way.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the thing on the roof was up on this roof here and ran that way.
Gotcha.
Oh, and I found a piece of evidence collected by a young boy. And I'll just sort of wave the necklace. I'm not sure exactly what it is yet, but powerful.
Oh, is that why you sent Matrim to us?
Yes, yes.
Martin?
He'd found
Martin,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Found it on a frozen rain barrel, dropped from above.
Weird.
Yeah, and it has a broken clasp, so it's possible, you don't know if it was dropped deliberately or perhaps just fell off someone.
Indeed.
I don't like
Striding
this
was-
whole explosion thing. The last time something fired and exploded, I got a projectile in my gut and it sucked.
Oh.
I generally don't recommend being around for explosions.
Yeah.
Agreed.
From what we could tell, was the explosion similar to the firearm going off?
It's hard to say. I mean, it was an
Okay.
explosion, but, maybe, but, you don't know, really.
Okay.
Alright. So you're heading
Okay,
on that
so-
direction.
Yeah.
Are you're making an investigation check to try to see if you can pick up any clues on your way.
Sure.
Perception, can I see anything unusual?
Yeah, go ahead and roll that too.
Yeah, I got a 3.
Okay.
13 on investigation.
I got a 7.
Okay.
9.
I think you
We're
do. You do see in a couple of places a couple of what look like drops of blood that dropped into the snow, and they do seem to be moving in this direction. But there's also it hasn't snowed in a couple of days, so there are lots of tracks, but they could have been anyone that came through here. So
Be wary.
It
They
is
were-
additional suggestion that someone did come this way, but you can't tell much more than that. All right.
They could be anywhere. The bent nail might not have been their actual destination, only where the witness had seen them go. And if they've already been willing to take something in the middle of a blast like that, they would be willing possibly to take your lives. So be careful.
What else is new?
Recently, not that much. Or rather, everything.
All right. Yeah. And so the witness did just say he saw them go around in that direction. He didn't
Yeah.
see them enter the building or anything. So the as you're following in that direction, you don't really see any additional clues. You do reach the Bent Nail building, which is this one right here.
Does it look like the doors have been opened?
Mm-mm.
Okay, is that like a wall behind them, or is that just like a stoop?
No, it's just like a sidewalk.
Okay, let's see if they tried to go around and out the other side of the alley.
So as you're making your way kind of around the side of the building, you do see that this end of the alley is blocked off by the city guard, and they're watching. So you kind of make your way around. You don't really see any additional clues.
And a knock on the door of the Bent Nail. Tally, are you there?
He opens up and he just says, Gibson, what happened? Have you heard anything? Do you know what happened?
There was an explosion. There was someone seen coming this direction, badly burned. Did you see anyone?
This direction?
Roughly, yes.
No, I hadn't heard anything. I mean, I heard the sound and I came out to look around a bit earlier, but then the city guard showed up and they told me to stay in my home, so I came back.
Insight check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Okay. So that's a 21.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he looks like he is genuinely interested in wanting to know more about what happened because he doesn't know anything. He's curious.
Okay.
If
We
you
don't
spot
know,
anyone.
but sadly, there's a lot of people that didn't make it. So, yeah, it's probably best that you stay here. But maybe, like, you know,
Do you think the person who did it might still be in the area?
I don't know.
To a certain degree, I'm hoping so. Or at least someone who might know something.
Dark
Yeah.
conspiracy.
He has a little bit of a grimace, like he's not sure he wants the person to still be in the area because, like, that sounds scary. He says, "Yes, I mean, I don't know anything, but if you should I lock the doors? What
Might
should I
not be
do?"
a bad precaution. Lock up for the day, at least. When the watch come by, they'll want to ask you more questions, of course.
Of course.
And there's a little bit of more animation probably to Gibson than there has been for a while. It's like, back on the beat.
Yeah.
You know, I know you're shaken up by this and everything, and that's totally reasonable. But you know, we're still gonna do the grand opening tonight, so everybody can still come and like decompress from everything, because this is a shock. And I think we all
yes.
need to be together as neighbors.
That sounds great. I was looking forward to it in any case. I'm glad to hear that it still happened.
And Annie's back in time, so she'll still be able to perform. Exciting.
Yes, well, welcome back. Just in time for you to not be here. Yeah. All right. But yeah, so I think you sort of say goodbye to Tally, who goes back inside and locks the door. I think you guys sort of reach the end of the alley to the extent of where you can go without meeting up with the city guard again, and you don't really see any additional clues.
Blast.
Literally!
Look
Puns are starting early today.
Gibson puns on stream.
It wasn't even intentional. It's just sort of...
Wait, where was the sewer entrance again on this map?
The sewer entrance is right here.
I'm gonna investigate the sewer entrance.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay, that's 12. I don't have any bonus for investigation.
Okay.
If I can add perception, that makes it 15.
There is a little bit of scuffs in the snow that make it look like it's possible that the grate was moved recently.
Quinn, give me a hand with this. I think they might have gone down that sewer.
Okay. Also, me, little gnome, very strong. Super strong.
She's my muscle.
Damn it is going to see what's going on and go help, because that was her whole gig with the City Watch, was working in the sewers, so.
Okay.
Oh, hey, you're a priestess, right? Do you think you could heal me up a little bit? I got caught in that blast too.
Absolutely. Let's see. I'm going to cast, what's your HP at?
11 out of 17.
Okay.
Oh, is everybody leveled correctly?
Oh, yes.
Oh, what level should I be?
You should be level 3 now. I'm sorry if I didn't let you know. Yeah.
Okay, I
Everyone
will
should
do
be
that in
level
a
3.
second.
But yes, I think as you guys are investigating the grate, though, and maybe starting to move it, you do hear, "Oi! Where are you going?" And then one of the city guard who is kind of patrolling up and down, sees you going into the sewers.
That's +8 for you, Ani.
Thank you.
Is it Annie or Ani?
Ani.
Ani, okay. Ani.
But either's fine.
Okay. And your max HP is what now?
It was 17. It's going to be a little more in a minute.
Okay.
You would have only been 6 down regardless, though. So,
Right.
you know, with 7 more, you should be back up to full, whatever that is now.
Yep.
All right, yeah, but so a city guard has seen you like preparing to go into the sewer and has called out that like, what are you doing?
We're on the trail of some suspicious person who fled the scene.
Well, how about you not do that, because we're securing the crime scene.
Time is of the essence. Do not get in the way of an active investigation. Go back to your post.
Make an intimidation check that's going to be hard, because this is literally their job, is to stop people from doing stuff like this.
It's a 5.
Okay. Yeah, I think he gets right up in your face and says, you better go back to where you just were before I call the city watch and tell them you're acting suspicious.
Don't speak to me that way. Do you know who I am?
Gibson.
Yes, that's right.
He tips it. He points at his guard helmet.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the guard helmet. I wore it for many years. Now, do you want this person to get away, or are you going to interfere any further?
If you have concerns about the case, sir, perhaps you should let the city watch know.
Okay, there was a really suspicious guy who got injured and then ran down this grate. You gonna go down after them?
My job is to keep people from leaving. If you have a concern about the case, tell the investigators.
So Damit's gonna jump into the sewers and just start going.
Okay,
going in after
all right. He blows his whistle, and you all hear whistles start to sound in the air, and people are starting to converge.
Cool, more people to help us check the sewers.
Find the clues.
What are the rest of you doing? Because basically this guard is... You are essentially fleeing a crime scene as far as he can tell.
I'll jump in.
Yeah!
I'm going to stall them in some way. I'm going to stall them by pulling out my own whistle
Okay.
and imitating his own action. Clearly indicating that I'm not just some random old guy.
He is going to attempt to grapple you.
Damit's gonna reach up before she runs off and tap him with guidance, and then she's off to chase the dude.
All right.
Grappling me. This should be
So you
hilarious.
have guidance, but yeah, so you're making an acrobatics or athletics check against this guy.
Uh-huh.
Did I mention chaotic good? The chaotic part I don't think I've really flown with
He
yet.
got a 17.
That's going to be interesting. All right. I got to oh no, wait. I have guidance. I got a 5.
Yeah, so basically, he blows his whistle, you blow your whistle back at him in his face, and then he just gets this... And then pretty soon, this is the classic, like, cut to Gibson's head being smashed against the hood of the police car, you know, with his hands like pinned behind his back. You know, that sort of thing.
You're going to regret this, guardsman.
All right.
Ow.
So, City Watchmen
there.
have come running, and unless you guys are literally all jumping right into the sewer, Gibson is already grappled. They are starting to converge around you. There's a bunch of them already in the area waiting for just such a thing to happen. So, are any of the more of you jumping into the sewers? Are you running, or what's going on?
So far, it's 3 of us in the sewer.
I'm staying. Luker's
Sorry.
staying behind for Gibson.
Okay.
Just trying to be.
I'm going into the sewer.
All right.
Sorry I split the party, guys.
All right.
Okay.
So we have everyone but Luker and Gibson down into the sewer now.
Yep.
All right. Are you running? It's basically a sewer tunnel that seems to extend to the east from here.
Do we all have... what race is...
It is dark in there.
Yeah, I've got dark vision.
Okay.
I've also got dark vision.
I have dark vision, too.
As do I.
Okay, good.
Great.
You're all set.
We can all see!
Yeah.
Ultra dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got superior, so...
All right.
So damn, it's running.
So as I think this is happening, and the guards are, one of the guards is starting to pursue down into the sewer after you, but in the meantime, more people have come up around the sewer entrance, and this includes Sergeant Cromley and Barnabas Blastwind, and I think as they come around, they see this guard, got Gibson in a body body lock, like, you know, and is just saying, Gibson?
Hello, Seth.
I think he kind of just, he's like, looks frustrated, and he just says, all right, everyone, hang on.
As usual, I found 4 clues before breakfast while you're still getting here.
Barnabas just kind of comes on up with his cane and just saying, oh, Gibson, why do you have to make things difficult? You could have just told us you had clues.
Time is of the essence.
So all the more reason you could have told us that there were clues, so we could have assisted instead of causing a ruckus. And I think the guardman says, bunch of his friends fled through the sewer, sir.
They're pursuing someone who left the scene. I explained that to this buffoon, but he insisted and trying to twist my arm out of its socket.
Right. I think Cromley looks to you and make a persuasion check.
I believe in you.
I know you can.
You may be
do
the
this.
only one. Oops.
Wait, is guidance still stand? No.
No,
No.
it was just the one time.
That's an 11.
Okay.
I'm kind of apathetic at the moment.
Yeah, I
Sitting back.
think Seth is just kind of saying, Gibson, you know better than this. Whether you're following a clue or not, your friends are now guilty of fleeing a crime scene during an active investigation.
I didn't flee the...
Yes, they did!
Why did you... Oh.
They disobeyed a city guardsman's orders to remain where they are, and now they're on the run! We're gonna have to arrest them.
You won't need to arrest them. Fools.
Look,
I'm
if you have clues,
gathering...
we want to hear it, but your friends need to not run from us.
Well, tell this fool to release my arm, and I'll show you what I've got so far.
And
perhaps we can make some progress on this.
Barnabas just makes a gesture, and the guardman lets you go, but he's clearly pissed.
I'll have your name, and you'll be walking the docks at night, the coldest nights.
Cromley is saying he'll be fine because he was doing his job, which was to prevent anyone in the alley from leaving.
Very well.
Look,
Shall
if
we
you
go
got
somewhere a
clues,
little
tell
warmer?
us. We can work on it together. You can use the city's resources to do their actual job instead of a retired watchman trying
You're
to...
one to talk.
Well, I'm working for the city still, aren't I? What are you doing? You're disobeying guardsman orders. You're causing trouble. You're complicating the case.
Life is full of complications.
I think Barnabas just comes on up to you and just says, you said you had clues.
Yes. Now look over the guardsman. I'm going to reach into my pocket and get any strange, stupid ideas.
All right. He's watching you carefully.
Boy.
Like, he is not, you know, this guardsman who grappled you is, he's still your enemy here, but he's not drawing his weapon or anything.
There was a boy who saw something fall from one of the rooftops. This is the item. I have not yet a chance to identify it, and I reach in and I pull out the necklace. But I believe it may be the source of what had happened. I made sure that it was secure rather than the boy running off, as your guards would now undoubtedly have sent him packing.
So, first of all, I want to also just say, like, maybe Gibson's mad, but just... This guy's reputation is that he's actually really good. He's, like, the best.
Right.
So,
and he is trying to share it. More the guard he's angry at anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And I could see a little rivalry going on as well.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't lack of clarity on the reputation of the guy.
Yeah.
Sure,
all right.
sure.
Yeah, so he nods, and actually as he looks at the necklace and his eyes kind of flash, and the guard, while Barnabas is looking at it, the guard says, so you're trying to flee the crime scene with a piece of critical evidence, were you?
Oh, shut up, will you? The adults are talking. Go back to your work.
My work keeping people from leaving the crime scene? Happy to.
It's not very good at it.
Well, he kept Gibson from leaving the crime scene, so he's not that bad.
Well, the bad guy and 4 of us got away. I'm just saying.
No, you guys did not get away. We haven't cut back over to you, but several guardsmen have pursued you into the sewers. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You are being pursued by guardsmen right now.
theoretically you have backup, I suppose.
Of course.
Yeah. So, yes, I'm saying that 4 guardsmen have pursued you into the sewers, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But in the meantime, Barnabas' eyes kind of flash as he looks at this thing and says, necklace of fireballs, this would do it. You say, child found it?
Yes, Martin. I put him into the inn to take some time out, also so I would know where he was. Scared boy, didn't see anything else, just saw this falling from the sky.
I do wish you had just come to me and shared some of this with me without causing all of this complication.
Well, I was about to, when you finally arrived on a scene. You should probably find a dedicated coach to yourself to get around quicker. Anyway,
we arrived at a surprise crime scene within 20 minutes of its occurrence. I think it's a lot more to ask for us to come all the way across the city in less than 20 minutes on no notice in the early morning.
Yes. Well, that's one of the reasons that I started to take charge, because I was already here. I have a building around the corner, which was close to where the attack happened. And as you probably know, I'm still active in the investigation, even if I'm not necessarily carrying the badge at all times or being paid on the city's payroll. In any case, there was another man, an older fellow, who had seen someone running from the scene, a badly burned fellow who had taken something from one of the victims. At that point, it was necessary to act quickly, as they could get too far away, and you very well know, perhaps even more than I do, that someone fleeing can be lost in the city very, very quickly. I have a very competent team that works with me, and so I instructed them to start investigating down the lane to see who could find where they went.
You could have told us this, and we could have had a Griffin cavalry looking for them immediately, instead of now having to devote half our resources to finding your friends.
The Griffins wouldn't have seen them. We determined they went down into the sewers. The Griffins would have no help there. And also, any evidence would be wiped away very quickly by the sewer water.
Okay, so we'll establish right now, these two are utterly unimpressed by any excuse you have for not telling them what you knew and trying to leave the crime scene first. They have no tolerance whatsoever for that behavior. However, they are interested in hearing actual clues, and they don't think you were actually involved, so there's that basis there. They think you were dumb for doing what you did, but not that you were the criminal perpetrators of this explosion.
Impulsive.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's cut over to those who went down in the sewer. There are city guardsmen chasing you. And so,
are they human?
There's a mix.
Okay.
So
are they what?
It's dark, and we're not making any
They're a
light.
mixture of races. And so what I'm saying is basically you have a choice, which is you can flee and perhaps escape them, but without looking for clues in the sewer. Or you can look for clues and let them catch up to you.
How many are chasing us?
4.
4.
And about how beefy do they look?
They're city guards. They're pretty tough. You would not want to fight them.
Okay.
I don't want to fight
So
the
there's
guard
probably
anyway.
too many of them for me
Not
to cast
only would you not
sleep.
want to fight them, but you could be put to death for assaulting them.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Point.
Well, no, probably not death, but certainly prison for sure.
So.
Alright, well, let's
And we
look for clues and then go from there.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna let them catch up to it. Because I haven't fled the crime scene, I'm just under it.
All right. Okay. So we'll say
My
as
thought
you
is
guys
if there's a split, then we need to investigate which
Right.
split to go down.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that you guys get far enough to look down. There's an intersection. You spot a drop of blood that looks like it indicates that someone has gone down the left-hand path of this sewer intersection. And furthermore, you see, you see with your exceptional dark vision, way down, much further down this tunnel, you see a shaft of light that suggests someone has gone out and climbed out of another manhole, but it's not closed. So you can see basically there's an open manhole a bit ways down the tunnel.
Okay, so I'm going to tell them to stay there.
Okay.
And I'm going to. What?
So I'm just saying, just as you're seeing that, you're having 4 guardsmen catch up to you and say, "Hold!"
I roll my eyes and hold.
All right. They have their weapons drawn.
Dammit is pissed.
I do
but
not.
she's standing and she's keeping her eye on that little manhole thing that she can see.
Okay. All right. So they basically...
She says damn it multiple times,
Right.
of course. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Yeah. So they basically come in and kind of surround you and just say, we're going to march our way back to the crime scene, aren't we? And we're going to do it peacefully so no one gets hurt.
Can you send somebody that way? Because there was a person who left before us, and that's who we were following, and they went that way.
So damn it.
They kind of look, and one of them is a dwarf, and kind of peers in that direction too. And he nods to the rest and just kind of says, "You lot are going to go quietly. We'll send him."
Okay.
Sir, I'm a former member of the Watch. I can promise you that there's someone that's gone that way. If you promise that you'll send at least one person, preferably two, we will leave peacefully with you. We just want that person pursued because we suspect them of doing some harm.
Okay, make a persuasion check. With advantage, because if you mentioned being former City Watch, and you know, these guys want to solve the crime, but what they see is a collection of adventurers is attempting to flee a crime scene when they don't know what's going on yet. So
also, damn it, is much less passionate, which is very good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
16.
Yeah, they nod and get a sense of, like, you guys do seem like you're gonna cooperate. So they do have two of them split off to pursue down that direction to try to figure out what's going on. The rest of them, the other two, try to march you back to the grate in the alley.
I comply.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think that they emerge back from the sewers as you're still having this conversation with Barnabas Gibson, and
the whole way, the whole way Quinn is looking at their coifs that are sticking out from under their helmets, going, "Oh, I could do so much better."
So they're they march you back, and I think Cromley and Blastwind again, they're frustrated right now because it's already hard enough to try to solve a crime like this, and they feel like right now it's been made even more complicated. They're grateful that you have information, but they're mad because the right thing to do with that information, according to them, would have been to tell them immediately so that they could pursue whatever, and now it's been complicated and it's wasted even more time. And so they're frustrated, but they do agree to send some people to look for someone who might have pursued through the sewers. And as the guard come back and they report that they're doing the same. So they are sending people to look to try to follow up the idea that someone is fleeing. But in the meantime, they're asking that you stay in the alley, and while they're investigating, they're going to come interview you guys first now, like to talk more about it. And they say, we are sending someone to look for an injured person who may be fleeing the scene in that direction, but they want you to stay where you are, and please don't take it on yourselves to disobey guard orders or watch orders until they can try to stabilize the scene.
Yes, Barnabas. Do forgive an old man for getting excited to do his job again.
And I think they both kind of nod at that and then just say, we can understand that, but remember, you used to be part of a team. We still can be part of a team. We can work together.
I am
use the city's
part of a
resources
team.
to solve this crime. So don't go off and run off on your own like that. You can work together.
Lucre kind of sidles up to him and whacks him in the back of the calf with her tail and says, "Be careful."
Yeah. And they, Cromley looks upset too. He's just saying, look, people are dead. We take that seriously. And you know what it's like to try to control a crime scene like this. We've had to have so many people held in their homes. This time of winter, people are cold. It's complicated. We have to keep everyone under control, and it just makes things difficult when you are fleeing the scene. How are my guardsmen supposed to know that you're actually pursuing a clue and that you're not the criminal trying to escape?
I can understand their confusion. It's not entirely their fault. But please understand.
I think the guardsman is saying, not entirely. I did exactly what I was supposed to do.
All right.
Ani's just like, glowering and just like standing around pissed off and not saying anything.
Plus, your shoes smell like sewage now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dammit is... Sorry, go ahead.
Awesome.
Again. So Dammit is just standing there, and she's got her deck of cards, and she's kind of shuffling them, and she's listening to Gibson take the heat for all of this. And then she's just very quietly says, you know, my apologies. I worked for the City Watch before. I lost people in an explosion. When I saw that a suspect was getting away through the sewers, I just didn't think, and I leapt into action to make sure that no harm came to anyone else, let alone the people that I'm with now.
Right. So I think they're letting you all return to the tavern, and the gist you get from them here is that on the basis that both of you are former City Watch, they're granting you some latitude here in the sense that you're not all just being arrested right now. But there's the follow-up of, that means you should have known better.
This is true.
All right.
Just make sure you get them. And then whatever
And he
offer
says,
I can help.
We'll do our best. And actually, Barnabas does come back, and Cromley is continuing to just like make sure the scene is taken care of. He's giving directions to people, to, passing on some of these clues, like who they're looking for. But Barnabas comes back in, and he's wanting to just sort of sit with all of you, and he kind of go over the clues that you guys saw already, and he says, "Yes, well, I have some observations of my own from the crime scene. I was able to examine the victims before all of the chaos, but I think I can share with you, because you are invested in this case, that I have identified a few things that may have been overlooked in the heat of the moment." He's being basically very diplomatic to say, like, he thinks he might have seen things that you didn't see, but he doesn't want to be insulting, like, implying that you're not good.
I have a few other observations I haven't had a chance to speak to yet, but I'm curious as to
Well,
what
you
saw.
definitely also have provided clues that he didn't have, so this is a colleagues sharing information conversation, not a show-off thing. So he says, "It is my conclusion, based on the scene, that the gnome victim was fleeing from armed pursuers, of which there were 3. One which has maybe be this person that you have reported fleeing the scene. The other 2 victims themselves. The 3rd person who was chasing is definitely not among the dead. The gnome and the pursuers were, all of them, before the blast, moving in the direction of your tavern."
Well, it is a grand opening day. We had expected people to be arriving soon.
Yes, well, perhaps gnomes being pursued by armed attackers seeking sanctuary in your place. Do you know the individual?
I didn't recognize them.
Yes, well, in any case, neither the gnome nor the pursuers saw the blast coming. They did not make any move to shield themselves in any way. They seem to have been taken utterly by surprise. Which suggests that the fireball itself, from this necklace of fireballs that you have found, is perhaps yet another party that has fled the scene.
Has Ibrance told the investigators what he saw?
No, I don't think so yet. Have you, Ibrance?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Did you haven't told the detectives what you saw? You haven't told anyone.
Oh, no, I
don't
didn't.
think.
No. Yeah, no, I haven't.
Okay.
No, and the only reason Luker knows is because he was watching that he might know something. He was watching the roof line.
Yeah. So yeah, this detective is in here basically saying, let's pool our information and try to find out anything that you guys know.
Yeah.
He would, offer that up.
Okay.
I did see a mysterious figure. I think there's clearly, an evil cabal at work, but
Sure.
it was humanoid, but looked like a puppet.
puppet, you said?
Wood. Yeah, but
Was it wood or was it metal? And I'll say when he says that, you think maybe it actually might have been metal. I mean, it moved like a puppet, so that's what made you think of it, but it might have been made of metal.
It may have been metal. I think I saw a gleam, but it moved like a puppet.
Yes, well, is it perhaps like the constructs that perform in the Day of Wonders parade? And I think once he says that, all of you who were in the city a few months ago, there's a holiday known as the Day of Wonders, and one of the things that it's noted for is a big parade that goes through the city, and it's a holiday all about invention and creativity and celebration of same. And so this year's parade was actually extra special because it was the House of Inspired Hands, which is a temple to Gond, which is a god of creativity
God of
and
craft.
They teamed with a foreign carnival known as the Sea Maidens Fair, and they just had the parade's always fun, but this year's was just like next level. Had incredible big parade floats and all sorts of exotic animals. And one of the things they had is these weird sort of construct humanoids made of metal that marched along and did dances and did all sorts of interesting things. And now that he says that, that is very much what it looked like.
Are those commonly available, or are they only seen with them?
I have not seen any myself outside of the parade.
While they're talking, Quinn is doing prestidigitation on everybody because that's a new thing she can do.
Yeah.
So everybody who was in the sewer no longer smells.
Great.
And Luker has gone to fetch the coffee for everybody.
Good.
Yeah, and set another pot on to percolate for the investigating, for the city watch that's outside, so that they can get warm too. Kind of peace offering. Peace offering of hot caffeinated beverage.
Barnabas, do you know if the people in the fair or the Inspired Hands have allegiances, perhaps?
The House of Inspired Hands, the priests there often, Gond is a good aligned deity. They typically are, servants to the city, although certainly their means of doing so sometimes are exotic. The Sea Maidens Fair, I have no particular knowledge of them with any specificity. They are from outside of Waterdeep. They were in town for the carnival, and I believe that they were actually kept in town longer than their original engagement to perform another celebration for the Day of Revels next month as a result of the success of the parade.
Did you have any indication who might have been the primary target of the explosions? Lots of people were caught in the explosion, but...
Indeed, I would wager that such a imprecise weapon as a fireball from a necklace of fireballs could easily have been intended for either the gnome or his pursuers. I believe the other corpses to have been helpless bystanders.
Yes, so many bystanders.
Indeed.
So at least, or possibly two different groups involved. Maybe three.
Indeed.
Four, even.
Well,
Blast.
thanks to your clues, which I appreciate you sharing. We do have at least one lead. We have a watch and guard out looking for this individual who fled. We have a lead of one of these constructs. I believe they are known as Nibblewrights. In any event, we have more to go on than we did before. I believe that our men outside are preparing to allow the existing people being detained to leave for now. I would ask that none of you leave the city for the time being, in case we may need to question you again.
Of course. And if we find any more information in our different investigations, we'll be sure to share it.
Indeed, please do. Please do. We can work together on this and solve this true mystery of what has killed these poor people this day. And going off on one's own, though can be understandable in the moment, is generally not the way to produce the real answers.
Sometimes.
Alright. So they bid you guys good day, and sure enough, as they're leaving, the guard is basically allowing the detained people to go, but they do maintain a couple of guards that are there, just at the immediate crime scene, to just kind of watch the area, in case any new suspicious people might come by, to keep people from, interfering too much with the actual damaged area. Also, all of the victims have been taken away to, the nearest morgue, which is at a courthouse not too far away. And so they're basically they're dispersing for the moment, maintaining a little bit of a presence right at the immediate scene, but they're opening up the alley again, given that it seems that the two figures of interest seem to have escaped the cordon anyway.
When we get a moment and I have the rest of them in the room, I'd like to apologize to all of you. I let my eagerness overstep my boundaries. When I was with the Watch, there were a number of times where swifter action would have made for a better solution for a case. I haven't been with the Watch now for some years, and it's, I think I've forgotten some of my training. I wish we had found whoever had been fleeing, but I'm sure the Watch will do its work.
The Watch will do something. I don't think we made a bad call. In fact, I think we should go talk with this circus or whatever.
I haven't given up investigating them, but we'll have to be a little more discreet, I suppose. I am somewhat worried. If the gnome was indeed seeking sanctuary here, that very well could have happened in this very room. Perhaps we need to put off the opening for a few days.
That would probably be best considering.
Need to replace a few windows anyway.
I'm not sure that is the best call. Because Quinn is right. We need more than normalcy. People need a way to come together, and the grand opening, for whatever reason. Well, no, I know the reason. We've been advertising. We've been setting this up for so long. We need to kick this off the ground today. We need to be able to bring the company together, and maybe not revel, but gather and remember. So this I believe that the grand opening does need to happen. And 11? If 11 people have died in our neighborhood, people
on our
need to gather
doorstep.
And remember. Yes, on our doorstep, people need to be able to gather and remember. So I think the grand opening should be low-key, but I also think it needs to happen anyway.
Quinn has had a couple of sips of coffee.
Uh-oh.
And,
Hovering.
and she's never had coffee before.
No.
Yeah,
It's now
not only
floating
this,
in midair.
So, Quinn goes, yeah, absolutely. We need to have everybody together because everybody's so nervous and scared, and the best thing to do when you're nervous and scared is to be with all your friends so that you can take comfort in each other and make plans. And this is the best place to do it because we've been planning this for so long. And Wow.
So,
Pat.
as it happens, as that, you know, like the morning is going on, all the, you know, various employees that you had hired to kind of run the tavern had been starting to trickle in, you know, in order to show up for work. And certainly there was a few that couldn't get in before because the crime scene, you know, setup was there. But now that they're starting to show up, and so you guys are telling them that they should continue to prepare to for the revelries that night.
Yeah, well, at least not revelries, but
or
the grand opening should go on.
To have it, you know. I think one of them actually even suggests is like, well, you said it was named after your friend who was killed, right? So perhaps it can be not to take advantage of the tragedy, but it's an opportunity for everyone to remember anyone who they've lost.
Yeah, and we still have some slush money left over. Let's contact the Glassblowers Guild and see if we can't get the Glassmakers Guild and see if we can't go ahead and get the windows replaced on a rush basis. If we can, great. If not, then Quinn, do you have window-sized something that can keep the window-sized things that we can tack up? Maybe tapestry size.
I don't, but I know a few apprentices who have a bunch of big works that they would love to showcase, and that would work perfectly.
All right.
Yeah,
and I think Cage, who you guys didn't even realize was there, just kind of said, "Oh yeah, I know a guy. If they can't get those windows replaced today, I'll burn their business down."
Don't burn the business down, but please try to see how much it's gonna cost to get those windows replaced today in time for the opening.
Okay. So I think, you know, like all of that will kind of start, you know, spinning up, so to speak. And then
Quinn writes a quick letter to a couple of her apprentice friends in the guild and say, hey, you know that giant piece that you've been wanting to display somewhere? Come display it at our grand opening.
Right. So actually, as you guys are sort of attending to some of that business, there's a little... Do you have like a bell or anything on the door? Or, I mean, it's a tavern. I wouldn't usually, I guess, but...
No.
Okay. So in any case, the door opens and entering with two people behind... So Amalia Castellanter enters, and she is flanked by two people in Castellanter livery who are carrying a crate of what looks like wine bottles. And she's looking around and saying, I was bringing a gift by for your grand opening, but I saw the crime scene outside. Is everyone all right?
Everyone here is okay. There were some she can't say the word fatalities, but
casualties.
Yeah.
There were
some maniac dropped a fireball in the middle of the street.
I saw the burns. That's terrible. I'm glad you are all right at least, but in any event, it feels rather a different mood. But I had brought this. This is fine vintage of wine from Castellanter's own, our own wine cellar. I had meant it to be a gift to celebrate your grand opening, but I suppose I was still presented to you. But I don't. Are you still intending to have the grand opening?
Yes.
We're gonna press on.
Good. Carry on. That's important in these times.
Mm-hmm.
Your gift is very generous.
Are you and your husband going to come?
I'm afraid we have other engagements and so are not able to attend this evening, but we have told many of our friends, and hopefully you will have some noble patronage this evening.
That would be lovely.
That's very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Of course. What, if I may ask, if it's not too morbid, could you tell me what happened?
We don't really know, other than somebody threw a fireball and at the place across the street, and Quinn just falls silent. She's still shocked by everything when she tries to talk about it.
Yeah, the City Watch and Barnabas and what's the other guy's name?
Seth.
Cromley,
Cromley.
Cromley and Blastwind.
Yeah, Cromley and Blastwind are on the case, so we have every faith that we have every confidence that they will get to the bottom of the matter.
I heard someone outside whispering about something being stolen.
We believe it might have been
Wait.
part
Who
of the
was
theft,
saying?
but
Who was saying something was stolen?
Oh,
Yeah.
As my men and I were coming up the step, we heard people passing by talking about, I heard something was stolen.
Insight check.
Yeah, so go ahead and make an insight check.
Nat 20.
Really?
Ooh.
I am not joking.
Okay. Yeah, you get the feeling she didn't overhear someone say that.
But wait.
I'm gonna stand in front of the door.
What she said about overhearing someone talk about something stolen, you don't think that's true.
So Quinn is gonna tug on who's closer, Dammit or Gibson to Quinn? Dammit's probably closer.
Yeah.
So she's gonna tug on Dammit's shirt.
yeah, you probably also want to tug on Luker's tail just to get her to shut up.
I just go one on either side.
All right. So here's the thing. How good are you at pretending that you haven't just realized what you realized?
Me?
Yeah.
On caffeine.
Quinn is very young, so
You want to try making a deception check?
Sure. I'm way better at persuasion.
Come on, 20. You did it before. You can do it again. It's just
I know,
another
but
20.
I'm using the same die, so let's see what happens. Yeah, no. That's a 3.
All right.
What?
I think you all see for just a moment that her smile just becomes just brittle for just a second. And she says, but I'm keeping you from important business. I just came to drop over the gift. I don't mean to pry in such a painful experience. I believe we'll be on our way, and best of luck with your grand opening.
Ani's gonna step in front of the door.
She has two beefy guards with her, and there's a little bit of a look like...
No.
Damn it, she knows something.
Thanks, Quinn.
You're welcome.
Yeah. She just looks around just a bit and saying, I'm sure I don't know anything about what happened other than what you've just told me, and it's important I do have other business to attend to today, so if you don't mind.
Intimidate check?
No.
Okay. You want to try? Go for it. What are you doing to try to intimidate? And who are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to intimidate this woman or the two beefy guards she's got with her?
Gonna cross my arms and be like, you overheard,
And so go ahead and roll that.
That's a 21.
All right.
Yeah.
I think that her guards don't draw their weapons, but their hands go to their weapons. And I'm going to also just briefly say, Gibson and Dammit would be especially aware. You guys are super close to official serious crime territory. She is a noble woman of the city. She's very important. Yeah. You guys could get in big trouble.
Yeah, so...
Being ex-City Watch is not going to save you guys if you assault a noble.
Right.
Yeah. Luker's going to push at Annie and hold the door open and say, I'm sorry for the unpleasantness. Please excuse our friends. This has been very shocking.
Well, I'm sure you've all had a very trying day. Best of luck to the grand opening. She leaves, and as she opens the door, you guys realize that she has 10 more guards outside with her private coach.
Dammit's gonna walk over to Ani and put a rare hand, because Dammit doesn't touch people. Puts a hand on Ani's shoulder and says, I like you. But let's chill for now.
Yeah, that was never... she was never going to give us anything.
You almost gave her everything.
I know.
Still, if she's heard something, it means that more have heard, and
No, she didn't hear anything. She
someone
knew.
told her. Someone told her.
No,
People are talking.
You guys aren't listening. She knew.
You think that she did it?
I think she knows way more than she's letting on, because the only person that knew about what we found were the inspectors.
Bear in mind, though, Gibson would also remember some old guy just ran up to you and told you that he saw someone.
Yeah.
So for all you know, he might have told lots of people.
And she may have known the gnome or something.
Yeah.
You don't think she's connected to the Black Network, did you?
I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think it's necessarily true.
We just need to keep an eye on.
You can all make a history check if you want to know what you can about the Castellanter family.
It's something I know. 19.
So with the 19, the Castellanter family is a pretty well-known family. They're one of the more powerful noble houses, and it actually was their fortunes have reversed somewhat recently, because there was a long time there where they weren't doing so well, and they run a lot of banks, but there had been some poor investments and things had been kind of on the downturn for them. But some years ago, it was like 10 years ago or so, they also suffered a personal tragedy where their eldest son was, disappeared, and nobody ever knew what happened to him. And that, garnered a lot of, sympathy amongst the noble families. To have a noble firstborn disappear mysteriously like that is just like, that's the biggest nightmare for any of these noble families, right? But their fortunes have turned around somewhat since, and they have been doing a lot better. They're a very, very wealthy, very powerful, noble family, and generally speaking, people think of them highly, but also with some pity about their lost son.
I definitely think that we should double check that wine, though, and make sure that it's safe.
You wouldn't expect them to do something so simply bold as poison the wine they bring as a gift. It's too obvious.
Yeah, but why in the world is she bringing us a gift?
The other day.
She and her husband are interested potentially in investments that can turn them money, as well as keeping connections with many businesses across the city.
Okay,
I say check the wine. We just had an explosion at our doorstep.
Thank you, damn it.
Yeah, there is a crate full of wine bottles still sitting in the center of your tap room.
Well, there's one easy way to check it. I picked one at random. Drink.
It's really good. This is good wine. This is
nice,
fancy stuff.
Quinn, you gotta try this. It's good stuff.
Perhaps we can use glasses.
No.
What? Excuse me.
Hi.
Is there... What the hell is going on here? I was sent to talk about deep, dark plots. There's evil afoot. The city's in danger, and you're opening a tavern, and...
It's complicated, of course.
So, let's sum up. We rescued a person, and as a reward, we got this tavern. We decided that we wanted to fix up the tavern, and so that's what we've been doing. And in the meantime, while we've been raising funds to fix up the tavern and stuff, we've also been doing odd jobs for the Grey Hands and the Harpers, and we did a couple of things for the Black Snakes, but we don't really...
Wait, what?
And then, and...
What?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
think, that's news to Annie of like, wait, what?
Perhaps not all of this can be given out in the common room, but...
Yeah.
We're talking
also,
later.
some of your employees are kind of like drifting around, kind of trying not to be obviously eavesdropping, but...
How many of them are under the peg?
Don't worry, you guys are getting paid. Go back to work.
Damn it is definitely next to Ani drinking wine at this point.
Yeah, the wine is like, if you are an aficionado of like fine wine, like this is really good. This is high quality wine. This is,
Do we have a
fancy
narrator?
stuff.
So anyway,
There's also been concerns about the battles going across the city. You undoubtedly have heard, if you were briefed by the Black Staff, of the current fight between the snakes and the hairy eyeballs.
Yeah, haven't heard that one.
I like the hairy eyeball. I think that's a fun name.
They're not quite so fun as the name, I'm afraid.
Oh, I know. I was there.
Well, weren't two of the victims, particularly those two guys that were chasing the gnome that didn't get away, in black armor?
Very likely.
They
I mean, they were in black armor, but they very likely were involved.
So he may have been fleeing them. They might have been targeting him.
Did somebody target them all?
So this may have been a counter-op by the hairy eyeballs. It could be them covering their own tracks and just not caring about their guys.
It could have been a handout.
second. It could have been a third faction that split off that's trying to appear legitimate when they're not. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
What's going on?
Also, Ibrans, do you not bring news of the Black Staff's interpretation of the riddle?
I believe a little information, yeah. Is it safe to talk in here? This is...
I can kind of
Let's
assume
go upstairs.
Well, yeah, we can go upstairs to the den.
Yeah, that's true.
So you guys
Cheetah, watch
have,
the door. You're
yeah,
in
you have
charge.
to go back outside, but you go around the side of the house to the outside stairs to go up into the, the house part. And there's a big common room and a den and a, and a library and study. Where are you guys meeting?
I think the den.
All right.
That looks like it has enough space for us all.
All right.
It's quite a place you've got here.
It's taken quite a bit of work and money.
Very nice. So, so we've got this mystery that evil's twin hides its true face for now, but expect that to change by winter's end. It's quite ominous.
Yes, Harlan was cryptic.
So
I
there's...
gave him a hat.
Oh. Thank you.
He's got. Oh, well, I can make one too for you too.
Oh.
I was saying I gave him a hat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
Gotcha.
swear I thought you gave that.
She gives everybody hats. Yeah.
I do.
Yep.
So, the Blackstaff believes there could be a connection to a long-dead evil wizard named Manshoon.
Yes, the cataclysm.
Yeah. And it could be that guy. Which I may have had a run-in with a long time ago as a wee lad. There was definitely one amongst this guy had seems like he could be in more places at once, which now this clone thing makes sense. It could be. And he wore this intimidating giant mask.
You say you ran into Manshoon when you were younger.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
That's very recent.
Oh, that's just
Manshoon
a
hadn't been seen
little
for
kid.
Manshoon hadn't been
Yeah.
seen for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost believed to be dead. Where did you run into this Manshoon? In the city?
Let me think about that. I don't think he grew
I
up in the
had
city.
interpreted your backstory as that you you did live at least nearby, but that it was you weren't sure where you were taken when you were a prisoner, but it was not far.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think when you were rescued,
it was
you
likely
realized
near
you were in Waterdeep when you were rescued.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
so-
I don't know if you had a story for that, but yeah, like you managed to escape where you were held captive and found yourself in Waterdeep.
Yeah. So yes, here in Waterdeep.
Well, that could be very bad news. If you'll excuse me, I have one more thing to do before we open. And maybe we'll open with a bit more frivolity if we can manage it. Annie, if you have any really uplifting songs, I would appreciate those this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of lost in thought, he'll walk downstairs, back to the main room, reach in his pocket where he's carried it this entire time, and pull out the small, scrolled up recommendation letter that was given to Brother. And I'm going to nail it onto the bar wall in a nice, prominent position so anyone can see how respected Brother was.
Very nice. Yeah.
And then maybe have some of that wine.
So, for anyone who does not remember, this was a letter that your fallen goblin companion had held on him that said that he was of good character and had done good work for the Emerald Enclave, and therefore was should be treated with respect.
We could have gotten that framed, you know. I think that's Luker's first thought when she sees it nailed up. It's like, okay, well, you've still got that, so I will look into getting that framed.
Brother wasn't that fancy.
Doesn't mean that we don't have to be or want to be.
Yep, or show him the appropriate level of respect.
Of course.
All right. So, you've got employees who are doing the business of getting everything ready to sort of be open, and of course, people are expected to come more en masse later in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
What else are you getting up to today? Got some leads to follow up on?
Yeah. So, didn't we have somebody approach us late last night that we wanted to check out their story? And was it a Harper person?
The thing that was,
Oh yeah, the
yeah.
minstrel.
Right, yeah, you were going to ask. I think actually, as you guys start to have that conversation, you're like, "Hey, wait, didn't we want to check out Matim to find out if he was really a Harper?" I think Annie would you say, "Oh yeah, he totally is."
Yeah.
You know him.
Yes.
Great.
Good.
I can flirt with him without any hindrance.
Oh my god.
What?
That is like... You would be the best couple.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The team will certainly be warm.
There was definitely a spark.
Twins
There
now
was a
like
spark between
blushing.
them.
There were a few spells I'd like to purchase from...
From the
Forget
dragon, dragon's, the Dragonborn scroll shop. Sure. We can.
I'm
in
gonna run
fact,
across
if
the
you
street
want, we
and
can
buy some
sort of.
potions.
We can retroactively say that you did that already, if you want, Mark.
Okay.
Can I say that one of the other little things I've been doing is making small handmade gifts for the for all of the neighbors who have come by and like welcomed us. So like for the lady who has the potions and plant shop.
Yeah, Fala.
I made a little plant cozy. And for the people at the Bended Nail, I made some padded gloves for when they're hammering things so that they don't bust their hands. Yeah. And so I go and make those rounds, just like delivering goodwill.
Very nice.
I want to actually hit up the potion shop because I want to get
Alright.
some potions.
All right.
Okay, I'll go with you and deliver.
Yay!
Okay. So I'll tell you in 1 second, maybe a little bit more than 1 second, what potions she. I should say they. Fala is sort of non-binary.
Right, Fala is non-binary.
Yes.
Yes. What they have available in their shop.
Also, should we look down that guy who gave the information to Gibson?
So, Fala offers potions of potion of animal friendship, potion of climbing, potion of healing greater, and potion of water breathing. Of
I'll
various
take that
prices.
Potion of healing. How much does that cost?
50 gold for a regular potion of healing.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's the standard price.
I'm pretty slotted for heals, by the way.
That's outside of my price range. Okay.
2d4 plus 2 is how much that standard healing potion is. Yeah, so that's like entry level for potions.
Okay. Well, yeah, I have 19 gold, so that's not going to do me.
And I deliver the pot cozies.
Great. They are very gracious and appreciative, and everyone wants to talk about the explosion, but nobody really knows any more. You guys certainly know more than anyone else does.
Yeah, we're gonna be. Well, Quinn is gonna be very. I don't think I can even process it right now.
Yeah. Ani's like, it's a thing, but we got to keep going.
So I think as you guys are, heading back into the tap room, you see Emmett Froon has stopped by again to wish you good luck with your grand opening, and he actually also kind of casually says a little bit louder than necessary, just for anyone to hear, and is kind of like, I just hope you had better luck eliminating all of the rats this time. And then he leaves.
Oh, honey.
That is so precious.
Have a scarf.
He takes it and looks a little resentful, or a little suspicious, like, what's your game? What's your game, gnome? But then he
I'm trying to be a journeyman.
Yeah.
Bye.
So, are you guys following up on any investigation, or you're just going to stay in and focus on the grand opening?
I've got to practice my dulcimer for tonight, so I'm working on that.
Okay.
Unless somebody needs me for something, I'm going to sit and watch Annie and craft.
All right.
Wait to hear back from my friends.
So we're drinking today? Is that the plan?
I mean,
Yeah.
unless you've got something that we need to take action on.
Well, I mean, you guys have a few leads in the investigation, but it's up to you whether you want to pursue them yourself or leave the City Watch to do it.
When's the last time, other than wanting to check out Martine, weren't we going to check in with the Harpers anyway, since we hadn't for a while? Maybe.
Well,
see if they
you
have
hadn't
any?
told them anything about your latest Centaurum mission, and how all that went down.
But Reynard was supposed to come by.
Oh, was he? Did
Yeah.
you make arrangements for him to come by?
I thought it was that, because we were friendly and known associates, that we would do regular
You
check-ins.
discussed that would be a way that you could have regular check-ins, but I wasn't aware that you had arranged for any sort of a specific meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we've done that yet.
I think it does make sense that he might come by to wish you luck for your your grand opening, though. Anyway, given that he was sort of involved with the chain of events that led to that. So yeah, actually, let's say if you guys are mostly sort of just staying in to continue the preparations for your grand opening, he does come by at some point in the afternoon, and I think that he he does sort of want to pull you aside and ask about the fireball, just because, obviously, like, what's going on there, right?
Sure, let's go upstairs.
All right.
Go back upstairs, gather the party.
Yeah. Okay,
Tell
so do
him
you...
everything that's happened.
Yeah. Oh, so you tell him everything about it?
Well, what do you guys think? Hello?
Yeah, so he's a representative of the Harpers. He's certainly, interested to know anything you guys are willing to tell.
Well, we know that there was a person involved that got away.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 black snakes at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
We have a potential third party that was using some kind of, I don't know, golem or something?
Puppet.
But we don't have details.
Sadly.
So is that all you say, or do you... I mean, we don't have to roleplay out you explaining the whole thing again. I'm just essentially trying to get a sense of... You tell him the story, but is there any information that you specifically leave out? Otherwise, we don't have to roleplay you just recapping everything that happened in the last hour.
Do we also want to tell him about the whole potions thing? The mind reading potion that was not the mind reading potion?
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, in general. And that we're backing off of the Zentarum for a while.
Yeah.
Just out of prudence. At the very least.
I think he says, just for future reference, if you had brought those potions to us, we could have provided you with false, harmless duplicates.
Good to know.
Yeah.
But, in any event, I don't think that it's the wrong decision to back away if you are able with the Zentarum, although it sounds as though you were not able to glean Davil's reaction entirely. You don't know if he... Was he angry with you? Was he angry with this
The only thing that the minstrel Matchroom told us was that he was very angry. And he's been watching him for a long time.
Yeah.
But we couldn't tell who that anger was directed at, if it was directed at us or the person who provided the potions.
Okay. So, this is... So, you report about all of that, but as far as the fireball stuff, this is actually a little bit important. I want to know, it's like, how much do you tell him? If you tell him everything, or if you keep certain details secret, like, in a meta sense, I'm telling you, it matters how much you tell him.
I don't tell him that we almost got arrested.
Okay. But otherwise, everything else?
Otherwise, we tell him everything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's mostly suspicion anyway.
Right. I think, like, you're explaining a lot of this stuff, and he's asking various clarifying questions and everything, but then when you get to the part where you say that you think that the primary individuals involved, like the targets of the fireball, were either these 3 Zentarum, one of which who seems to have escaped with something, and a gnome. When you say that, his face kind of darkens, and he's like,
Did you know him?
Well, perhaps. When the Lords of Waterdeep ousted my father, I thought his long dark shadow was finally gone for good from the city. And the truth is, I want nothing to do with him, but his spies hound me. And one of them was a gnome named Dalakar. He'd been watching me for months. Then, about 10 days ago, the spy was suddenly nowhere to be seen. My father didn't trust many people, but he trusted that gnome. And I spoke to a few of Dalakar's friends, and apparently he was on a special mission to retrieve the Stone of Golor, and he was afraid that the Zentarum and the Xanathar Guild were close to catching him. When he heard about my kidnapping, he wanted more information about the adventurers who had rescued me. I think Dalakar may have been planning to pay you to deliver the Stone of Golar to my father in Neverwinter. And apparently someone stopped him.
So,
So that means someone
taken
has
from
the stone.
the burned victim.
Which means that if he was bringing it to us to possibly deliver to your father, then that means that the item that was stolen was the stone.
It sounds like that might be the case.
Do you know what this stone looks like?
I've never seen it. I don't know.
Small enough for a gnome to conceal, though.
Indeed. I've only heard about it through reputation, what the Zentarum asked me about when they interrogated me, and then what I heard from Dalakar's friends was only that there was some stone named the Stone of Golar that my father apparently wants desperately.
Who this Golar is, anyway. Might bear some investigation.
Perhaps. I've never heard the name.
Is there anything at all you can remember that might be important about this? Anything that you might have dismissed? Something your father might have said, or a place that your father might have had something stored?
I don't know. I have been attempting to distance myself from my father for some time, even before he was ousted. He wouldn't have told me.
He might not have thought he told you, but things get overheard all the time.
I assure you, if I think of anything, I will let you know, but I can't
Of course.
imagine where it would have been. My father had access to powerful magics. If he had something he wanted kept extremely secret, it may even be magically protected.
These two factions, or 3 or 4, are going to tear the city apart.
Indeed. Do we have... It sounds like there are possible leads to follow. So there's this man, perhaps Zentarum, who we think may have the stone, fled the scene. But who cast the fireball?
Puppet.
Yeah.
Both literally and figuratively a puppet of someone else.
So, here's what doesn't make sense to me. If Dalakar was in hiding and fleeing the Zentarum, and he was on his way to you, it's one thing if the Zentarum were following him and wanting to stop him from reaching you, and apparently had been in pursuit, but whoever this third party is, this puppet construct creature, how did it know where to find him? It seems unlikely to be a coincidence.
Perhaps he wasn't coming to see us. Perhaps he was meeting someone.
Someone who killed him? And then fled without the artifact he was carrying?
We don't know if you...
We need to investigate this circus.
Is there like a tracking spell? Could there have been like a tracking spell on the item that he's had, and that's how they've been following it around the city?
I think certainly spells such as locate object exist, but someone would have to be familiar with the stone in order to use it for that purpose.
There's no reason to believe that they wouldn't be familiar with the stone,
It's
or
possible.
locate person, and they would be familiar with the person who had the gnome who had it.
It's true.
Could
It's
be.
possible.
Which doesn't give us any clues as to who they are.
So, if you suspect that this construct creature was similar to those used in the parade, do you think it was the House of Inspired Hands or the Sea Maidens Fair that provided the constructs?
At present, either one.
Who built the constructs?
I've never seen such a creation other than the parade.
Right, but they would have, this is, these constructs were made by... Who was it that built them?
The worshippers of Gond at the House of Inspired Hands build all manner of complex creations, clockworks, magical inventions. It seems like something that perhaps they might do. However, it is also true that this Sea Maidens Fair, they come from distant lands. I don't know what sorts of magic they may have access to.
As someone who is a follower of Gond and part of the different artisans guilds, would I have heard about where the constructs came from?
I think that they do make some, they do make constructs of various types and sizes, and that this is not outside the realm of something that they could do. Right, but prior to this year's parade, where they had them, you hadn't seen anything quite like this before.
And, somebody would have claimed, every craftsman is very prideful of their stuff. So
usually, yeah.
So if it were somebody from Waterdeep, it would have been highly broadcasted, yeah?
Not necessarily. Yeah. It would be common that an inventor would want to advertise their invention, but not always. Depends on what their motives are.
Okay.
The thing that strikes me, though, is that the Sea Maidens Fair are outsiders, and they're recently come to the city, so they wouldn't necessarily know about your father's cache.
I have no way of knowing. My father was very secretive, but of course he did not always get what he wanted, as you can tell by the fact that he was ousted as open lord. And if this stone is indeed the key to some hidden vault of treasure, clearly he wants that and does not yet have it. I don't know who he might be working for. It's possible that the rumors have spread.
Yeah. Fair. Also, since your father is out of town, he would have had more opportunity to get in contact with the Sea Maidens Fair than he would have with someone in town.
Yes, I believe
they're more likely.
My father has been residing in Neverwinter for some time now, I think.
So, I believe the Sea Maidens Fair, by that token, would be the more suspicious of the two groups. But that's just me.
I don't know how independent these constructs are, but they may have been hired or otherwise convinced to do something. We'll have to ask around to really find out more.
Raynar turns to Quinn and just says, if you are a follower of Gond, then you perhaps would be well placed to obtain whatever information the House of Inspired Hands may know about these constructs. If they are able to report to us that it is the Sea Maidens Fair that provided them, then that's good information. Otherwise, they may be able to tell you more about who did.
I mean, yeah, I can go. I should check in there anyway, I suppose, because I'm making a whole lot of cool, new, neat things, like linings for coats and stuff. Sure, I can go there.
Shouldn't you be applying for your journeyman test?
I mean, that's what I've been doing. I've been sending all my patterns. Like, every night, I write out my patterns, and then in the morning, I send them off to the guild. To the most excellent order of weavers and dyers, because they keep track of all that, and then they tell you when you're ready to move on.
Well, maybe you should rattle some trees there. I suspect you've well deserved your journeyman by now.
I don't know. Not a lot of people know my name because I'm really bad about advertising myself. I kind of just give stuff to people, but I forget to tell them my name.
Quinn.
You guys realize she has a habit of giving stuff to people who otherwise are not friendly necessarily, and it's usually not in the context of, here, if you want to support me in my work, please wear this proudly. It's almost like, hey, you're a weirdo that might have criminal connections. Here's a hat.
Also, here, you look sad and or grumpy. Here's something to make you feel better.
Right, yeah. But
that's more the case and less the case of like the only case of really giving it to somebody she knew was evil was when the box was wrapped up in a shawl.
So Raynar suggests, I think, that he is going to go back and see if he can find out more through his Harper contacts about either this Zentarum person who may have fled the scene, try to figure out who that might have been, or anything more about these constructs. But he suggests that it would be a very good idea to investigate the construct too. And since you have an in with the House of Inspired Hands, it maybe makes sense to start there. But, you know.
Okay. Means I have to go talk to the people. Can I have some more of that coffee?
No. No, the too much caffeine is very bad for you. You can have some more tomorrow.
Okay.
She says as she gets her third cup of coffee for the morning.
Yeah. No, like grabs like a big beer stein and pours like 3 cups worth into it, like very like making eye contact with Quinn, pouring out the last little bit. Sorry, we're all out.
I mean, that stuff was really bitter, but if you put enough sugar in it, it's delicious.
Nice.
So I guess I know what I'm doing today. Who wants to come with me?
I'll go with you.
Yay! No, you have to practice. Can you practice on the road?
You know.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just practice on the road. You can be like my theme song.
I'd like to go with you if I can.
Okay.
I'll stay here and keep an eye on things just to make sure.
Are you sure? The DM asks just so that she doesn't have to keep track of multiple groups.
Okay, no, all right.
We have
so
Shutek and Cage here. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
You guys, you know, Shutek's there, Cage is there. They're taking care of business. You guys have paid a lot of gold to have employees to run this for you.
Okay.
That's all Dammit needs to hear.
Yeah.
And then I can show you all the really cool stuff that my friends are working on because we're gonna go through the art district and it's really cool.
So
enthusiastically.
All right. Are you are headed then for the House of Inspired Hands?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Let me get a cold winter day ambiance going here. So the House of Inspired Hands is. Let's get this on the map.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. The House of Inspired Hands is up in the C Ward.
Same.
Okay, well, we can all kind of let's all take just a brief break, and we will return, and we'll vamp, and we'll talk about Extra Life and how it's a great charity that is.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll cover this if you want to go, Spence, and then you can cover me.
Yes, sounds good.
All right, so what we're doing here today is we're playing 24 hours of Dungeons & Dragons over 2 days in order to support Extra Life, which raises money for children's hospitals, which is a very good cause. And in particular, all of the money for today's game is going towards Boston Children's Hospital, and it helps to support the kids who need it most. As you can see, we have already, wrong direction, that way. We have already raised $715. I've got a goal today of $750. It would be great if we could reach that, and it's all for a great cause. You can head to the link, which is extralife.org, as shown in the bottom of there, and then /participant/Christiana-Ellis. And I think we might get the link in the chat here in a second again too. I can even type it myself. And extralife.org participant. If I can type participant Christiana Ellis. There we go. And so that link takes you to where you can see all of the information about this campaign, what we're doing here today, some of the rewards that you can get for your donations, both in-game rewards. You can create NPCs for the everything, and as we've already had one donated by Spence earlier this morning, and it's all great, and we've raised a lot of money already, and that's what we're doing here today. So we're having a lot of fun, and it's also for a good cause. So in the meantime, I'll let Spence take over, and I will be right back.
So, in addition to doing in-game donations, did you know that Christiana and a bunch of her friends, most of whom are on this stream, also do So Many Levels, which is their D&D campaign that they stream on Twitch. And if you want to do something, make a donation for that, you can help out the So Many Levels campaign, which is long-standing. I think even Hugh has a long-standing NPC for So Many Levels. And so at $25, you can get some lucky loot for the party to find. You can have an NPC be made for the campaign, or you can choose what kind of monster they're going to encounter, and those are the various levels there. Christiana is also an extremely busy person. I don't know how she has time with her day job and doing everything that she does. But she also does a podcast called 5 More Minutes, and you can choose a topic for her to do for her 5 More Minutes podcast. She also does one called The Interdimensional Private Eye. That's a book. That's a book that she wrote. And you can request you can make the donation at $50 and get an advanced, customized ebook version of Phyllis Esposito, Interdimensional Private Eye, before it's available for purchase. Or you can join her for, hey, want to watch a movie? And you can choose a movie and join Christiana for an episode of Hey, Want to Watch a Movie, to do the movie watching podcast, which is fun, and you should totally do that, because that way you can watch movies together. How's everybody feeling about this campaign?
Feeling good.
DM's not here. We can talk.
We can dish.
We can dish. I am not awake. Just so you all know. I don't drink coffee. I drink soda, and I've been trying to limit myself. If anybody's wondering, we have a little in-game challenge for me, because I've been crocheting through this whole endeavor. So I have been challenged by Lee, who plays Luker, to hey, Lee, get your headphones on. Hey, Lee, I'm telling them about your challenge to me. So your microphone is muted. But so Lee has challenged me to make 6 items before the end of the stream. I've already made 1. Ding, ding, ding. And
all right,
working on number 2. And so yeah, I'm going to be crocheting throughout the campaign, and let's see how many of these bags I can make. I made 4 last night.
Yeah, and if she completes 6, then I'm going to donate $25 to the campaign too.
Woo! Fantastic! Yay!
So now it's recorded. Now it's live. I can't welch on it.
I didn't think you would anyway.
No, I wouldn't have anyway, but
so that's, y'all can keep challenging me, and I really like that that's a part of my character. It gives me an excuse to crochet on stream.
Yes, it's lovely. It's been so fun having Quinn just randomly giving crocheted hats and gloves and stuff to every NPC they meet. We have everyone back. It looks like we're still waiting on Viv.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so I'll briefly just describe. You guys are making your way to the trade. Boy, this ambiance is louder than I. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I was definitely doing something weird there. All right. All right. let's get this going. There we go. So, you guys are making your way to the Sea Ward, crunching through the snow, making your way up to the House of Inspired Hands. And this is Waterdeep's Temple of Gond. It sits on the corner of Sea Watch Street and Shark Street in the Sea Ward, which is just right here. And the House of Inspired Hands looks like a cross between a temple and a workshop. The symbol of Gond, a toothed cog with 4 spokes, is displayed prominently. You see the silhouette of a humanoid shape perching on the rooftop. It extends an arm, releasing a tiny metal sparrow into the sky. The bird does a few loops in the air and then veers right towards you. And I want the characters to roll initiative.
No! That was supposed to be a cool thing.
Well,
Wait, what?
We're rolling
so
initiative.
you have
Mechanical
come up
bird.
to this temple, and it's a temple that Quinn, you've probably been there before, I'm sure, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And as you arrived, you see a strange silhouette of a humanoid shape perching on the rooftop, and it extends an arm, releasing a tiny metal sparrow into the sky, which is now dive bombing you guys.
Okay.
And so I need
17.
All right.
70. I rolled an 8.
Okay.
18.
All right. 18. Gibson.
9.
9.
9.
All right. Ibrance. Oh, muted.
Did I 8?
There you go.
Sorry.
8. All right. 8. All right. And damn it.
19, damn it.
What's your
Yeah.
19. All right. So the as you guys look and you've seen this little metal bird construct flap around and make a couple of circles and then just go zoom, and it's dive bombing right to you. But it has not hit you yet. It is on its way to you right now. Damn it, you are up first. It is sparrow-sized.
Sparrow-sized metal bird coming
Stop making
straight
hybrid
at
sturdy
us.
characters. There you go. Yes, it's just small like a sparrow, but it's it's a metal thing, so it is coming right at you.
Coming right at me. I am going to... I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on it for now.
Okay. I think it's not going to pass any sort of a check. So I think as you cast this, the little sparrow is suddenly very easy to see as little glittery magical light of what color? Purple? It's kind of your color.
Of course, yeah.
No,
Yes.
as little purple flecks of fairy light dance around it. So it's very easy to make out as it's swooping towards you guys now. Luker, you're next.
I'm going to cast Witch Bolt at it.
Okay, make your attack roll.
With advantage.
It didn't have an attack roll, but hold on.
I think Witch Bolt has an attack roll. You make a ranged attack roll.
Yeah, hold on. Let me try that again.
Okay.
17.
17. Okay, yeah, you hit it, and it is just goes as the lightning streaks out from your hand to this thing. It just goes and then just drops to the ground, smoking. And yeah, so it just drops to the ground, and as you look back up, you see this strange figure withdraw into an attic window at this temple.
Weasel runs, or Weasel.
I'm gonna pick the thing up and put it in my pocket for later examination.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, I want to look at it now.
Well,
Finding the person who just attacked us versus taking a look at the mechanical thing. Let's chase that guy.
I don't think this was an attack. I just think we happened to be in its path.
No, I think this was actually an attack.
If this was an attack, it wouldn't have looped-de-looped.
Well, let's go find out.
I think it was a warning, but let me see the bird.
Do you give it?
Okay, I'll hand her. I'll hand her the bird.
Member. Let her look at it.
Make an investigation check looking at this thing, Quinn.
Where'd it go? Okay. So that's 18. I don't think I add anything. No. Yeah. So 18.
It is a pretty clever little bit of clockwork and magic designed, obviously, to act like a sparrow and fly around. And it doesn't seem to have any features other than what would allow it to act like a sparrow and fly around.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have any explosive devices. Yeah, it's just a clockwork sparrow.
Perhaps we should return it to its owner then.
Okay. And so I go inside the temple.
All
Let's
right.
go.
As you head inside, the Temple of Gond is it's open and it's just abuzz with activity. And the main hall of this temple, it holds 24 marble pedestals. And Quinn, you know each of these is a prize-winning invention or a miniature model of some other extraordinary convention. It's just kind of like, this is the, best invention of the month kind of thing, and then some other like special honors and so on that are on these various displays. And some of the ones that kind of stand out as you're going in there, one of them is a 4-foot tall working model of a clock tower. And as you kind of come in, you realize that it's just kind of striking the top of the hour. It's like 1 p.m. right now, and it just has a little bell that goes ding, ding. And it's made of wood, iron, bronze, and glass with brass bells and delicate hands formed from solid gold. There's another another one is a wooden flying machine that has wings that flap when it becomes airborne. There's a miniature model of a mechanical dragon turtle that has a brass plate affixed to its pedestal that reads, "Big Belchy, sank in Deepwater Harbor on the Day of Wonders in 1363 DR," which was, many years ago. And then there's...
Oh, sorry. I was more going to be looking for an acolyte, but you're still describing this.
Yeah. There's a couple more of these, and then we'll get into that. So then there's also a functional waking helmet, equipped with small articulated metal arms and hands that are designed to gently slap the wearer if he or she falls asleep.
Very practical.
And there's a miniature model of a red submarine shaped like a manta ray that has a brass plate affixed to its pedestal that reads, "The Scarlet Marpanoth, Lantanese submersible, launched in 1489 DR."
Nice. So I am going to laugh a little bit at the helmet because I remember thinking about, using it when I first started my apprenticeship. And then I'm going to look for one of the acolytes. Excuse me. I need a little bit of help, please.
You get a Dragonborn priest kind of give you one of these just a second, like she's working with something, but she'll be right with you while I chew.
Yep. Guys, don't touch anything.
Oh, Kaylee dog.
Kaylee dog. Hi, Kaylee dog.
Kaylee dog.
What's in front of her? Oh, my microphone. Sorry, dog.
All right. So this priest comes over, and you actually know her, Quinn. This is Valletta. She's a bronze dragonborn. And you know that she's been with the temple for a long time. Her job is temple organization and administration type stuff, and so,
right,
her job is to greet people who come to the temple and have questions and stuff like that. And she just says, hello, Quinn. It's good to see you."
Hello, Valletta. It's good to see you. I have a question though. I was coming up here anyway to ask some questions, but then somebody dropped this. almost like it was going at my friends and me, but maybe it was just it wasn't working very well. And I hold out the clockwork bird.
She takes it and examines it and looks concerned for a second, and she says, "Someone on the roof sent this at you?"
Yes.
Okay, yes. That would be Nim.
Oh, okay. Maybe Nim needs like somebody to talk to.
Yes, well, that's a bit more complex than you may realize. Indeed, Nim is somewhat troubled of late. We have had some difficult times keeping Nim entertained, satisfied. Nim is a he's a living construct known as a Nimblewright. And yes, but you see,
Wow.
he was gifted to us to the temple by a Lantanese wizard who created him to begin with, and he is, because of course it could be, dangerous to allow a mysterious magical construct to just wander the city. He is magically bound to stay within the temple grounds, and I'm afraid he has, of late, started to feel frustrated that he has not been able to explore the wider city, and it's led to a bit of conflict of late.
Do you know?
But this bird, I'm certain that he meant no harm with it. It's a harmless thing. I think he was just playing with it.
Do you know if there are any other magical constructs like him? I know that we saw a bunch of them at the last Sea Maidens Fair parade festival thing, and I'm wondering because I thought I saw one earlier this morning.
Really?
And yeah, out and about, and so I just wanted to know, like, if there's maybe another one around.
Well, there are some that the Sea Maidens Fair provided to the parade, but they're not quite like Nim. They're more simple. They follow instructions only. They don't have minds of their own. But we could ask Nim if he's aware of any others.
Yes, let's talk with Nim.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, these are my friends, and they're all really nice people, and we've been traveling together a while.
Good to meet
We
you.
haven't really been traveling.
Well, I mean, we travel from place to place in the city.
I hope that you are all taking good care of her. She needs some help with those troublemaking brothers of hers.
Oh, they're so jealous right now because I've got a tavern.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
we're having our grand opening tonight. You should come.
Well, I will see if I don't have temple business keeping me busy, but if I am available, I shall be there.
Okay, it's called Brothers.
Brothers. Excellent.
Yes.
Trollskull Alley can't be.
So I know that Nims did spend some time with the other constructs that were present when we were organizing the parade. So perhaps he would know more if any of them were wandering around. Because my understanding is that the Sea Maidens Fair was keeping theirs on very tight wraps. They're expensive, you see.
Right.
Yes.
Cool. Well, let's go do that then.
Okay. So she leads you upstairs to some of the areas that are generally not, public access. It's private rooms for people who live and work in the temple, and then up to another level where it's access to the attic, and there is a door locked there, and she actually looks at the door and sees this very unusual, sort of fancy looking, but kind of cobbled together lock on the door. And she sees it and just like, that lock is new.
Something that Nim created, perhaps?
That would be my guess. We've been having some discussions with Nim for some time about, in an attempt to keep Nim happy, we've been providing tools and workshop and everything, but as you can see with the sparrow and with this lock, it is sometimes difficult.
Maybe we should knock on the door.
Yes, very well. And she kind of knocks. Nim, we have some guests who would like to speak with you if you are willing.
I have your bird.
There's no answer. And she says, if you destroyed his bird, he may be upset or embarrassed.
I can help you fix your bird.
Yeah. Make a persuasion check.
Okay, that's good. That's 17.
Okay. Yeah. You hear after a second a little bit of like thumping and rattling around and some clattering and stuff like that, and then eventually the door lock does this complicated little click, 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 and the door opens. And you open, and what you see is, let me pull up the picture. Where is it? There we go. What you see is a variation on this. Not currently holding a sword or wearing this hat and cloak, but otherwise looking somewhat similar to this sort of construct.
I'm totally going to make him that hat and cloak.
Yeah.
That is a pretty cool hat.
So the door opens, and the body language is very embarrassed, ashamed, like 8-year-old. And Valletta just turns to all of you. Nim is not able to speak, but he does understand common quite well.
Okay. So I think you had some trouble with a couple of the things that keep it going straight. Does that sound right?
He kind of listens, and he's looking. Are you like holding out the little bird?
Holding out the bird.
And he kind of tentatively I'm going to take it.
Yep, nod.
He takes it, and he kind of fiddles with it, gives a little bit of a dirty look to Luker. and
Luker tilts her head, bows her head a little bit, and says, "I'm very sorry that I hit your bird with a witch bolt. It was a knee-jerk reaction, and I apologize."
Takes that in for a moment, kind of, and then reaches down into a little pile, and he pulls out what is clearly like a little flower sculpture made of bent and tinted metal, and hands it to you.
Aww.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
That's so sweet.
And then he leans over and to you, Quinn, demonstrates that there's some various little flapping mechanisms, and he shows you actually make an intelligence check to try to glean what's being demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm going to put the flower inside one of the buttonholes of my greatcoat.
Nice.
Aww. Yeah, that's a nat 1.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know what he's trying to show you, but he's moving the wings in a certain way at you, expectantly.
I wish I knew more about mechanics, but I'm a weaver. So I know how to make fabric stuff. So what you do is really cool. I just don't understand it that good.
He nods and sort of pats you on the shoulder and just seems to straighten up, and he's looking a little bit less embarrassed and ashamed now.
Can I ask you some questions? And you can nod, or can you write? Can you write in common?
He nods, and he goes over to a chalkboard that he has up on the wall that has some various schematics on it that he just haphazardly erases a bunch of it and turns to you.
So this morning there was a big accident over by where I live, and somebody saw a creature like you, and I was wondering if you knew any other creatures like you.
As you watch, as you're telling this story, you're talking about this accident and all of this, and he's just sort of just listening, and then when you say a creature like you, he's suddenly just like,
I'm not saying it was you. Because, as I understand it, you're supposed to stay here, right? Okay.
And Valletta says, In fact, the wizard specifically created an enchantment. Nim is not able to leave the temple grounds.
Right. So I don't think it was you.
Yeah, it wasn't you, but do you know any other constructs like yourself?
And he's looking like very. He's doing that total like little kid aw shucks like. And Valletta actually folds her arms and just says, "Nim, this is very serious. If you know something, you need to tell us right now." And he kind of looks at Valletta and he looks at all of you and takes the chalkboard and he like swivels it around to the other side. And you can see that there is a schematic on there for another Nimblewright. That this one is holding a sword.
Did you make someone like you?
And he writes in kind of a scratchy letters, friend. And then he wrote question mark.
Does your friend also have sentience like you?
And he writes not like me.
Is he mean?
He actually thinks about that, and then he writes no exclamation point. And then he looks like he's kind of thinking a little bit better about it. Scared.
What's your friend's name?
He doesn't have a name? Okay.
Valletta at this point is looking just like she's doing that kindergarten teacher thing of this kid has just done something so unbelievably bad, but you know that it wouldn't help to just scream at them, so you just...
Okay. So,
smoke coming from her nostrils.
Did your friend leave for some reason?
He writes, ran away, and then looks really sad.
When did he run away?
He's like counting on his fingers and then gets to like 8.
8 days ago? Did your friend tell you of any people he's been talking to?
You know where he could have gone.
And then he kind of points out the window and says,
okay. Can you we got new donation.
Oh yeah, look at that, we did. Hey!
Yay! Sorry.
Level up, everybody.
For next year, I think actually for next year that might be a fun thing to do. That like, a donation of a certain level lets the whole party level up.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, that would be fun.
But yes, we've now reached our goal. That's fantastic. $750. Hooray!
Thank you, peoples.
Yes. I'm just going to pull up really quick just to see. I looked that up, but So I think.
Guys, I have no idea what I'm doing, so if anybody else has any
You're doing great.
insight.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
Yes, a new donation from an anonymous donor. So thank you, whoever that was. That's wonderful. Thank you. It's such a good cause, and it makes we're having a lot of fun here, obviously, but it's also great to know that we're helping children who need it, and so thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, anonymous donor.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in the chat it says random NPC pulls out a trumpet and plays the Final Fantasy victory.
Yes. Fantastic. So I think that as Valletta is kind of frowning again at Nim, and she's kind of managed to calm herself just a little bit and says, Nim, this is very serious. it sounds like it's possible that your creation may have hurt someone. It's very important that you help us find them. If you have any way to do that, you need to tell us right now. And he nods, and he kind of digs under like a shelf, like a little, drawer in a desk, and pulls out this weird little contraption where it's obviously this cobbled together clockwork sort of thing. It has a little, like, a grip that you can hold it by and a trigger, but then it also has all these weird little, like, dealy bobs and gears and stuff on it, and a little tiny, like, almost like a little cocktail umbrella sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And he holds it up and he pulls the trigger, and it doesn't do anything, but he kind of points at it and says, he kind of points out the window, and then he waves it around, and he kind of says, and then indicates, gestures like all these little things will move.
Okay, so this is like a way for us to track him? Okay.
How far away will it track your friend?
He kind of thinks about it for a second, then he kind of points out the window, and he kind of looks around, and he points at the building, like, across the street, and you guys estimate that from the window to that building would be maybe 500 feet.
Okay.
And he says...
That's a pretty big street.
Well, it's a temple.
And and then he kind of he writes want to find, and then he points out the window and points to himself and says, just kind of shrugs, like, he can't leave.
He can't leave.
Yeah.
I think we can find your friend, but I know it must be lonely up here by yourself. Perhaps, Quinn, since you have business in this building on a fairly regular basis, you might stop by.
Whenever I come by the temple, I will make sure to come up and see you. Does that sound good?
He nods, and Valletta just says, I'm very glad that you've made a new friend, Nim, but you understand that I think we're going to have to take away your invention privileges for a while. And he kind of just looks really bummed about that, but it's not arguing.
I know, it sucks. Can I give him something, Valletta?
Well, what is it?
And she digs in her bag.
Mechanical device.
Not mechanical.
Well, she digs in her bag for the gnomish music box that she purchased and says, would this be okay?
And she, she opens it, I think, just to inspect, in fact, what it is, and she says, I think that would be all right. And Nim takes it and listens. Mm-hmm. And then he listens to it go for a little while, and then kind of goes totally still for just a moment. And then you hear sort of rumbling from deep inside, like the left shoulder. You hear a little ding, 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 ding.
Oh,
like harmonizing with the music box.
That is sweet.
We all I clap a little bit at least.
That's impressive.
She's so happy.
And so I think Valletta summons some other acolytes, and they do start to, as under supervision, start to clear out some of Nim's invention workshop stuff, because I mean, because
I'll be back within the next 10 days, and then we can talk some more, okay?
Mm-hmm. And so I think once you've sort of left Nim behind, Valletta just says, I appreciate your empathy for Nim, and I have great affection for him as well, but I don't want it to be left unremarked upon that if Nim's creation has hurt people, this is very serious business, and I think that we must, as a responsible entity of the city, the Temple of Gond, the House of Inspired Hands, must do our best to see it destroyed.
Well, yes, but it's not Nim. Nim just needs more supervision.
Well, we will do our best, but certainly additional contact from outside the temple would be helpful, I think. So perhaps it would be good for him to have additional friends. As I mentioned, we've been struggling to keep him occupied, and it's not been going especially well, as you can see. But I can promise all of you that if you are able to locate this creation and see that it is destroyed or otherwise peacefully returned to the temple, we can offer you 500 gold.
Okay.
We can arrange this.
Yes.
Yeah, we can take care of that.
Do we have the device, the tracking device?
Yes,
Yes.
you have it.
Yes.
And
Okay.
in fact, actually, I think each of you would. We have some of our recent inventions that are designed to be given as gifts to people doing business with the temple. And so, if indeed you are able to do so, then in addition to the gold, I can promise you each one of the following non-magical inventions from a list that I will read to you now. And so what you see is the things that you would be able to choose from are there's some adjustable stilts that basically are basically like boots with 1 foot heels on them, but that you can also, as an action, extend them to be up to 4 feet tall, or up to 5 feet tall rather. So
I know what Quinn's going to choose.
right. There is also a backpack parachute that is designed that if you are ever falling, you need at least 60 feet to have enough time to trigger it. But if you are falling that far and you are able to take the backpack parachute will deploy automatically and allow you to land safely.
Nice.
And there is a barking box, which is a metal cube 6 inches on a side with a little crank on top. And you can wind it for 8 hours. And what it does is any vibration it detects within 15 feet of it will trigger it, and it'll make barking sound like a barking dog.
I might be able to do something with that, actually.
And you can. She actually shows you there's a little switch that you can make it sound like a big mean dog's bark. Like, woof, 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 woof. And then you can also have it be. And then last but not least, there's a matchless pipe, which is basically a pipe that sort of just lights itself with a little flick of a switch. Yep. And so, so I do hope you can find it, and of course, the temple will, of course, accept any responsibility that the authorities may deem is necessary. But to be certain, I think if the matter can be handled quietly. We would just hope to avoid any additional damage to the city or its citizens.
We'll do what we can. Valetta, I have another matter I'd like to ask you about.
Of course.
Just occurred to me.
Should we? One thing that I do want to let you know is that we definitely will be trying to take it in one piece. But if someone is giving it orders, it did the actions that it took lives.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more serious than we let on with Nim. But Nim seems to be much younger than me and didn't want to traumatize him unduly.
I had been afraid that was the case. And to be certain, we will report ourselves to the City Watch what we know about this circumstance. There is no attempt to dodge responsibility here. We just hope that it can be negotiated with the city leadership that Nim
Indeed.
himself is not held unduly responsible.
Understood.
A few 10 days ago, we encountered something unusual, and just occurred to me you might be able to shed some light on it.
I will.
Have you ever heard of a mechanical rod or a mechanical wand that can, much like a very strong sling, hurl bolts or rocks very, very quickly? Have you heard of such a thing? It explodes when used.
Yes, the Lantanese wizard that sold us Nim he had himself some additional inventions that he demonstrated. We did not purchase any because they seemed inappropriate for any use other than as a weapon, but there are small devices that make use of a substance called smoke powder to fire a projectile of a small metal pellet.
These are not common, I take it.
Certainly not. In fact, we had never seen them in the city before this particular Lantanese traveler. And in particular, I believe that he was told by the city government that he was not permitted to sell them within the city.
Yeah, they hurt.
Oh dear, were you injured by one?
Yep.
Oh,
and I don't want it to happen to anybody else, not even my worst enemy.
Surely not.
I don't have any enemies, I don't think. But
I agree. We certainly did not. We do not condone inventions that harm people here. You know, Gond respects craft, but true craft is in creation and not destruction.
Do you know of someone who might sell these?
To be certain, no one would be able to sell them legally within the city.
Mm-hmm.
And so if any were indeed sold, it would have had to have been through some black market endeavor. And although the City Watch does their best, it is impossible to eliminate that entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps someone who made them, who might be able to help us track one down.
The wizard that visited, who had them to sell when we saw him, did not... he left the city. He has not been seen since.
As I feared.
Not by us, at any rate.
Mm.
perhaps we should discuss this more with the Grey Hands.
You may also inquire with the Sea Maidens Fair. As I mentioned, they had some nimble rights of their own. Not the same as Nim, not quite so sophisticated, but they had purchased them on their own and brought them with them when they came to Waterdeep. They are still at the docks. We had contracted them to stay. Originally, they participated in just the Day of Wonders parade, but it was such a spectacular success this year that we contracted with them to perform another celebration on the Day of Revels next month. So they are still in town.
Yeah.
What can you tell me of these sea maidens?
Well, the Sea Maidens Fair is a name. It is in fact a carnival run by a flamboyant young man named Zardoz Zord, who is the leader of the group. They came on 3 ships that I believe are all still docked in the harbor. They are carnival folk, as best I can tell, but they certainly have an impressive show. Lots of elaborate floats and exotic animals. And of course the nimble rights, as we discussed. Zardoz himself acted as the Grand Master of the parade. He rode on a large 2-legged bird big enough to ride upon, and he's a very charismatic fellow. I admit he was very charming.
Interesting. Yes, well, perhaps we'll take in a bit of the carnival, at least the carnival people, if not the carnival itself. You say it's not actually running at the moment.
Oh, no, they're still all packed up. They're within, I believe that they loaded everything back onto the ships, but they are staying in town rather than traveling on because of the plan for another event next month.
Well, thank you very much for your information, Valletta.
Of course, anything I can do to help. Just as a brief note, the Grand Revel is like a known city holiday that is on Altruac the 14th, so it's basically about a month away. You know, it's 1, 2, like 3 10 days away approximately. And you know, without oversimplifying it, it's a little bit like a slightly more family oriented Valentine's Day. Like it's a day that you celebrate the love you have for anyone around you that you love.
What was it called again?
The Grand Revel.
Grand Revel.
Yeah. And so rather than a parade, they were going to have sort of a more traditional sort of carnival setup in one of the parks.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I was thinking that, I was thinking Mardi Gras and Carnival, all of that.
Well, we had best start looking for Nim's friend.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Best of luck. I do hope that it is not too dangerous. If it was capable of harming people, I do hope you'll be careful.
It may not have realized what it was doing, I think.
Well, in any rate, I hope that the device that Nim constructed will be helpful.
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So you guys
Okay,
leave the temple behind.
Who wants to hold the detector? Me. Damn it. Here you go, damn it. Damn it,
Take
hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, you guys, you've got this little crazy little device, which actually I can probably show you briefly what it looks like. Let's see. Yeah, that's what this thing looks like.
It's so cool. I can't even.
Yeah, so there's an obvious little sort of trigger thing that you can squeeze, but at least so far it hasn't seemed to do anything yet when you squeeze it. But that just would suggest that you are not currently nearby one of these things, and that it apparently is is set to not trigger off Nim himself.
Okay, well, should we start at the scene?
We should take it straight to the investigators, right?
Yeah, I think we need to take. I think we need to, as a show of good faith, after the thing this morning.
But
Okay, if we go to
I just got it.
Yeah,
It's a long walk back to our place.
I just got it, you guys. I've got it. Oh,
All right. I mean,
Well,
so
we can
if
have it out. We can have it out while we're going, and
Alright.
if it pings while we're going, then we make a side trip.
So
I think we should look into this first to make sure that nothing bad happens to Nim. Like, I think if we wash our hands of it.
Oh no, I'm not saying
That's gonna-
wash our hands of it. I'm saying actually get in contact with Barnabas and whatever his name was.
Seth.
I told you I'm horrible with names. Get in touch with them and bring them along and say, hey, we found a lead. Do you want to come with us and figure this out?
And they're going to ask, why are you investigating this thing we told you to not investigate?
Well,
But he didn't
technically
tell us
that's
not to-
not actually what they said. They said work as a team, not going rogue.
Yeah,
if you
and-
want to help, then that's fine, but don't try to do it on your own without helping without the group. That's what they said.
my
But
thought was
it's
maybe
all
we
you to
could.
decide how you want to approach it, though.
My initial thought was maybe we could talk to a griffin rider and cover a whole wide area, because if it can only go 500 feet, this is a big city.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. What says Gibson?
I think that I owe Barnabas and Seth at least some measure of humility and the opportunity for them to get involved. They do have wider resources. We did follow an instinct to come here for other reasons anyway. On matters unrelated, which was one of my latter questions too.
Oh
Valletta
right,
were-
I didn't drop up my application.
Again.
We can say that you run back in to do that if you want.
Yeah.
But of course, if we happen to get lucky and we happen to be walking through the town and this thing happens to go off,
And we'll have to pursue it immediately.
Fantastic.
Obviously.
See, I was right.
As long as I get to try to use the thing before we have to turn it in, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Well, there's no direct route between there and here anyway, so...
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as
Yeah.
long as we're close to the docks, aren't we?
Well,
That's
right now,
Seaward.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so right now you guys are like right here, and home is right here. And so
Okay.
the harbor is like way down there. So
Okay,
it's
yeah.
not on the way.
Yeah. So we can use it on the way home. We could, as an idea, we could use it on the way home and see if that pings anything. And if it does, then some of us could follow it, and we could, or all of us could follow it, and we could stop by the nearest watch station and say, "Hey, dude, we found a lead. Get your people and come with us."
I would prefer to go directly to Barnabas and Seth. The average watch station is going to know nothing about this.
Okay. Well, where can we find them?
Well, it's a good question. They could be out investigating of their own, or they could be in their offices.
Yeah.
Christiana, does my City Watch investigator status help me know where we would go to find them?
Oh yeah. You guys were given contact information too, in case because they specifically were saying if you find out anything, let us know. So yeah, you guys know where to contact them.
All right.
Technically, we haven't found out much more than before.
Yeah, basically, there's a courthouse not too far from where you live, and that's kind of their base of operations for this investigation.
So can we swing by our place and just see if it has any, maybe it's nesting nearby, and we can swing past the tavern on our way to the courthouse thingy?
Yeah, check in, make sure everything's still not on fire.
Right.
I think that would be acceptable. Another alternative was to go down to the docks, after all. We'd like to speak to some of these
Yeah.
these sea maidens.
Seafair maidens.
Sea
Sea Maidens
Fair.
That,
Although,
I am not the only one who's horrible with names. Thank
although
goodness.
again, what Valletta told you is that like that's the name of the fair. It's not that there are sea maidens. It's just that's the name. But yeah,
Saying
so
sea maidens fair people all the time is a little
I was just
awkward.
looking at this map and just realizing that they put in the book the thing that detects nimble rights within 500 feet other than Nim, but there's not actually a scale on the map here to say how far that is.
Oh, no.
But so I will guesstimate at it, so that's fine.
All right.
So perhaps we can hire a hire cab and head towards the docks.
Get down to the dock. Yeah.
Head towards
In
the
the
docks
meantime-
or head towards the tavern?
Well, if this thing does detect,
the docks first.
well, if this thing does actually detect more of them, the constructs, and the Sea Maidens Fair people have constructs, we can test it to verify it before we hand it over.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah. After all, right now, like you have a certain amount of information, but if you had more information,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Much more
I
helpful.
think, for all we know, it's a toy, and we don't know if it does what Nem thinks it does. So we should make sure before we waste the investigators' time.
I
Let's
always
test
say you
it.
should have proof before you approach them, right?
Nothing more than hearsay and rumor at the moment.
All right.
all right. So you guys are then heading down for you take a hire coach down to the dock ward. Is that the
Sure.
plan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
All right. So I think with all of you, you probably need to hire two, but that's not a problem. They're only like 5 silver each. So I think because the hire coaches are like, plenty of room for 2, a little tighter for 3, and even if one of you is little. But so yeah, so you make your way down to the dock ward. I would guess that you're probably just squeezing that trigger all the way there.
Oh, yes. Yep. Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, so it's still not responding in any way so far. But you guys basically have it take you all the way to to the actual docks.
Yes.
All right. So I'll say that you guys probably are starting. Well, depend. I guess you tell me which part of the docks are you starting at.
Did Valletta say what part of the docks the Sea Maidens Fair was at?
Well, they said they had 3 ships.
Yeah. So I think that if you guys say to the hire coach, take us to the dock ward, and then we're gonna ask around a little bit, and then maybe take us a little further when we know more.
Sure.
You can basically go to a harbor master's office and ask like what's the what are the Sea Maiden Fair ships, and this is standard business of, hey, where's this ship I'm trying to go to, so you can definitely get that information. So I'll say you guys can go ahead and make your way to this dock right there, and you have been told now that the three Sea Maiden's Fair ships are known as the Heartbreaker and the Hellraiser. Those are the two that are at dock. Those are docked with the at the dock, and then the flagship of the little mini fleet is called the Eyecatcher, but that's actually anchored like a mile out to sea. Because the part of the issue is that there's a little bit of risk for the ships that are staying at the docks, because the ice, they kind of try to keep it broken up so that ships can come in and dock anyway. But there's a little bit of risk to damage, and it's also just stays out of the way, and so So the flagship is like a mile out, but the two of the ships are at the dock.
Where approximately was Xenophon? That was in the harbor as well.
Xenophon?
The dragon?
Yeah, the dragon.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yes. Well, I mean, you found him in kind of sort of in this general vicinity, but you also didn't get the impression that that's like where he hangs out all the time. He's searching all over the harbor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think as you guys make your way to the docks, and you are, pointed out, like, those are the two ships, and you guys are still, a ways away. Like, if we imagine the two ships are on either end of this long port right here, so you guys are maybe still right here, but you are within 500 feet of the ships. Damn it, you squeeze the little thing, and it activates.
Which we would expect, because we expect there to be constructs on there. Or is this thing tied? Do we know if it specifically hunts this one dude that Nim created, or if it just all constructs?
You didn't really get into it. What I'll just say is that we'll say, yes, you did clarify that it is designed to not trigger off Nim himself, because obviously that wouldn't be very helpful for him if he was trying to make it for himself to search.
Right.
But it is otherwise designed to detect humanoid constructs.
Got it. Okay.
Cool.
All right. So it's telling us that we've got some constructs in there. So it works on some level.
That's a tick off the box, all right?
Yep.
One for our side.
Perhaps we can ask the Sea Maidens if they can account for all of their constructs.
I was just thinking the same thing. Check see if any of them are missing.
Well, let's not let them know that we have this little machine, though, that can help us find them.
No.
And just see if they're being honest about how many are there. I guess it doesn't tell us how many are there.
We have
doesn't
heard.
have a display.
Counter.
So these ships are normally at other times of year, the docks would just be constant buzz of activity, ships coming in and out, loading, unloading, all this stuff just constantly. But if a lot fewer ships come to the harbor at this time of year, because the ice is a risk and people just, want to spend time where it's not so cold if they're moving around, right? And so it's not super busy, but there's still people around doing various business. But in fact, these two ships essentially are at dock, so there's really nothing physically stopping you from just going and just walking up the gangplank to the ship. Presumably you would encounter people on the ship, but there's no other obstruction.
Well, we'll try to keep an eye out for anyone who might be there.
Yeah.
They're not staying on the ships then.
Yeah. Is there any way to know how many constructs were in the Sea Maiden's Fair to begin with? Because if we ask them how, if they're all accounted for, just right off the top of my head, and we have no idea how many there are, there's no way to verify.
Why don't we ask to see them? because we're curious about what they look like. We've heard such things. We haven't been to the fair before.
Yeah, we're new tavern owners. We're looking for entertainment. They don't need to know that this is an investigation.
That's a good ploy.
It's honest enough.
Okay, you guys run with it. I will stand back and look unamused.
All right. So is everyone but Luker going up onto the ships to kind of try to say hi to someone?
Yep.
Do you pick the Heartbreaker or the Hellraiser?
Let's go to the Heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker.
Hellraiser.
All right.
Is that painting come down here again?
The painting's been teaching me. It's been great.
So
Are you
I
play
think
a duet with a painting?
We might be able to get this working. I mean, it'd be a fun trick. Like, usually it's not my style, but you know, if we're looking for
the haunted bar thing.
Yeah, it fits into our theme.
So as you guys make your way to the Heartbreaker, you do find that as you are making your way up the gangplank, there are several sailors on deck who kind of just turn to look at you, and like they don't seem aggressive, but they do seem like they come to meet you before you step on board the ship, and are just looking at all of you and just say, hello, can we help you?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello, can we help you?
My associates and I are tavern owners, and I myself am a performer. And I just had some questions about maybe procuring some of your services as tavern entertainment.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Like what kind of services? I mean, what are you?
We're looking for something a bit unusual, something that'll create a bit of buzz for our new tavern. And those nimble rights that you had at the festival a few months back were so incredible.
Yeah, he kind of laughs. Is like, yeah, they're pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I know, and that would be sort of the perfect thing.
Right. Well, you know what? Let me get the captain, and you wait right here. I will be right back.
Great, thank you.
All right. Hang on, I have to look up a different section for some of this. Just to make sure I'm giving you appropriate names and everything for this captain you are going to meet. This is his voice, you see. I've just
Is he from Barovia?
No, he is from a distant land, however.
He sounds like he's from Barovia.
Yeah. Actually, what I'm going to say is, I think, damn it, you make a perception check.
20, not natural.
Oh yeah. You detect a hint of an Elvish accent from that sailor, which is a little bit weird since he seemed to be human. Yeah. So you guys are all still standing on the gangplank. The sailor does come back with a human who is a stern-looking guy who comes out, and he's got a tarantula on his shoulder. But he comes out and he just says, "What's all this? You're asking about the nimble rights?"
Yes. So we are new tavern owners in the city. I myself am an entertainer, and we're looking at maybe expanding our entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're going to be a performance space, and since your nimble right performance at the festival was so popular, we thought that while you're in town, you might be able to either rent one or have you guys make a command appearance.
Yeah.
Something like that. Just to start buzz going.
Make a persuasion. Well, I'm trying to think if that's. No, that's definitely deception, because that's not true at all. Never mind. Deception check, please.
Well, we are.
Yeah, no.
Well, now that I think about it.
Okay, deception.
You are looking for the nimble rights, but not for that reason at all.
That is a 13.
A 13, okay. Yeah, all right. So I think he kind of listens to all this. Well, you'll be wanting to speak with Captain Zord then. Well, give me a second. And you see, you see him kind of walk back and go into what you assume is the captain's cabin. And he comes out a moment later and he says, Zardoz Zord is the leader of our fair, and I'm the captain of this ship, but he's in charge of fair business. And so I mentioned to him that you might want to hire out some of the nimble rights, and he said he invited you all to share a meal with him tonight, and so you can discuss it.
Well, the problem with that is that we have our grand opening tonight at our tavern, Brothers. So we do kind of have to be there. Mm-hmm. But if he wants to come and dine with us at our grand opening so he can see the space that we're looking to entertain in, maybe that would work.
Be right back. And he kind of goes back off into the cabin again. Right. And then he comes back out and said, tell me where this place is. He'll be there tonight.
We give them
We're just at the entrance to Trollskull Alley. You can't miss it.
I'll let him know. I think he's excited.
That sounds great. You have a very nice ship.
Well, thank you. It's it's a functional ship. We carry a lot of important business, materials for the fair, and we get the job done. Thank you.
It's good, sturdy work. And Quinn leaves.
All right. I don't know why my thing suddenly decided that it was making bell noises. All right. Anyway. All right. So you guys all kind of come back and
yeah.
All right.
Yep.
That was fun.
Were we gonna go to see Seth and what's his name, Barnabas, with this device, or what do you guys want to do with it?
If you guys want to do that, go for it. I'm gonna head back to the tavern and start getting ready.
Okay.
So, are you going where? So, the courthouse is not too far from where your tavern is. It's so back up in the north ward.
Is that what y'all wanted to do still? Did y'all still want to hand this thing over, or?
Well, at least talk to them about it and figure out if they want us to continue doing the search or if they want to take it over.
On the way over, I'm going to tell them about the elf in hiding in disguise.
All right.
Just add it to the thing.
So, incidentally, both the captain and the other sailor had that same sort of accent, even though they were apparently human.
Okay.
Weird.
Do you suspect anything of this, or is it just distant ancestry?
It's not normal. It's not normal for them to conceal that they're elves. There's something going on with that. But
well, at the very least, it is not normal for a human to have an elvish accent.
Yeah, that
Could they just be half elven and appear more human than normal?
Sure.
Given the dangers for elves and half elves near the docks, it wouldn't be surprising if they were trying to conceal themselves somewhat.
Just letting you know.
Interesting, though.
Yeah.
Right. So are you guys headed back to the tavern, or are you headed to that courthouse?
To the courthouse.
To the courthouse by way of the tavern. We can drop Annie off so that she can get tuned up and ready to go.
All right. So you guys are on your way back to the tavern. Damn it, are you still playing with the thing, by the way?
can't help myself. I'm totally playing with it.
Yeah.
No self-restraint.
So yeah, once you have moved away from the docks, it stops responding in any way,
Okay.
and you guys make your way back across town to your place of business and your home. And as you are pulling into Trollskull Alley, damn it, the thing twitches just a little.
We seem to have one local.
Still here.
Yeah.
Or another one.
Yeah.
Bears looking into while we're here.
Well, let's get the detectives in on it too.
Yeah. So you get the sense from the twitch that it is barely within range.
Okay. And I can't detect which direction or anything like that? Or
Well,
does
no,
it-
but you
Well,
could
it's point,
kind of walk
doesn't it?
around in a circle, and it sort of spins and goes faster and twitches more when it's closer. So you can kind of, it doesn't give you an obvious direction, but you could
Right.
figure it out just with trial and error.
I want to kind of trace where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's onto it. It's close. Let's go.
It seems to be more active towards kind of the like east northeast.
So the opposite direction of where the person ran when everything blew up.
Right, but in the direction that the other guy ran.
Yep.
I'm interested, y'all.
Yeah, me too.
Follow it.
I really think that we should talk to the detectives first. I mean,
Yeah. Oh,
he
yeah.
doesn't know that we're on to him, but having backup
But
could be a
it's
good idea.
So
If
close.
it moves, we
It-
might not be able to find it.
I think
Yeah, but it's
someone should go
on
talk
our-
to the detectives and catch up with us.
It is on our way.
Ah, come on. Let's
The court. No, seriously. After this morning, we need to be above board.
I almost got arrested this morning. I don't want to get arrested.
This
Fine.
morning, I almost caught the person that got away.
This morning
And
I was
stopped.
almost blown up. So
Yeah.
I don't want it to happen again. That's why I don't want to let this one get away. Like I had to let the
Exactly.
one get away
Right, but
this morning.
having backup is not a bad thing.
yeah. So if someone wants to peel off and grab the detectives,
Yeah.
All right. I will
we
peel
can
off and grab
split.
the detective.
I'll go with Luker.
Okay. So Quinn and Luker go are heading to the courthouse, and the others are using the little
yes,
detector to try to follow where that's going.
yes,
Yes.
At least triangulate a bit better.
Yeah. I just want to see. I don't intend to engage. I
All right.
just want to see.
Well, I've got good news that Nobilis is able to join, so Shutak can join the party here.
Yay!
Yay!
Well, I have to add a little window here. Let me first get Nobilis into the call.
Well, if Shutak is coming in, maybe it's a good time for me to step out.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you need to? I mean, if you're welcome to stay as long as you are able. But if you're ready to go, then
Yeah, well, my spouse is sending me texts, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Aw.
All right. Well, thank you for playing. It was wonderful to have you and helping to solve the mystery here.
Yes,
Break a leg tonight, Annie.
thank you.
Perhaps we can say that Annie has decided that letting the Harpers know what's going on too is
Yeah,
useful?
definitely.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll say that some of the party is going off to see the detectives. Annie was going off to report to the Harpers. The rest of you are pursuing the detector.
Good luck, everybody.
Great.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, and we have Nobilis, aka Shutak.
Yay!
All right.
Ain't no party like the TikTok party.
Welcome. So let me get the D&D Beyond thing updated accordingly. So to recap for you, Nobilis, where things currently stand is it's the day of the grand opening for the tavern, but in the early morning there was an explosion out in the street outside, you guys have since put together that it appears that someone who worked for Dagult Neverember had this mysterious Stone of Golor and may have been trying to bring it to you guys for reasons that are speculated on but not known specifically. And yet he was pursued by Zentarum, and yet another party, a construct known as a Nimblewright, blew them all up with the fireball. And so now you guys are on the hunt for this Nimblewright and trying to figure out where the stone is and what's going on. And so the party right now has kind of split up a little bit to let the City Watch know, to follow this little detector you've got, and they're probably stopping by the place to pick you up so you can come. Does that all make sense?
There were a
You're
couple of
muted.
detectives.
You're muted, Nobilis.
That makes as much sense as anything ever does. What
Sure.
what level should
Oh, you
Tuck
should be level 3.
Okay.
So, we can assume that you kind of can rejoin. So, assuming that the other members of the party have rapidly caught you up on the basics of what you need to know, would you want to be with the group that is going to report to the City Watch what the rest of the party knows, or would you want to be following the group that's following this little detector?
Following the detector, I think, because Shutak's ability to move quickly in the city would be very useful.
Mm-hmm. All right. So as you guys, we'll start with those of you who are following the detector. What you are doing is you're making your way through. Are you making any attempt to like be stealthy or secret, or you're just like racing along, going, no, it's this way, it's this way?
I'm being subtle. I'm being subtle with it. I'm not like, Doctor Who with the Sonic anything. I'm just like checking it out. Trying to be inconspicuous.
I'm probably more looking at the buildings and trying to figure out what pathway it might be taking than actually the detector itself.
Right.
So getting a lay of the land.
Okay. So I think that as you guys are, making your way through, you're perhaps using some of the alleys, moving through and getting a sense of what's in this neighborhood. And this is a pretty nice neighborhood. You've moved past some of the alley like row houses where you live, and you're now moving into where there are some of the larger estates, and you basically eventually conclude after kind of going back and forth a little bit of just like it's getting closer, now it's getting further away again, it's getting further away, it's getting closer, and sort of hot, cold, hot, warmer, that sort of thing. You eventually conclude that there is a villa, which is a house with a walled yard and a gate that is seems to be where the detector is detecting. You see that this is the Gralhund Villa, which is one of the minor noble houses.
Oh.
Yeah, and so this is a villa with let's see. Yeah, the streets are pretty busy outside with pedestrians and coaches kind of going back and forth. The estate is enclosed by 12-foot high stone walls. There is one main gate on the street level, and then I would imagine as you guys kind of maybe you've gone around the block just to make sure that that's where this detector seems to be pointing. You see that there's also a coach house door on the other side. In fact, actually, I have a map, so I'll go ahead and show that. Where is that one? Where is that map? Oh, I don't seem to have that one ready here. Yeah, let me get that ready, and I'll have that up in a moment. But in the meantime, let's say that the rest of you are going to the courthouse to let Barnabas and Cromley know. So they're in there, and they've got sort of an investigation war room where they've spread out like a diagram of the alley and gotten some certain like markers and clues and the whole classic thing where they got pieces of thread tying different pictures together and all that good stuff.
Quinn is horrified by that use of thread, and says, "You should be using twine. This is good wool." Ugh. Anyway, hey, we found a thing that could help us locate maybe the person that did the fireball. Come with us, quick.
Okay, so you're not explaining more. You're just like saying, "Come with us."
Yeah.
All right. All right. So the rest of you who have gone with that crew, is that kind of the mode, or are you?
Luker is still muted.
Okay.
But it looks like you were trying to say something.
Yeah, I was saying that as we walk, we can explain in more detail.
Yeah.
But we definitely need to move quickly.
So we explained that we believe that it was a construct that that did the fireball thing, and we were going to the Temple of God anyway, and we met this construct who said he created a friend, but the friend has been missing for 8 days, and gave us a little detector device, and we tested it to make sure that it worked, and it does work, and then it started to go off when we got into Trollskull Alley, and so the rest of our friends are following where that all went, and so we went to come and find you so that you could be involved.
Okay, so I think at this point then, as you are alerting them, they definitely are paying attention as they kind of start putting together this rapid fire story that Quinn is sharing. They do gather a force of like 5 or 6 watchmen to come with, and you all head out the door to try to catch up with your friends.
Yep.
So in the meantime, those of you who are outside this villa now, so this is the basic layout. So like this is a gate here through which you can see like the yard, and then around back here is the coach house door, and otherwise these are 12-foot high walls all around here.
Damn it is going to remind everybody of the high legal penalties of breaking and entering, robbing a noble house, those sorts of things, and just that we need to use caution in our decision making. But I kind of want to go in.
More subterfuge.
It would be best to observe for now and perhaps wait for the others who can give some legitimacy.
Yes. But it's not moving, right? It doesn't seem to be moving.
Doesn't seem to be.
I guess, yeah, we just keep watch.
Do I know anything about this noble family?
So this family, make a history check.
21.
That's pretty good. I think that they're not one of the major noble houses, but there was a little bit of a thing that happened a few years ago because it was, although obviously the identity of the Masked Lords is supposed to be totally a secret, there was a whole sort of fuss because apparently there was an expectation that Yala Growlhund, the wife of this couple, was expected that maybe she was going to get tapped to become one of the Masked Lords, but then got passed over for someone else. And this only came out because the husband, Orlund, basically threw a hissy fit about it at a dinner party, and that became a big gossip thing, where he was furious that she was rightfully supposed to get picked, and it's totally unfair. It's not cool that she got, overlooked, and he basically just made a scene about it, which was very sort of uncouth, and so there was a lot of gossip around it. So that's the primary thing that you had heard about them. They seem to have old money, but that doesn't always. It's not clear what their current business is.
So, could be working with anyone.
Yeah.
Although likely not with the Zentarum.
Is anybody going to send like a representative to say, "Hey guys, this is where we are"? Because we're basically just heading in a general direction.
How far away are we from where we were? Like, have we wandered quite a distance?
You're actually not far at all. Let me briefly. So let me show you the the city map. So you are actually pretty close, relatively speaking, to your house. So on this big city map, if I can, there we go. So your house is right here. That's where your Trollskull Manor is, the alley, and the villa is actually just right here.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
So not far at all.
Yeah, where's the magistrate's office?
Yeah.
It's more to the north. It's like up here. And
Okay.
so I would say that, especially given that those of you who are trying to rejoin the search knew the general basic direction that was going to be, they were going to be going in. So I would say they're not being subtle because you guys are coming with the detectives and a force of City Watch, right, that are kind of on the run. So I would say that those of you who are outside the villa probably hear that happening from a little ways away.
I'll leave Dammit to watch the estate and watch the device. And I'll stroll over in that direction and try to catch their attention. With waving, not shouting.
Okay.
March casual.
So make a perception check, Dammit, as you're continuing to watch this place.
16.
Which side are you guys watching from? The yard side or the street wall side?
I think the yard side or whatever, I guess, seemed closest.
Yeah. I want somewhere that's clearly outside of the property line, but I can get in really quick. So if there's a door or
So the only doors are the gate in the wall on this side, on the yard side, and then this big coach house door. So there's not like a way to go in except through those, and yeah. So so it's 12-foot high walls otherwise. So you can see through the gate into the yard. Otherwise, you would need to be a little ways away to see much other than the second floor of the building.
Where do you guys think by G1? Does that make sense?
The main gate.
All right. So make a perception check as you're watching, or if you rolled already, then yeah.
That's a 20, not natural.
All right. Yeah, I think that as you're standing there, you can see that on the second floor balcony, that one of the doors, like to the inside of the house, is open, and you think you hear the sounds of shouting from inside, but you can't quite make out what it is. But it sounds like it's a man and a woman shouting.
Okay.
All right. So I think the rest of you are able to sort of rendezvous.
Chink, 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 chink. We brought them.
And so I think that if you guys basically tell them, we've got this fancy detector and it says there's something in there.
There's an automaton in there, and they seem to be having an argument.
All right.
And it seems to match the one, potentially, that was seen at the site. Not too far away, the explosion this morning.
All right.
Right, it's a suspect, yeah.
All right. So I think at this point then Cromley will speak with the other City Watch and then just tell you, it's like, thank you all very much for bringing this to us. We appreciate it. If you could please stay in the area but stay back, we'll go in there and investigate with the City Watch on official business.
And holler if you need help, of course.
I'm super strong, so like I can bash things if you need me to.
Okay. All right. So they do have a couple of watchmen go over to watch the coach house door, but otherwise they go in through the this yard gate, and so you guys are basically like watching from across the street while they go in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm watching that window where I
right.
heard the voices.
Okay. As you guys are sort of watching and listening, um, some time goes by. Like the guardsmen have clearly entered the house at this point. There's some shouting. You're hearing a wow, the ambiance certainly kicks in with some weird noises from time to time. Hang on. Here we go. This is better ambiance. Yeah, so you hear actually sounds of shouting and swords clashing from inside. And what are you doing with the detector, the little nimble right detector? They didn't take it from you, so you still have it.
Yeah, I've got it kind of inside my cloak, and I'm just clicking it every once in a while to see if
Okay.
it's in the same place.
All right. You realize after you've been watching, I think you got caught up for a moment, just like listening carefully to like what's going on inside. And I think all of you have heard like little flashes of shouting and what sounds like maybe fighting inside. But as you kind of click the thing again, damn it, you realize it's not twitching nearly as quickly as it was, suggesting that the thing is further away now.
So I'm going to tell them that, and I'm going to try and figure out what direction it's going in, and I'm going to ask them if we should follow it, or if they want to notify the people inside before I go follow it.
There's no time.
It sounds like they're busy as it is.
All right, so I'm going to try and track the sound.
Okay. All right, so you guys are, let's see, make, let's see, what sort of, because you don't have, like, it's not a directional, it's just distance.
Right.
You know it's moving away, but not what direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think let's make it survival check to track. Or unless you guys have an alternate suggestion.
That was
That
the
makes
21, so I'm fine with it.
All right.
Call.
Yeah, so you guys get the sense that it is moving away, but you are able to kind of set off in another direction. You're assuming like, well, we were on this side, we didn't see anything happening, so it maybe seems the most likely that it left on the other side. And so you kind of start by moving in that direction, and at least so far, you seem like you have closed some of the distance, but it's still moving away. So are you guys all kind of on the run through the city?
Is anybody staying to
so.
explain to Seth, or are we just
No.
bouncing? All right,
Go,
I guess
go,
we're
go.
going.
All right. So, yeah.
I'll jog over and explain to the people who are keeping watch on the back,
Okay.
and then follow, just so
Okay.
that everybody knows where everybody is going.
Okay. I think that as you say that, he's looking frustrated, like, but I'm supposed to. Okay.
Yeah, we'll stay in contact. You stay here.
All right.
We'll go.
Yeah. So, let's see. Trying to. Okay. Yeah, you guys are following through the snowy city streets, and at least so far, you have not lost the thing. But I need another, another survival check.
Does Shutek's ability to find faster passages through the city help us?
Yes. So I'll say not advantage, but I'll lower the DC accordingly. That's
That was a
good suggestion.
21.
Another
Jeez.
21?
Yeah.
All right.
Exact
Yeah.
same.
You feel like you are getting closer. It is running away. It is taking you south. You are getting close to passing the Sword Maiden, which is one of the city's big walking statues. But the Sword Maiden is one of the notable ones that people mad at the damage that it caused when it was briefly animated put some effort into knocking it over and breaking it apart. So it's actually kind of separated into pieces, but you're passing through sort of that neighborhood now. And so you guys are you have not lost it. You feel like you're maybe getting closer, so you know it must be within 500 feet. But you guys can, whoever's on the lookout. I think that because Dammit is focused primarily on the detector, she's not able to be the one on the lookout for hoping to spot it.
Yeah.
But, I was going to keep an eye on the roofs at least.
Okay,
so I can do that.
Make a perception
I'll be
check.
looking.
Right. What was it? Perception?
Perception check for, those of you who are on the run like that.
Natural
20.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
I think that a little ways ahead, you spot just the brief flash of silhouette of shape, dunk, 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 and then disappear over the far side of a building.
That way. It went behind that building.
All right.
Catch this little bastard.
Are on the run, so you're moving in that direction. It's right now. Let's see. Got an improvised chase here. So, you guys. All right. So make another survival check as you guys are moving closer to it.
Oh, that was a 11.
Okay. It's you were moving in that direction, but you feel like it must have turned or something because you're starting to move a little. It's getting a little further away. All right. So we're just gonna kind of keep making some of these checks.
Cool.
Some more perception.
Yeah, well, so let's do another perception. One person, please, rather than multiple people, just because otherwise we're starting to get crazy amounts of dice here.
Mark, do you want to take perception?
Yeah.
And I'll do survivals.
All right. Can't guarantee
Stutak is concentrating on getting us moving through in whatever direction we've decided to move to get us moving quickly. So.
That was an 8, so nope.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think you guys don't see it currently. You're attempting to follow still, but here's the other thing too. You've now gone kind of a ways for at a run, so you're not having to make checks yet, but you guys are
Getting winded.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get another survival check with the detector.
Ooh, another 21.
Jeez.
Okay, yeah, so you detect that it has curved around to the east, and it is now, it's now kind of, it's now kind of heading this way, kind of more towards the market.
East or west?
West is what I meant to say. Yeah, so it's kind of heading this way, but it also seems to be going over the top of these buildings, and so that forces you guys to go around, and it's apparently hopping, and it's pretty fast. You guys have definitely realized now that, like, even when you know what direction it is, it's almost all you can do just to keep up with it.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen it again, have we?
Not yet, but you guys can make another perception check now.
Can I try to do the perception check?
Yes.
Because if I see it, I want to try to shoot it.
Okay. Well, it's still going to be like 300 feet away.
Oh, well then never mind. But I did get a 19, so...
Okay. I think that you do catch a glimpse of it, but it is, like I said, it's like 350 feet away.
Okay.
But you know approximately the direction it is now. So I'll let you make another survival check as you're attempting to follow, but with a lower DC because you spotted it in a general direction.
So 4.
Okay. Oh no, it's starting like you've only got just the glimpses of it. So you're losing it. And does anyone have like any other special thing that you want to try to do?
Looking for.
It's about to get away.
Best I can think of is trying to predict where it's going to go, rather than trying to follow where it is.
Yeah, well, it's not following it's not following a straight line, so that's.
I mean,
so
if I did shoot at it with my grasping arrow, It might be a disadvantage because I can get up to 600 feet. But I could try to do the grasping arrow and see if I can make it.
Well, I think you would have to see it again, though. Like you would have. Well,
Yeah.
So I think it's getting further away. So how about this? Someone can make another perception check. It's going to be a hard DC because it's far away. It is like 450 feet now. But if Quinn, I think Quinn has to make the check, and if she makes the check, I'll allow her to make the attack. It will be at a disadvantage range, but we'll see.
All right. If I don't drop my watermelon dice. Okay. All right,
So
watermelon dice.
Gambit's gonna lean in and touch her shoulder and say, "Good luck," and cast guidance. Guidance.
Thanks. Okay, so that's a 18, but it's supposed to be really hard, so I'm going to use that guidance, and that's a 3. So
did you roll twice and take the lowest?
No, so this was perception to see if she even catches a glimpse of it, and I'll say she just barely does, but this is going to be a very difficult shot.
Okay.
And this is at disadvantage.
Okay. Don't fuck me, kill.
That's actually the first time you've ever said that.
I know. Okay, this isn't bad. So the lowest one is a 15. With my arrow, I get. Hang on. Where am I? Okay, so my longbow is a +5.
20.
So that's 20. And I get a +2 for ranged because of my. I took archer. So that's 22.
So
right?
that's a hit. How does your grasping arrow work?
Grasping arrow. A creature hit by the arrow takes an extra 2d6 poison damage. Its speed is reduced by 10 feet, and it takes 2d6 slashing damage the first time on each turn that it moves 1 foot or more. The brambles last for 1 minute until you use this option again. So basically, it slows it down.
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And does a lot of damage.
Yeah. So I guess roll all that damage.
Okay, so first it's 1d8 plus 1, so that's 6 piercing. And then 2d6 poison. And that's 8. And then if it tries to move, then it takes an additional 2d6.
Okay.
So.
And it does.
Okay, so then that's 5.
Oh wait, did you say poison? None of the poison damage does anything.
Okay, that was 8.
All
so, but it takes 5 slashing damage.
Okay. Yeah, so no poison damage applies, and so I think you hit it. And remind me, the slowing effect it's not restrained or anything. It's just slower movement speed, or
slowed down by
10 feet.
10 feet.
Okay, yeah. So you guys, this is definitely a cinematic, long shot sort of thing. Just cling, just like one of those long zooms of just like this is a 450-foot shot of a fast-moving metallic creature. Just like none of you even like you were all feeling like, oh, it's gone, it's got away, and just wasn't just like. So you hit it, but it basically drops out of sight shortly after.
Okay.
So let's get another survival check with advantage because it's briefly slowed down.
Natural 20 on the first one.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
Not kidding.
nice.
Mwah. And then an 8 on that one. So 22.
Okay, yeah. You're getting closer again. So you guys are let's do one more check.
The brambles last for 1 minute, so if it continues to move each turn, it's going to continue to take slashing damage.
It definitely is continuing to move.
Okay, that's 7.
All right.
And just
Put
let
on
me
some
know
chase
when
music.
it moves again, and I'll roll again.
Yeah, it's continuing to run, and in fact, actually, you know what? We're just gonna do just the survival rolls now. We're gonna do a couple more. So make one more.
At advantage or regular?
Regular.
Okay, 13.
So wait, like when does that movement thing stop? Because it surely doesn't last forever.
After 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
It lasts for a minute.
Okay. So you guys are getting closer, and you feel like you're gaining on it. And so let's get one more.
19.
All right. Yeah. I think here's how we're just gonna play out what happens here is that you guys. Hang on. I'm jumping something. We've got a slight out of order thing happening, which is fine, but give me a second. Yeah, hang on.
So in the meantime, if you're still watching this, we are still raising money with Extra Life. And we've met our goal of $750, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But it's still worth it to go ahead and help us raise money for sick kids by playing D&D. So if you are feeling generous, as this is the season for generosity, please head on over to the Extra Life link, which we will put into the notes very shortly, and consider giving a gift. You can give anonymously, or we can have you get one of those rewards that's listed on the website. There are 3 different levels for 3 different kinds of things. So you should pick your favorite and go from there. In addition, I'm also crocheting during this campaign because that's what I do. And
while you're doing this, I'm going to take the opportunity to use the bathroom just real quick, and I'll be right back.
Great.
What's the count up to?
I'm still on number 3, but I've finished the base on number 3. I got distracted by rolling dice. Because, that's kind of what we're here to do. But I'm on bag number 3. If I get to 6 by the end of the campaign, one of our players, Lee, will be donating $25 to the cause. Woo! So that's exciting. We can go ahead and do some shameless promotion while we're here, right?
I would like to promote this dice that I just got. It is fancy, and it's rolling 19s and 20s, guys.
Oh, yeah.
That's my big achievement.
Amazing. So I think everybody on here has a podcast, or almost everybody has a podcast. Who wants to promote their podcast?
I'll start.
Okay.
I am the creator, and now here's a big change. I am now the creator of a clean podcast.
What?
Yes.
Who are you?
The hell you say?
It's called This Kaiju Life. You can find it at kaiju.libsyn.com. And it's about an ordinary IT guy who works for a really weird company. And very shortly, I am going to be starting a Thunderbolt Fantasy fan cast with my kid and my wife. Mm-hmm. We already recorded 4 episodes, but we want to have a nice number in the can so we don't have to worry about scheduling. Fun. And that's going to be starting in January. I don't have the URL for it yet, but keep an eye out for Thunderbolt and Lightning.
So, what's Thunderbolt and Lightning about?
It's about a really bizarre. Well, bizarre isn't really the right word. It's this unusual program that comes out of Japan and Taiwan called Thunderbolt Fantasy, which is basically a pretty standard anime story, only it's done with puppets instead of animation.
Huh.
It's live action puppetry, and at least once an episode we go, oh my god, how did they do that with puppets? And the story is fun, and the characters are engaging, and it's basically everything that I wanted in this kind of show. And we're all very enthusiastic about it, and we love talking about it. And so we're going episode by episode right now through the first season. Just watch an episode and then do a reaction immediately following after. In the line of a certain Game of Thrones podcast I know about.
Very cool.
Yeah. Anybody else have shameless self-promotion before we jump back into the game?
You can check out my new band, The Art of Falling.
Check them out.
Yeah, we're in the middle of recording our album, so there isn't much material out there just yet. But there's a couple songs on our website, fallingmusicabq.com.
Cool.
But you guys, Chooch is singing.
Yeah.
Really?
Finally getting that voice. No, man. He sounds good, and I'm so happy to hear it.
That's awesome.
Christiana, before we get too far over, I just want to note there is a comment on your donation page. I think it was one of the donors had a suggestion, so I just want to make sure you catch that before we get too far.
Thank you for letting me know. Let me see if I can...
So, under the My Story tab, not the Donations tab, although I do see their name there.
Alright, like I was in...
So
From Brenda
while
Bell.
you're reading...
Oh, yeah, I know. That's my mom.
Okay.
I can also really quickly say I am the host, one of the co-hosts on Nostalgia Pilots with Hugh, who was playing Annie DeFango earlier. And we talk about Mobile Suit Gundam Wing. I'm also on Game School, where we talk to the creators of role-playing games and go through a quick one-shot to kind of get into their minds and also explain how the game works, which is a lot of fun. And so that's my thing. Also, I do audiobooks, but that's not a podcast.
Alright. So, let's pick back up on this chase. Already in progress.
Do-do-do!
Yes, so you guys have been running so much that I want each of you to make a Constitution saving throw to see if you get one level of exhaustion.
Yeah!
Old man Weezing coming. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, 9.
11.
7.
13!
Alright.
18.
Those of you who got less than 10 now have one level of exhaustion, which means disadvantage on ability check. Oh, excuse me, goodness. Disadvantage on ability checks. But as you guys are racing around, you turn a corner and you find the Nimble Right there, sword drawn, ready to attack. We're rolling initiative.
Yeah!
Yay!
Dun, 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 dun.
12 for quick.
Is initiative considered a
Yes.
a skill check? Yeah, I know, so. It's okay, my first roll is worst anyway.
Yeah. 8 for Ebrents.
Okay.
17.
Shutak has a 19.
Okay.
Luker has a 17.
17. Okay, sorry, I didn't get, damn it.
11.
11. Okay. And then, I got Quinn, Luker,
5 for Gibson.
oh, there we go. Okay. So, this thing has clearly taken some damage already from this grasping arrow that is still around it, but it is got its sword drawn. It is wearing the hat and cloak, and it seems to have a piece of paper tucked into like the mechanism of its shoulder, but it is, brandishing its sword at you. So, Shutak, you're up first.
I am going to. Okay, how far away is it, first of all?
Well, you guys have just run up on it in a dead-end alley, so you tell me.
Okay. I'm actually going to, because I don't want to start the fight, I'm going to run up to about 10 feet away, and I will ready an attack, pull out my, ready my sword and shield, and attack it if it attacks me or my friends, but I'm not going to throw the first blow.
Okay. Luker.
I am going to fire the first blow.
Technically, Quinn
second.
already hit it with an arrow, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the first blow for this alley. I'm going to fire Witch Bolt at it.
Okay. So what's your attack roll?
19.
19 hits.
For 2 lightning damage.
All right. Nope, it's fine. Yeah. That it takes that damage. And so the lightning sizzles out from Luker's hand and actually continues to sort of circling around it.
Yeah, this is the force lightning attack here.
Right, but it's also like you're holding it. Unless you let it go, you're holding the attack continuously.
Yes.
Okay, Quinn.
I shoot it with my arrow.
All right.
That's a 20, not natural.
That hits.
And so then I do 8. That's 6. And then I want to action surge and shoot it again.
Well, so briefly, are your arrow attacks magical?
No.
Okay, so it takes half of that damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right.
But.
Okay, and then your action surge firing again.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's a 25.
That hits.
Is it a crit?
No.
Okay.
It's a 18, but I get 18 plus 5 plus 2 because I have because I decided to go with the archer thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a 2 and a half is 1 for the creature. And I say, bad robot!
So, Shutak, was your held action only if it attacked you guys, or would you have...
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, if it attacks us.
Okay, damn it, you're up.
So, how much damage has it taken?
Well, you guys know that it's still suffering from this this grasping arrow that's got sort of these weird like thorny vines around it from Quinn's arrow. And there's been a couple of other attacks, and it looks like it's been damaged, but none of the attacks so far have added much new damage.
And it is currently being electrified.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do guiding bolt.
Okay.
Range spell attack. Ooh, rolled a 19 plus. There's something that I add to it.
You guys are rolling pretty well. I'm catching up with this thing earlier than normally the plot would allow.
So 23.
23, yeah, that hits.
Sweet. So that
we've worn off its plot armor. Excellent.
So that's 46 radiant damage.
My kids would call this a sequence break.
Yeah. It's not a huge one, but a little.
So that's 14 points of damage.
Okay, that hits it pretty hard. It's pretty shaky now.
The next attack roll made against it has advantage.
Yeah, it's sort of glittering with this magical energy now. It makes it really easy to see. So Ibrance, that makes it your turn.
So Ibrance is gonna say in halfling for anybody who can understand it. No, just see if you can get it. You're quick. And his friend's gonna try to grab the note thing out of its body.
All right, have your friend make a sleight of hand check.
What?
I heard that.
11.
11. You see the paper sort of twitches, but is not pulled free. All right. So that makes it the Nimblewright's turn. And I think Shutak is the one that's sort of like most prominently near it. So it looks like it's going to start coming at you, but that triggers your held action.
Yes. So, Ah!
It's at advantage.
Oh, that's that's correct.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
17 plus 4 is 21.
Okay. Yeah.
But-
it looks like it attempts to parry, but the power of your swing is just too much, and you hit it.
No, we're not talking about a powerful swing. This is Shutak we're talking about.
Okay.
I get 6 points of damage.
That does the trick. So, yeah. So how do you want to do this? How do you take out this Nimblewright?
He as the Nimblewright lunges forward, Shutak dodges out of the way of its lunge, jumps around behind it, and the style of fighting that he uses is completely different than you would expect a big old dragonborn to use. And wedges the sword under the plate that covers its back and kind of levers it up, and all gears and stuff all get kind of spill out of the back as it collapses to the ground.
And it collapses to the ground, and it is still. And for there is a few seconds where a few of its little internal gears are still whirring and clicking, and then gradually they stop.
Damn it! Did you see the shot I took where he was on the roof and then I shot it and then it fell?
I think probably
that was
most
amazing.
of you didn't see anything. What you saw is Quinn fire an arrow like way the hell out of the way, and yet this thing had these arrows, and you did catch up.
Quinn
You caught up with
looks
it after that. So
While they're talking about that, Shutak is going to roll it over and pull that paper out.
okay.
Quinn looks at Gibson and Dammit like parent figures and really wants their approval in everything, and so that's that's kind of a thing. So she's very excited that shot worked.
It was a very good shot, Quinn. Excellent work.
Never could have made it at all myself. Congratulations. Let's see what this poor creature was carrying.
All right. What you see in the on the paper is a map. It is a map specifically of the trade ward, and it has an X on one particular alley, and in a hasty scratched hand near the X is the name Fenris Stormcastle.
Wait, what?
There is a map of the trade
No,
ward.
I heard it. I'm just kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Stormcastle. I was thinking Castellanata, which...
No, Castellanter was that other family, but no, different name.
Too many
that
castles.
said, I will allow both Dammit and Gibson to make a history check.
Disadvantage, because I'm breathing heavily.
I was 6.
9.
All right. Yeah, the name doesn't ring a bell.
Sorry, guys.
But there is a map with the X on a certain alley in the trades ward.
Is there anything else on him?
You search him, and he's got the cape and the hat, and this. You realize that the rapier is it doesn't have a regular rapier handle. It has a strange sort of fitting. It does come off of the Nimblewright's hand, but it's designed to fit into a socket on the hand, and so it would be difficult for a normal person to wield it because it's not a normal hilt, but it fits on the Nimblewrights.
Quinn
So
totally
does it
takes
look
like
the-
him?
Yeah.
It's similar in design, but not the same.
Quinn totally takes the hat and the cape.
All right.
We
And
should gather up
wraps
the
it
rest
up.
of the pieces.
I feel like we should take the whole thing and.
Okay.
Do you have a
Make
bag
it
for
get-
this Nim?
Well, as a matter of fact, as you guys are kind of searching it and turning it over, about that time is when you are caught up to by some city watchmen who are kind of on pursuit, trying to follow you guys as you are racing through the city.
Right.
You guys missed it.
And they're kind of astounded, even is this thing? You realize that these city watchmen are maybe not in on the whole story. Like,
Mhm.
they've
Right.
been said, no, hey, follow those guys.
Yeah.
Because there's kind of a scramble happening. So they're just looking at you like, what is that thing?
A construct.
That.
We'll have to return quickly to the other business as it concluded.
What, at the villa?
That's what we call a clue.
Yes, at the villa.
Yeah. Okay. So they basically they're not sure. They were told like to report in and got pointed at like, no, there's a bunch of people running that way. Find out what they're doing. Make sure they're okay. And so they're kind of there's a little bit of chaos right now, but they can bring you back to the villa.
Nim,
Bring you back there.
a bag, please.
Nim isn't here.
Yeah, we don't have Nim.
Oh, sorry.
Quinn.
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 Somebody said
Oh,
Nim
Quinn.
recently. Was stuck
I
in my head.
mentioned them earlier. Yeah.
That was Quinn. A bag, please, for the remains.
I don't have a bag that big.
Well.
Damit's going to take off of her cloak and just dump all the pieces in it and then wrap her cloak up and fling it over her shoulder. Is it big enough, do you think, to fit all the pieces from the nimble, right?
This thing is
Nimbot?
it's human sized. I mean, it's kind of light and slender, but it's made of metal. It's the size of a person and kind of heavy.
Well,
I
well,
was impressed even much smaller than that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, in that case, maybe Damit will grab its head and then the soldiers can carry the rest of it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, I just want to confirm that this is Nim's construct.
All right.
Does it look like the patterning out of the wall?
The city watch are there. They've caught up. They can absolutely help you carry it. There's no problem there.
Yeah.
I have faith in them carrying the rest of it.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
So, are you guys all returning with them to the
Villa.
Grellhunt Villa? Then.
Yes.
Okay. So I think as you as you guys return there, there's a lot more watchmen all kind of standing around outside, and the gate is still open, and you can see there's more people assembled in there. And just as you arrive, Barnabas and Crumley are kind of coming out, and they just say, good. You ran off after a suspect? And he kind of sees the number right. He's like,
Yeah. That.
We felt we had to act again when something was fleeing. Sorry for that.
well, in this at this point, you let the guardsmen know, and appreciate that. You've come to us. You've shown your team player. We appreciate that. I'm glad to have you aboard helping with this investigation.
It was holding a map. I'll present the map to Barnabas.
Okay. Barnabas looks at it and kind of raises his eyebrow, and then shows it to Cromley, and Cromley just kind of eyes wide, and he kind of looks at you as a Fenris Stormcastle. Like, didn't he go straight?
I don't remember him.
And Barnabas says, Fenris Stormcastle belonged to a team of mercenaries some years back, but of late we thought he had seen the error of his ways, and he had been working as a lamplighter in the Trades Ward.
Well, it may very well they still had enemies. I'm not sure if this was a target or a place of refuge.
So Cromley shows the map to a couple of other city watching, and he says, we'll send some people down to investigate.
And what of in the villa? We heard more shouting. Swords drawn.
Yes, Cromley says, yes, there was a great amount of chaos in the villa. We arrived to find Lord Growlhund unconscious, Lady Growlhund in shock, their half-orc bodyguard somewhat bloodied. Apparently, the Growlhunds had been held hostage for more than a 10-day by agents of the Zentarum. And most of the Zentarum were killed during a bloody revolt against their captors, led by Lord Growlhund himself. And of course, there were some that got away despite the fighting. The Zent leader was a man named Erstel Floxen, who is still at large, but he apparently was the leader of the faction that was holding them hostage. We will certainly be stepping up our search for him. He is a person of interest, regardless.
Interesting.
And they had spoken of this Nimblewright, which was apparently working for the Zentarum, because it preceded the hostage situation. is what we were told, is that this strange construct arrived at the villa, and the Gralhunds, being compassionate folks, took in this strangely troubled creature, not realizing that it was scouting out their house for the Zentarum, and then let the others in under the dark of night. And it had escaped, but apparently you have caught it, so well done.
I wonder how the Zentarum got in contact with this construct, because its maker doesn't have access to the outside world.
I don't know. It's the same.
No, not yet.
Yeah, we don't know that this is the construct, that the other construct. This might be a completely different one.
Anything with a mind can be influenced.
How sure are you that the Gralhunds are innocent victims in this?
Well, is my assessment that they seemed in shock as a result of the violence occurring in their home. I have no reason to disbelieve them.
Right.
And why were they being held?
That is not entirely clear. It seems that the Zentarum may have wished some sort of a ransom. That is unclear. The Gralhunds profess not to know. I will certainly point out, as I'm sure former officers Dammit and Gibson know, that it can be difficult business interrogating a noble. So I have no specific reason to disbelieve them, but felt it could be problematic to press too hard into obviously sensitive issues.
Especially since they are the victims in this case, or supposedly.
It would seem so, and I, as I say, I not want to aggressively question nobles who may well be the victims in this situation, as you say.
Yes. Have you considered keeping a guard on watch of the house just to see if any other
yes, absolutely. The house will certainly be under city watch protection for at least a 10-day until we determine what other developments may come from this investigation. It seems that this Erstal Floxen may well have been the individual who fled from the fireball scene earlier today.
Was he injured? Was he injured in a way that would indicate? Is that how you made that determination?
Yes, it appears that he had been absent from the house and arrived this morning bearing new wounds and burns.
Okay, that makes sense.
But he's a Zen, isn't he?
Yes. Is that not what we had suspected?
Well, he was caught in the blast that was dropped by supposedly his own construct. Seems like poor planning.
Or a great distraction.
Well, it could also be. I am not sure how dexterous these Nibblerites are. Are they capable of precise attacks? Do you know? It may have been an accident. May have been attempting to help stop the gnome.
True. That's
Fireballs aren't exactly precise, more of an area.
Yeah, and the one that the pieces of the one that you saw here, it certainly did not get the opportunity to attack us, but it was certainly taking that posture when we fought.
We also know that the Zentharum have a bit of a fracture.
How do you have this knowledge?
We may
Other
or may
investigations.
not have tried to go undercover in other investigations.
You know, as these things go, things travel in different directions, sometimes unexpected ones.
Indeed.
I'll lean a little closer and drop my voice a little bit. Barnabas, do you know if the Growlhands had any dealings with the Xanathar's guild?
I would be very much surprised. I have no reason to believe that is the case. It would surprise me. The Xanathar Guild is not known for their noble contacts.
Right now, they're known for a lot of bizarre activities, so this could be just one of it. But
That is certainly true.
and they place pressure where needed.
Yeah. So you guys found the paper on the Nimble Right before the City Watch showed up. Do you present? Oh no, you did. You showed them that. Never
Yeah.
mind.
You did.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's all set. And I think yeah. So I think that yeah. I'm trying to just think how this plays out, and I think he is grateful to you, all of you, for being so helpful in this investigation, especially since you've now proven yourselves team players in this regard. He suggests that unless you have other business, perhaps you could travel down to the trades ward and assist the watchmen there with their interrogation investigation regarding this Stormcastle fellow.
Yes, I think I'm going to want to take a cab, however. I need a moment's rest and catch my breath.
Yes, indeed, I know the feeling, and he kind of holds up his little cane.
Yeah, I could use a short rest.
Too much running around at my age.
All right. So I think by now it is actually starting to get into early evening. So up to you guys how you want to proceed.
I mean, shouldn't we get ready for our grand opening?
I mean, Annie has it well in hand.
Yeah.
Right, but we were also supposed to meet with that captain guy who was going to come to the grand opening.
Was Annie the one who was going to? Annie was the one who arranged that, or?
Well,
No,
no, Annie was
we
the one who was
arranged
going to go talk to the Harpers and let them know what was going on.
Yeah.
But he also invited the captain to come visit to talk about the
Oh,
contract.
yeah,
I
that
guess-
was me.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Is that you? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
no,
as
I
a
think it was
group-
both of you. Yeah.
as a group, you guys invited Zardoz Zord to come.
Yeah.
Zardoz.
Do
So
we
I
want to
think-
wait until after the opening to check with Nim about verifying that this construct is his and closing that little loop, or do we want to deal with that tomorrow? And focus on the party.
Yeah, I think tomorrow with them, and at least some of us be and I hate to split the party on the DM, but some of us go to
Well, no,
to-
whatever you guys want to do. This is fine. Like, so the immediate crisis seems to have passed. The investigation continues, but you guys tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, I was thinking, split the party, have some people go off for the interrogation and have some people go back to the inn to meet with the captain so that he doesn't think we're liars.
Yeah.
If you'd like to see to the interrogation, damn it, I could go back to the inn.
I plan on going to the tavern.
Okay. So who's going to the tavern?
That's Quinn and Gibson.
All right, and then and then we've got a group going back to the temple now, or I lost track of all the different places you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
I think the temple would
Going
be
to
tomorrow
the-
anyway.
Yeah, going to the interrogation now.
Okay. So let's follow those folks first.
For the interrogation?
Yeah, you're going to follow to the location on that map.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
I am going to step away then for a few minutes.
All right. So as you guys are heading down that way, taking a coach, this is Shutak and Eberance and Luker.
Mm-hmm.
And damn it, yeah.
I think I'm going with them.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I am going with them.
Yeah. Okay. So, basically, here, let's see. All right. Yeah. Okay. So what happens is that you guys are making your way down in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
And you're heading down to the trades wards. You're following the map, And let me bring up this map of this alley. Where's this one? I've got too many maps. There we are. Okay. So, you're crunching through the, the winter streets. You get out from the coach and you head into there, and you're starting to look for this place, coming down the alley, when all of a sudden you hear, "Look out!" And you look up and you see coming down the slope of the hill from the other direction of the alley is 3 kids. One, well, you know what? I have a picture of the kids. Let me show them. Show them. There's 3 kids. One is a tiefling kid. One is kind of a pudgy kid, and one is a girl. An older girl who looks like the oldest. So it's these 3 kids. Mm-hmm. But basically, they are trying to restore control to a cart that sells baked apples as kind of a winter treat. You guys have seen them around. But they have apparently taken a cart, were running with it, lost control of it on some ice, and they are now skidding down a steep hill into the alley towards you guys. So I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
13.
15 for me.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
I get run over.
Yeah. Everyone except Luker manages to leap out of the way. Luker, where's my? You are bowled over by this cart and take 4 bludgeoning damage, but the cart stops on top of you.
There you go.
And
that's good.
And then the girl is immediately like down there, sort of like patting you over, like she's not speaking, but she's like patting you over, and she's clearly like trying to make sure you're okay. The little pudgy kid comes puffing up behind it, and she's like, "Sorry, thanks for helping us stop it." And then the tiefling kid is kind of sitting on top of the thing, and he just sit there looking stunned. He just goes, "That was awesome."
Not from here.
Yeah. So are the rest of you, like the kids, this is a heavy cart for the kids, so they're struggling with it a little bit.
Well, I'm going to help them get it off of Luker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luker up, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely are kind of looking back where they came, and there doesn't seem to be anyone immediately following. So they're kind of giving, they're watching you guys carefully, trying to get a sense of your body language. Are you guys looking angry at them, like they're in trouble, or
I'm
what?
not. I'd say, you being chased or just having fun?
The tiefling kid just says, "Well, getting something to eat." And in the meantime, they're both kind of getting apples out of the cart.
Shutak has done things like this himself, so he's not. He's the only thing he's worried about is brushing off the snow from the snowdrift he had to jump into to get out of the way. That's the only thing that's bothering him.
The girl helps you up, Luker, and just kind of, with sort of a nervous smile, like hands you one of the apples, which is kind of steaming in the cold air.
I'll take the apple and just kind of sling my arm around her shoulders and give her a little hug. It's okay. I'm fine.
She looks very relieved. The kids are thrilled that this has not gotten them into trouble, and now they have lots of baked apples to eat. So they are busying themselves with that.
All right.
So you guys are nearby there, continuing to follow towards this, where the map indicated.
Yeah.
Right. So the kids are still kind of poking around. This is sort of an out of the way spot where they believe they have lost whoever they stole that cart from, and So they're just kind of poking around, eating baked apples. And as you kind of move around further, you discover that this building right here, it seems to be the building you would expect, and the door is kicked in. And you don't see anyone else around.
Head up to the thing, see if we can hear anything inside.
Yeah.
All right. You step up and you look in the doorway, and what you see is this small apartment in there has been trashed, like it's been ransacked, and more to the point, what you see in the sort of just inside the threshold of the door is a dead city watchman.
Ah.
Oh. Well, that's going to get everybody up in arms.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do an investigation check on the dead watchman.
Okay, go ahead and make medicine, or what are you trying to determine?
I just want to see what happened to him.
Okay, well, at least the source of his injuries is very straightforward. He was stabbed with swords or daggers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hint to the kids, guys, you might want to go ahead and move on. This is not something you want to see.
This inspires them immediately to crowd around the door and ooh and ah, like, oh man!
Yeah.
Hey, wasn't that Fenris's house? Yeah, I think it was.
I'm going to look down at the little girl and ask her if she's seen anybody coming or going or around here.
She kind of looks around a little bit and just kind of...
Okay. Then I'm going to hand each of them a gold coin and tell them to get on to make a move.
Oh, to move on, go somewhere else?
Skedaddle.
Yeah. They immediately do so. They bring the cart with them.
Awesome.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
At least I got one.
Yeah. But yeah, so as you guys are coming in to investigate the scene here, there's the dead guard, and you also see pretty obvious inside this ransacked, kind of hovel is painted in blood on the kitchen wall is a circle with 10 equidistant lines radiating outward from its circumference.
What?
Hairy eyeballs.
Oh.
Yep.
I guess so. Quietly go through the rest of the place and see if there's anybody here.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on the dude other than wounds?
Yeah. No. You do actually find that there is on his helmet is off, and you see that there's like a thump, like he maybe got hit from behind.
And then stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So you guys can make an investigation check in the apartment if you want.
Yeah.
So that's a 20, not natural.
Okay. What you realize, damn it, having been involved in this type of investigation before, is that not only was this place ransacked like someone searching for something, but there was clearly also fighting that happened here. There is evidence that multiple individuals had some sort of a combat in this place.
So I'll share that with my pals.
Mm.
Yeah. But there's no sign of multiple people coming out this way. Is there a back door?
Well, no, I mean, you don't see like footprints inside.
Well, no, I meant outside the alley. Do we know
how long he's been dead?
Yeah, he has not been dead long, like half an hour maybe.
Okay. So yeah, did we see any tracks leading away?
I mean, there's like a lot of footprints. People come through this alley. I mean, it's relatively quiet, but there's no obvious fresh tracks. I mean, there's lots of footprints, but it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Can I go up and see if there are stairs that lead to like a roof or an attic or something like that where one of these creatures might have, like a construct might have come in from above?
So I think that as you guys poke around, you're not really finding much in the way of other clues, other than the fact that there, like I said, clearly some sort of a fighting happened here with more than one or two people. It seems like there was, multiple people fought inside this little place, and also that the little pools and spots of blood that you see seem like they happened perhaps earlier today, not like not as fresh as this watchman. And then, as I think you guys are still poking around, a tall, graceful woman in an emerald green cloak approaches you, her long silver hair billowing out from under her hood. "If you've come looking for Fenris Stormcastle, I'm afraid you're too late," she says. And I have a picture of this person. And
oh, wow.
Here's the thing. Dammit would immediately recognize. I think probably most of you would. Maybe not Shutak.
No.
This is Laurel Silverhand, the Open Lord of Waterdeep.
Oh, wow.
Holy.
Yeah.
And like no retinue or anything?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
And she just shows up but at the same time, the Open Lord of Waterdeep is not like a normal individual. She is like 800 years old and has extremely powerful magic. She's like the daughter of a god or something, and people are not entirely clear on what her deal is exactly, but she is clearly centuries old, has very powerful magic, and is currently also the head of the Waterdeep government.
Yeah.
So,
All
big deal
right.
person. And she says, "If you've come looking for Fenris Stormcastle, I'm afraid you're too late. It appears Xanathar has gotten to him first. Fenris had something in his possession that I desire. Perhaps you can help retrieve it."
So certainly, we're at
Of
your
course.
disposal.
Good. The fact that you've come, I suspect you are involved with Blastwind's investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that he sent that guardman, poor man. I arrived to find him indisposed. I had heard through various networks that the Stone of Golor may be on this premises, and I believe that you know about the Stone of Golor. Is this right?
We know some things, but we don't know a lot.
Previous
know-
Open Lord of Waterdeep, Doggled Neverember, was a very corrupt individual, and he embezzled more than 500,000 dragons from the city. He hid it somewhere, and he entrusted that secret location to some sort of a magical artifact known as the Stone of Golor. I would very much like to see that money returned to the city treasury.
Of course. I just wasn't sure. We had heard something to this effect. I just wasn't sure if there was anything else about the stone that
Yes.
might be important in chasing it.
It is a magical artifact of some kind, but I have not been able to examine it myself so far. But I did hear through my own various contacts and some magical investigation that it had been in the possession of Fenris Stormcastle. However, Fenris himself was actually arrested some 2 days ago. He was arrested for having taken back up with some of his mercenary companions, and he is currently raiding in a courthouse. And I had come to investigate to see if perhaps the stone was still at his residence. Unfortunately, it seems as though I was beaten to it by other individuals, and this poor guardsman must have happened across the theft already in progress. I wonder if I could ask you to assist me in this investigation. You understand that someone of my position, it is difficult to act with precision because my appearance is given a great deal of weight wherever I may go. And so, therefore, I would prefer to act through proxies to avoid the political complications of my direct involvement. I believe that Fenris Stormcastle may know where the stone is. I would request that you go to the courthouse to find him and question him to see if he knows where the stone is, and if possible, procure it and bring it back to me.
Can I ask something?
Be my guest.
Out of character. Sorry,
Okay.
out of character. So I came in, later in the day yesterday. Who else is looking for the Stone of Golor?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah. So
who have we told that we are looking for it for them?
I don't think you have actually promised to anyone else that you would be looking for it, but you know that Raynar believes that the Zentarum kidnapped him because they thought he might know where it was. You've heard rumors that the Xanathar Guild is mad at the Zentarum because they think the Zentarum stole the Stone of Golor from them. And yet you've also had various other parties all seem to be interested in this thing, and it seems like there's a lot of people looking for it.
So finding it would eliminate a lot of needless death and stuff that's going on.
Plus, it apparently is the secret to knowing where there's 500,000 gold pieces.
I'm more worried about the death than the money. That's for the richer people to think about, but I'm certainly interested.
Yeah, I want to say that this might actually be the best person for us, if we find it, for us to give it to. I don't trust either one of the gangs that are hunting for it, and the individuals who are also hunting for it don't necessarily trust them either. So I think this might actually be the best person to give it to.
Yeah, especially since it's embezzled city money.
She's is actually also just says, I assure you, doing such a service to the city would inspire the gratitude of the Open Lord of Waterdeep. I would also encourage you to not share these new details with the ongoing investigation. Cromley and Blastwind are good men, and I trust them, but I believe they have men working for them that may be agents of some of the other criminal individuals looking for the stone.
Okay.
Holes.
So you would have us keep information about what we found here and that we're looking for the stone for you. We would keep that from Seth and Barnabas. I can't remember their last names. Cromley and whatever his name is.
Blastwind.
I would certainly ask that you do not mention my involvement. And I would ask that if you are able to locate the stone, bring it to me rather than turning it over to them. Even if they are surrounded by honest people, there are many very dangerous individuals looking for the stone. If it were to be known that they have it, it could put them at risk.
For my part, I think we can agree to that. If once we find it, if we can bring it to you openly, or how would you prefer us to give it to you if we actually do succeed?
Yes, if you are able to procure the stone, bring it to me at the Godcatcher. Or no, excuse me, the Honorable Knight is the one that I wrote down in my notes. You didn't hear that. The Honorable Knight is one of the enormous statues, and it is in fact actually the one here in the Trades Ward. It's on your map. And she just says, if you have it and you bring it there, I will know, and I will make myself known to you, and you can hand it to me there. Bringing it to the palace would attract too much attention.
Mm-hmm.
What says you, Shutak?
I'm gonna wait and tell you after she's gone.
That's fair.
She smiles at that.
How do we know this is really, like, you? People can put on disguises and stuff. Because, quite frankly, why someone like you would have any interest in what, like, schlubs like us do, suspicious.
Well, you guys can make an insight check if you want to see if you think she's lying.
Ooh, natural 20 plus 4.
Okay.
Really glad I switched dice when I did.
Natural 20 plus 4?
Plus 4.
Inside of the stuffing out of that.
Gosh. You get the feeling there is something she's not telling you.
Which
But
would
that she
surprise
is who
me.
she says she is?
It's not clear. She is very persuasive and hard to read for anyone. You rolled really high.
Yeah.
And so that is the only thing that gives you even the slightest clue that there might be something other than just completely straightforward forthright about what she's saying. In fact, I think she actually sees you kind of hesitating.
Of course.
She said, if you have additional questions, I would be happy to answer them.
I'm not surprised that you would not share everything with us. You don't know us. But I do care about my friends, and I do care about what we're working on. Is there anything that you can tell us that would reassure us that you are who you say you are? Because we're just otherwise taking you at your word. To not share this information with the investigators that we have been forthright with so far.
I explained to you why that is. This is something that is extremely delicate and sensitive.
I'm usually in sewers, so I'm going to let Luker and the bigger brains decide this one.
And Shutak is a follower too, so he's looking to the others.
I think she will say, you may choose to believe me or not. I believe that my proposal will return the money to the city's coffers with the least risk of life. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. I will await your decision. And then she actually turns to go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say let her go. Let her go because we're gonna. I mean, she's provided us with a possible lead, the location of this person that this house belongs to, and we have to get the stone first before we figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, and she told us what to do with it when we found it, so we don't really need anything more from her right now to complete the task. We just have to decide if we're going to the way she wants it done. So,
yeah.
All right. Yeah. So she turns to go, and I think that if you allow her to go, you hear her footsteps kind of crunching into the snow, and she kind of turns the corner, and then you stop hearing the footsteps.
Well, what's next then?
So let's cut back over to the folks who have gone back. What are you doing at the last minute? There's definitely, as you guys are getting ready for the grand opening, technically you were open, so there's actually been a fair amount of people, coming in and starting to, order and everything. But things are going to start getting ramped up. So like, what are the remaining things that you're doing to prepare?
Did my fellow apprentices send over stuff?
Yeah, they did. They sent over a bunch of blankets and curtains and all sorts of accoutrement that would be good for people who are perhaps injured or to just be like gifts to give out to people and just goodwill things. And
so I make sure that all of the bigger stuff that's more for display is up, and like that the artisan's name is properly displayed, and like I'm the one handing out the gifts, and if anybody shows interest, I will explain what it is, so that it can be like fully appreciated. So like, oh, this blanket was made by a 5th-year apprentice, and her name is such and such, and she did a star stitch, which is really hard to learn, but it'll keep all the heat in. It'll be nice and warm for you, and yeah, stuff like that.
All right, so I think you guys did you have anything else, Gibson, that you were doing, or?
Oh, well, given recent events, I'm watching everybody who comes in like a hawk and see if I can try to make my guesses to which organizations they represent.
As the evening starts to continue, there's a lot of people coming. You realize that you put in a lot of good word for like advertisement and promotion, and not only that, but you start realizing that people who maybe heard about it but weren't necessarily planning to come out also heard that there was some big fireball in the neighborhood, and they think it would be cool to go and see where that happened. And then there's the tavern right there. And so you guys are actually getting a lot of people start to show up.
We're in the disaster tourism business.
So I want everyone to, you guys are getting a plus 100 to this roll, but I want you to roll percentile dice.
Oh, percentile dice. Okay. Yeah. Both of us?
Well, no, just
one roll.
One person representing the tavern.
Okay. Do you want to do it, Mark, or do you want me to?
Go for it.
Okay. So that's a 32.
Okay. So now you guys are... you guys are basically finding yourself filled to capacity. Like, it is crowded, noisy. Your new staff is like scrambling to try to serve everybody. There are people waiting around outside. It is, packed. Very successful ground opening. People seem very pleased, but there's a lot of people.
Wow. Okay. And we have, I think we want to wait until the whole party is back before Annie comes out. Okay. Unless, like, we get to a certain point and they're not back.
Right.
So like, I think we would want to have her on by 7.
Okay.
If the party isn't back by then.
All right, yeah. So Annie goes on. The stage works. People are happy. It's like, just from a strict running a business perspective, this is like as everything you could have hoped for from this grand opening. It's tons of people. People are having a good time. Things are going pretty well. It's pretty chaotic because it's the first night for everyone, and it's very busy. But you guys kind of prepared for that. You took care of things. You made preparations, and it's going very well from that regard. So I think when the others come back from their investigation, it's just starting to get really busy.
Did any of the lords or ladies make an arrival?
There's a handful of nobles. You don't see anyone who's just like super high up famous, but there are some nobles in attendance.
So not Castellanter or
No.
Okay.
Amalia, her last experience here was not the sort that she seems eager to repeat.
Yeah.
That's what she gets for lying.
That's what you get for seeing through her lies. Now they know that you saw through her lie.
I am not very perceptive, but for some reason, that one thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gonna keep an eye out for any of Floon's agents as well,
yeah.
or Floon himself.
Okay. No, Floon definitely shows up.
Oh.
He's a life of the party type. You get the sense like he's not like a super smart guy, but he is fun at a party.
I keep my eye open for Matron, I think his name is. The bard from
yeah.
The bard from the
Yawning Portal.
Yes, that.
But so he's not there yet, but he might show up. I think Raynar comes, and Volo certainly shows up. Lots of people here.
Oh yeah.
People, you've got friends in the city. People are coming to support. Your Dragonborn priest friend does show up at one point.
I give her an update that we did find the construct. It was eliminated. But we'll talk about that afterwards. It just the sum up is it's no longer a threat.
So you got the feeling that she was kind of just putting in an appearance, and then when it was so crowded, she was feeling like she might say like, okay, but all right, I'm done now though, thank you.
Yeah.
But then when you say that, she's just notably relieved, and she's just like, I'm very glad that you have managed to locate it, and that it will no longer be able to hurt anyone.
Yes, it appears it was manipulated. So we'll see what the investigation turns up. But I wanted you to rest easy with that knowledge.
All right. I will. Thank you. She goes and orders another drink.
Wait! One more thing. Grew in my bag. This is for Nim.
What is it?
It's the hat and cloak.
All right, great. Oh, hang on. I need to give us a nice raucous drinking party grand opening ambiance.
Yes.
So at this point, we have those who were involved in the investigation have returned. Do you pull your colleagues aside to update them, or?
Yes, somewhere private where people can't listen.
Okay. And so again, we can kind of just skip over you telling the story because I think everyone heard that already, but you can fill them in on what happened.
So that happened.
I'm assuming that you guys did actually hear what happened. You weren't away from.
I heard a little bit about it.
Okay. Well,
I heard everything from like the time they entered the apartment. So
okay, yeah. So the basically, you guys probably don't spend a lot of time on the kids that were with the apple cart, but
right.
So short version is the place was ransacked. Somebody was fighting there. Dead watchman. You met someone who at least apparently seems to be Laurel Silverhand, who explains that she believes that this Fenris Stormcastle guy was arrested a few days prior, and that he may know where the stone is. She wants you to go find out from him where it is and bring it to her, and ideally not tell any of the other investigators about it, because the more people who know, the more dangerous the situation is.
Okay.
Well, there's not many people who would try to resemble the Open Lord, and in any case, bringing the stone to the Open Lord, even if they weren't actually the ones who requested it, still seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
It's a bit disturbing to hear that they don't trust the Watch, however.
They trust Seth and Barnabas. They just don't. She just doesn't know who around them is not on the Watch's side. So that's where the concern is the people around them, not them specifically.
Wait, you
There's
say
a mole near them.
You say that they have Fenris in custody.
Yes.
But I thought that Barnabas said that he thought that Fenris had gone straight. They hadn't arrested him 2 days ago for wandering away because he'd gone straight. Something doesn't line up there. Maybe he was arrested but not taken in by actual guard?
I felt like she was concealing something, but that wouldn't surprise me given her position and the amount of responsibility she has. Why would she tell us everything? But there was something that we don't know.
Why would she trust you with this much information to begin with, unless she knew something else?
Agreed. It's just all confusing.
Well, Fenris is in custody.
Yeah, speaking to him seems the thing to do.
Yeah. And regardless, we've got to find the thing anyway.
Yeah.
But it will make it difficult to question Fenris without arising suspicion from Barnabas and Seth.
Well, I mean, we would.
The courthouse. Incidentally, the courthouse that she mentioned that he was held at is not the same one that we're currently in.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was the same neighborhood.
No, different neighborhood. Down in the Trades Ward instead of the North Ward one that you guys that they were based in.
If we talk to Fenris, we can just say it's to further investigate the nimble white that we.
Yeah. Also, she didn't say not to tell them about the investigation, just her interest in it. So.
Right.
So if we found out from another source that Fenris had been taken into custody, and then asked Barnabas and Seth to allow us to question him, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to need a bit more authority if we're going to question him.
Right.
I think you guys know, though, that certainly if they know that you're questioning Fenris for the purpose of finding the stone, they're going to want to know what he says.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can burn that bridge when we come to it.
I don't think that's how the expression goes.
Oh. Well.
So yeah, you guys are having this conversation up in the den again, I would guess. And then all of a sudden, like from downstairs, you hear a bunch of like cheering and sudden like applause and laughter, and there's something going on down there.
I suspect the half-orc dulcimer has begun. In earnest.
No, Annie's like up there with you having this conversation.
Wait, you're supposed to be downstairs.
Wait.
All right, Shutek runs downstairs to see what's going on.
Yeah.
So you guys run back down around there, and you see that the reason for the enormous interest is clearly because there is this very handsome human man with kind of scantily dressed, like he's got like one of those big, huge V's, like open chest with a lot of chest hair, and he's just very like wearing light silks, very like a lot of very flamboyant colors, and he's got these two really beautiful women kind of on his side, and he's just and they're like dancers and stuff that he's brought around with him. Like he's got like a retinue of people in like these very colorful costumes and are obviously like the life of the party.
How very chilly.
Wonderful.
And
I'm not sure I should be seeing this.
I'm sure I should be seeing more.
So,
Shutak shakes his head and says, "Mammals."
So go ahead.
So I'm gonna look at the nearest bartender and say, we didn't order them. Where's the house manager?
No, I think they, after sort of being seen and making a big grand entrance, this guy who's clearly the leader does sort of make his way over and lean on the bar and says, "Tell your owners that Zada Zord has arrived to enjoy their hospitality and discuss future business."
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I pat Quinn on the back. That's all yours. Have fun.
Good to see you.
This is the captain?
Yep.
Oh, God. Hi, I'm Quinn. I'm one of the owners. Can you put a shirt on, please?
Oh, well, you don't like this? I believe that this shirt highlights my best qualities.
I realize that, but if I'm going to make do a business negotiation with you, I need to be able to look at your face and not your chest hair.
That seems a bit more like a you problem than a I come at your invitation. I'm here because I understood that you wanted to do business with me.
I do, but I was not expecting a show with the negotiations.
The Sea Maidens Fair provides a show everywhere we go.
So, sure. She's like blushing and going, "Oh dear God, what is happening?"
I understood you were interested in the nimble rights. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. See, this is why I really let me see. She gets in her bag and she's got a coat she's working on. So she's like, "Here, I'm almost finished with this, and I'm sure I can make it to your liking. You can put it in your show."
What does it look like?
It is a bright pink and green. It changes color. It's a silk that she works with. So in certain light it looks green, in certain light it looks pink. And she's working on the embroidery on the edge, but it's not quite finished.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very colorful.
Would it be his size?
Yes, because she makes it human sized.
Okay. Well, but not all humans are the same size.
Right.
Yeah. So how about this?
Shall I roll to make sure that it's closest?
No. What he does is it looks close, so he takes it from you, looks at it, then lays it gently on the bar and immediately starts taking off his silk shirt.
God.
And then he actually, no, he hands the coat. He doesn't lean it on the bar. He hands it to one of the women who's just at his side, and then he does put it on, and it fits pretty well. It says, "Ah, yes, you have a fine touch. I like the coloring."
I'm glad you like it.
So.
Thank you, that's much better.
The Nimblewrights are an excellent attraction. I have found them to be an enormously profitable investment. I picked them up in Lantern not too long ago, but they just attract attention and they are interesting and people are fascinated by them. And very easy to manage generally, so I can promise that however many of them you wish to rent for an evening, they can put on a show that will impress your patrons very much. And we can just discuss price perhaps based on how long you wish to engage them for and how many you wish to employ.
Sure. Sure. So how many of them do you have?
Let me just double check and make sure I know that. 6.
Damit's gonna excuse herself, and she's gonna go off to the bar to busy herself.
Okay. He says, "I do have 6 total, although one of them is generally used as my own personal attendant, and so ordinarily, if you want all 6, that last one will cost a bit more. But at the same time, because you would be engaging them in bulk, if it is not for a long period of time, it's all negotiable."
Oh, so we were thinking maybe a once a month engagement. Make it a very spectacular event, but make it rare enough that it would engage people to come in specifically for that event.
You see, the Sea Maidens Fair would have already been moving on from Waterdeep's fair shores, except that we have been engaged for one more performance next month, and then we will be on our way.
So perhaps we do one performance before that performance, perhaps in a 10 days' time.
A single evening, then?
Yes. An exclusive event.
Yes. Very well, then I could make... How about this? 4 of them at your disposal for a performance that you can specify. We can discuss what sort of activities you would like to have them do. They can do a great many entertaining things, as you must be aware if you come to employ them.
Oh yes, and I myself am a craftsman, and so I have been fascinated with them since I first saw them at the Wonders when they made their premiere.
So this evening's performance, I would charge 20 gold apiece for each of the 4 for the one evening's performance, which may sound steep, but I guarantee you, if with the proper promotion, you will make that much and more back, and people will speak of it for years to come.
And this money would be paid upon arrival to the event, as opposed to in advance.
Let's say perhaps 20 gold in advance and the rest upon arrival. How about this? 20 gold in advance, 40 upon arrival, and the final 20 upon satisfactory completion of the performance.
Seems quite fair.
Yep.
Who said seems quite fair in my ear?
Ibrance, who has lots of ground to stand on in terms of deciding things about the business.
Yeah, no, but I agree with Ibrance, actually. That does seem fair. And we actually have that much money still remaining in our slush fund.
Oh, lovely. Well, then I think that we have an accord, and we can decide when tonight's activities are done, what kind of performance the Nimlights will perform. As you can see, it's quite chaotic right now, and if you would like, I can take a couple of measurements on that coat and perhaps use that as the part of the payment.
He holds out his arms. Ready your tape measure.
Perhaps we could schedule for some sort of demonstration of different options available.
Of course. I would invite you to come dine with me on the Eye Catcher, and I can demonstrate many of the various activities that they are able to perform. Not tonight, of course. You are all obviously occupied this evening, but perhaps tomorrow for lunch, or in the future at your convenience.
She accidentally pokes him with a needle. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Gosh.
And he kind of just grimaces just a little bit. He's like, beauty can be painful.
Yes, I think it's wonderful being able to get a close look at these, right? Yes.
Indeed. I think you will find that they are even more captivating when seen up close than at a distance.
If I may.
All 6.
Dammit is at the bar hanging out, but what she's doing also is checking her little device to see if he's brought any constructs nearby with him.
Okay. You don't detect any within range.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I think since we have offered him, or at least since hospitality has been offered, that he should have a beer on the house.
I think you offer him a beer, and I think he kind of glances over behind the bar and he says, I think that might be more my speed. And he points to one of the fancy top shelf bottles of liquor.
I'm not in charge of that.
Shots!
Yeah. Dammit's been buying that bottle for a while, so she goes and gets the bottle and pours him a drink and pours one for herself.
He goes to do that wrapping arms around toast thing.
She goes and does it.
All right.
I think you can make a dexterity check on that shit. No.
He does the shot with you, and then he says, and don't worry, I have been happy to provide a bit of additional publicity for you on your grand opening, free of charge.
Thank you. That is quite kind. Before you leave for the evening, please be sure to give me the coat back so I can make those final adjustments for you.
Oh, yes, of course. And he takes it off right now. So now he's just got no shirt at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
And now Dammit looks at him and is like,
Yeah, like, he is, he's not a slender guy, and he's not super, like, muscly, but, like, he's just got a strong physique and a lot of chest hair.
Dad bod?
No, like, a little better shape than that, but it's also just, like, he's a little around some of the edges is all.
Okay. And I take it back, and I look to Dammit, and I'm like, can I go upstairs now?
yes.
Run upstairs.
Yeah, so in the meantime, like, some of his retinue that he's brought, like, he has people in, like, weird costumes, like juggling, and then there's a brief, like, flare of, and you realize someone just did a fire-eating thing across the room.
Can someone yell out, no fire eating? No pyrotechnics.
What? Hold on here. I feel personally attacked.
Okay, we just did a fireball earlier that morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think as you go back upstairs, Quinn, I'd like you to make a perception check for me.
Perception. That's a 3.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's a 6.
Okay. Yeah, you cannot get this guy's chest hair out of your head. Like, there's just
where's my pretty bard? God damn it.
All right.
I bet he doesn't have any chest hair at all, huh?
I don't care. He's pretty. And he sings gnomish lullabies and love songs.
Aw.
So do you, I mean, he's probably not going to come up without being invited, so, like, if he were to show up, he'd be downstairs.
Who?
If this Matim.
Oh, I didn't even see him come in.
No, you hadn't yet, but you certainly wouldn't see him from upstairs.
No, it's true. I was going to put the coat on my
Okay.
loom
Sure.
with the stuff, and then I come back down like 15, 20 minutes
Okay.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just has to recover a little bit of equilibrium.
But does Quinn take the coat and smell it?
Hell no!
Oh.
No! I am appalled by this man.
All right. I was just
All
wondering.
right. So, what are the rest of you up to during all of this this chaos? Like, how are you approaching this busy grand opening evening?
Yeah. This is not what I expected it to be. This is definitely a lot more raucous than I thought. But,
Well, you guys did a lot of advertising. It's packed.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Dammit is going to take a table. If she hasn't already made this arrangement, then there's going to be a table somewhere that is just designated for gaming.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say fantasy poker, but there will be other games too. But like, she's going to sit with a clear view of everything and just play poker with her trusty deck.
Nice.
yeah.
Out of character, this event, this eventuality here of this packed place that's raucous is why places that want to be quiet and somber have reservations and a bouncer at the door keeping track of who's going in and that kind of thing.
No, it's I wasn't expecting the disaster tourism angle on the whole thing.
Yeah, the disaster tourism, the Sea Maiden Fair people. It's just let's go with it, guys. Man, it's opening night. It's a big story, you know.
Yeah,
Go with it.
and that's why I wanted to go through with it in the first place.
Righteous.
So, I mean, can you imagine what would have happened if we hadn't opened? That probably would have been bad.
Yeah. We certainly would have gotten into trouble somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I think you guys, like it's a pretty exciting evening. You know, all your neighbors come by and sort of put in an appearance at least. I think several of them are a little bit like, the really crowded party atmosphere is not really where they want to hang out, but they're certainly glad to congratulate you for what's obviously a very successful, opening. Matim does show up at some point, and he, I think, maybe joins Ani in a duet up on the stage, and then maybe you and he and you can chat a little bit more and catch up.
Okay.
We don't have to role play the whole.
No.
Yeah. Just friendly, friendly chit chat, maybe a little flirty. But he's kind of a flirty guy. You get the that's his default setting for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So I think you guys are having a good time. So unless you have any other specific activity, we will assume that this continues into the wee hours.
As the evening goes on, people seem to be confused as to where Gibson is. He was looking and lurking around the corner. And as the room starts to empty, they realize what happened. That upper northwestern turret-like section is where he ended up sitting. So he had a good view of the entire room. And then he fell asleep.
Why is he in my room?
No,
on the base floor.
In the tavern.
Right here?
Okay.
All right.
He's just under your room, honey. It's okay.
Okay.
It's not creepy.
He's still in the pub.
Yeah. So falling asleep despite all the noise and everything. But,
it's a very long day. He's a very old guy. And exhausted.
Yeah. So I would imagine that, unless you're kicking people out, this is going to continue into the wee hours. It obviously gets a little bit less crowded, but it also, the people who are there are more drunk. And so it's not bad, but it's definitely still pretty busy, and it's this is going on for a while, and it's certainly, I think you probably all realize that there's, the time where if you were hanging out at someone else's bar, you would have left by now.
Well, it is a truism of the entertainment industry is that your work goes on after the entertainment's over.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you do have employees that, strictly speaking, are able to take care of it, but
Somebody should stay up and supervise.
Yeah, I'll stay up and supervise and give last call, and instruct the employees to.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
But Matrim can stay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's like last call before we bring down the painting.
Abrams is going to drink heavily and then wander upstairs and pass out on a couch in the common room.
All right.
There you go.
So I think
poker all night, and then she's going to take a meditation later.
Okay. So does Gibson just sleep where he is? Stay there? No one. I think at some point maybe one of the employees would as people are trickling out would maybe go to just nudge you just to sir.
No, I'm not. I've taken care of it. Oh.
Do you want to go up to your room, sir?
Oh, yes. Did it go well?
Yes, quite well. We've been very busy, but yes, it's a lot of drinks bought, a lot of people having a good time.
Good. Mother would have liked that. Make sure to tidy up before you go.
Of course.
Thank you for your assistance. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
So do you go up to your room?
Wander up to his room.
Okay.
Yep.
Check on the locks.
So the I want to hang on and check something actually. All right, let me. Sorry, hang on. This is taking me a second. Okay.
Suspense is killing us all.
I know.
How much money did we make?
Yeah.
You I don't think you notice in the night as you stagger back up to your room. But as everyone is kind of waking up in the morning, and as you wake up, Gibson, I think you get just a little bit of an instinct like someone's been in here.
Blast. In where?
Well, in your room, you're not sure. But you can make an investigation check to try to see, something subconscious is kind of just pinging you.
Something's wrong. I may not know. 14.
Okay. Yeah, you're not sure, but just something feels off, and you can't quite put your finger on it.
We'll check the locks on the private bath and make sure nothing's been disturbed, as well as the case within.
I think you, looking carefully at it, determine that it looks like someone tried to pick the lock, but was unsuccessful.
I'll have to see if I can afford another one of those awards. I will check on the case inside as well. All right. Make sure it's undisturbed.
Inside is undisturbed.
Good. Mm-hmm. You would have been proud, brother. You would have been very proud.
Okay.
So creepy.
So, inquiring minds who are devotees of Joaquin want to know how much we made last night. That's definitely what I would have done before going off to bed, is A, count the money, and B, secure the money.
Yeah. Just last night, not counting any actual expenses, you guys turned over 125 gold profit.
Holy Moses!
Now, you, having sort of studied your business plan and all, know that it's not likely you're going to make that much every night. Last night was the big special grand opening deal, but you did pretty good.
Yeah. So of awesome. The... Mm-hmm. All right.
That was the benefit of having done a lot of promotion and all sorts of special circumstances, and then having just a nice looking place that looked like welcoming, and people had a good time.
Okay, so grand total, we've got $350 in the slush fund. We'll have to pay the window guys, and then we've got the $80 we need to pay for the Nimrites.
Right, but it's going to be reduced a little bit because I'm making the coat.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm still planning on the 80 gold, because at least that way we'll be pleasantly surprised.
Right.
You budget like I do.
Yeah. Well,
Yay,
this is actually
survival budgeting.
This is actually my real life job, so.
Yeah.
Roll survival to figure out the budget.
Yes.
When we've gathered the next morning, I'm assuming we're gathering.
How are you guys talking? Yeah. I would assume so, yeah.
Last night went well. I didn't see all of it, but it seemed to go pretty well. Not quite the quiet establishment I originally envisioned, but much more profitable, I suspect. We've gathered a lot of attention from a lot of quarters in this city, for this and for other activities. And at some point last night, someone made a closer inspection of the upstairs. We were, well, you might want to check all the things you have to make sure nothing is missing.
Where's Cage?
I think he's over there.
Cage, you should make sure that nobody broke in. It's half of your job.
I've also recently acquired a spell which can help. I can add additional magical locks on each of the entrances and give you each the password so that you can come in and go. We can give a similar one to the employees so they have a space they can come in as well.
Sure. That works. Also, Quinn is all smiles this morning.
Are you feeling all right?
Uh-huh. Last night was fun. It was a lot of fun. There's awesome things that happened.
So what time did Matrim go home?
A little after closing. He didn't come upstairs. It was really nice. And
upstairs? Why would he come upstairs?
He didn't.
So he came downstairs?
He gave me my first kiss, okay?
Oh my.
It was nice.
Just be careful. We know a bit better about him now, as Annie has vouched for him, but we know how those bar types are.
So, it was nice. Let me have my moment. God.
Of course.
Every time I say God, I'm actually saying Gond, since that's my
God,
deity.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
God damn it.
Would you guys happen to serve greasy breakfast food?
I know that there's coffee.
Yes.
Luca, can
You
I
see-
have coffee?
Splitting that.
She holds from where she has her face dunked in the mug. She holds up the little things like teacup sized. Little bit.
Got a hangover, Ibrance?
A wee bit, yeah.
Well, just
Some
keep in
relief
mind,
from it, though.
we open up again in 4 hours.
I suspect not every night will be quite like that one. If it will, I'll be finding somewhere else to stay, I think.
I don't know.
mean,
You were
besides-
sleeping pretty good.
Yeah, you might just want to go upstairs instead of sleeping in the corner of the tavern. That might
The bench
get a
was
little more rest.
surprisingly comfortable, but yes.
Obviously, no criticism, but you know.
So, what's on the agenda for today?
I was just about to ask that.
Are we going to go and do a thing? We're gonna go do a thing.
Well, we want
Yeah.
to visit the House
We
of
have many things.
Creation.
Yeah, and the Fenris, was that his name?
Yeah.
Yes.
Want to go see if he's still in custody?
Find a way to get an audience with him.
Yeah, touch base with Seth and Barnabas, see if they can help with that.
Carefully.
And it sounds like whenever we want, we can get a really close look at those automatons.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things.
Wonder how they're controlled.
I'd still like to confirm that the head that I still have of the one that we caught is actually Nim's. I'm sure it is, but just confirming that and not having to be as concerned about other constructs would be a relief for me.
Well, we can look for like a maker's mark. There's almost always a maker's mark.
But would Nim know to put that on?
If he's that.
Yeah, of course he would.
It's part of the training, right?
Well, then, would you mind looking for one and I take it
Sure.
out of my backpack and hand it to her, or whatever my situation?
If the skill is appropriate, Shutak does have Tinker's tools and skill.
Yeah,
So-
I do too.
Okay, so hey, the two of us can work together and maybe get advantage on
Yeah.
the roll.
You sure can.
Probably.
Sure.
So
Awesome.
I'd say, I guess make a
Work it.
perception check if you're looking for, well, you know what? Yeah,
I think-
perception check, but with advantage. Or
Great.
Your bonus is probably better than mine.
So I have a I have proficiency. So 18.
Nice.
you do find, in kind of a tucked away little portion, you do find sort of an elaborate little M monogram.
See? There, that's the maker's mark. Now we just have to make sure that that's Nim's maker's mark. Where's that contraption that searches for the automatons or whatever they're called?
Got it right here.
Can I look at it real quick? Can I look for the maker's mark on that?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, great. Well then.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we know it's the same one. Yay! Figured it out.
Yay. She's rubbing off on me.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
We still don't know who was controlling it.
Or how. That might be something we can find out from the captain.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I don't want to talk to him anymore, though. Somebody else needs to talk to that man.
Why?
Animals.
Captain
No.
Harry Chest.
Well,
Captain Harry Chest needs somebody else to talk to.
I'll talk to him.
I'm
I mean-
sure we can manage.
When you come right down to it, hair's kind of disgusting.
sure.
I beg your pardon.
Somebody might try to actually negotiate this time.
I did negotiate.
The deal
Well,
was
he offered a price. And
it's surprisingly reasonable, actually.
As fun as this is, let's move things along. What is the first objective for the day?
Probably drop off the head, I think.
All right. Okay, so I think that as you guys do that, we don't need to roleplay all of it just because I want to kind of make sure we get to some additional stuff. So I think what you do, do is you confirm that not only is this definitely the one that Nim made, but Valletta is very reassured to have this, and she does, as promised, provide 500 gold as a reward for taking care of the problem, and that you are each able also to have one of those aforementioned list of inventions, which I can read again for you if you like.
I want those shoes.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. So there's not a specific D&D Beyond item for them, but essentially what it is these stilts. They take 1 minute to put on or remove. They increase the height of any humanoid wearing them by 2 to 5 feet. And when it's fully collapsed, it's only like 1 foot long. But so you can essentially adjust them on the fly to be, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 feet long, tall.
Great. I put them in my bag.
All right.
This is not a list I've heard before.
Okay, yeah, the other items, there's a backpack parachute, which automatically deploys, but only if you're falling 60 feet or more.
Okay.
And it will allow you to land safely if it has enough time to deploy properly. There's a barking box, which is a little like security device. It's a little box that you can wind up, and then for 8 hours, if it detects any vibrations within 15 feet of it, it makes a noise like a barking dog.
That sounds useful.
And then there's a matchless pipe, which is, it's a fine wooden smoking pipe, but it's got a little switch on it that makes it light itself without a match or anything.
Absolutely useless.
Damn it. That's
Ibrance likes that.
Oh, damn it, likes it too.
If we're each getting one, then Shutak wants one of the barking boxes.
Okay. And you can adjust it with a switch to make it sound like a big scary dog or a little yappy dog.
Okay.
Just to confirm, Christiana, I did pick up 3 of the spells. I did buy them basically the previous day or whatever. So.
Okay. Well, did you track it with the price I mentioned earlier, or did you need to know
50 gold pieces per level, right?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there one? Is it just the 4 items, or is there multiple?
Each first level spell was 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, and the second level spell was 100, right?
I think it was actually more. Let me double check that. I can tell you very shortly.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it wasn't just 50 per level. It was more than that.
I hope Luker's watching the money, because where is Gibson getting this loot?
Yeah, that must be his own personal funds, because I'm watching the general funds of the group, and with the windows and the nimble whites, that's 50.
Single first level spells were 25 gold. Second level were 75.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I actually spent less than I thought I did. Okay.
All right. So you guys each take the invention of your choice there, but now you're heading to to the courthouse or to the to try to interrogate Fenris, or to report in on any of this to Blastwind and Cromley, or tell me what you're doing.
I'm following everybody else.
Same. I'm taking that answer.
Okay, I think we need to get Blastwind and Crowley in order to be able to interrogate this guy. I don't know Watch Protocol.
Yeah.
I mean, would just random passerby be able to interrogate somebody?
Usually not.
Yeah.
But you would have to make your case to the magister in charge at the courthouse.
Right. So that's why I was thinking that getting them might actually be more.
With the only caveat, just that you know that if you enlist their help, they probably could help with that, but then they know what you know. They certainly wouldn't give you permission to go interrogate him without them.
Yeah. I honestly don't see a problem with that because those guys are trustworthy. At least as far as I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, which guys are trustworthy? The watch guys?
No, the investigators, the retired investigator, the Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson guys.
Oh, okay. We're trusting those two people, but not any.
But yeah,
Do we want to give them the reason that we're looking into this on behalf of the Open Lord?
I mean, we can't. That was kind of the gig.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
we said that we
And
would
for what
not.
reason would they allow us to speak to Fenris? What reason do we give them?
The original
because
reason, because we saw his spot was identified on that little map in the Nimblewhite's armor.
Yeah, his place was
And that was the
turned,
original
guard's
reason.
dead.
It's a reason why
Yes.
they might want to speak to them. Why us?
Because
we were
the ones
following
who-
up on it, and that was the reason that we were at his place in the first place. We're just following through on the original reason why we went to his place and found the guard dead.
Might work, but again,
Yeah.
might work.
They knew that. I believe. Did they know that we were going there? I believe we
Yeah.
told them something.
Yeah.
Well, no, they told us to do that.
Yeah. So we're just completing this.
Yeah. And technically, you went there and you found a dead watchman and then didn't tell anybody.
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
that
Oh wait, we never did we?
No.
No.
Oh yeah, we forgot. Yeah, we should go. We
You
should go
talked
and
to
tell
Laurel
them that
Silverhand
and talk
and then
to
went back to
Fenris.
home.
And we had a party. Party.
A little twist.
I say we go, and I say that that's something that's worth doing soon, especially since we haven't reported it yet.
yeah. I have a feeling that the body was found, especially because the door was kicked in, and those kids probably did not keep quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just say, I'll tell him, we told a watchman to, deal with it. And that guy must have slacked. I didn't get his name, though.
No, they'd say, "Oh no, we've never seen these people." That's easily refuted.
I'm sure it won't come up.
All right. Well, so I think that you know what you guys need to. You're being kind of pokey.
Yeah.
Taking DNM initiative that a watchman shows up and says that Blastwind and Cromley have determined that Fenris Stormcastle has already been arrested. They'd like you to come and assist with the interrogation.
Okay.
Thank you, Dia.
That seems fortuitous.
Well, it means that I have removed the choice of not including
Yep.
them from you.
That's
Okay,
fair.
so you guys all report then to this courthouse in the Trades Ward.
Yes.
Um,
And it's flying. Oh.
actually, I have a map for the courthouse itself. Actually, let me do that.
Yeah. Every time Christiana says, "I have a map for that," take a drink.
So you guys enter this courthouse through this front door here, and I think that. So yeah, you guys emerge, and it's a standard courthouse here. That there's some various offices in the actual courtroom here. There are stairs that go down to the dungeon area with various cells and waiting areas and everything. And in fact, as you arrange there, they tell you to head on downstairs because the other detectives are there already. And I think as you as you go down there, you emerge to a conversation where you hear kind of a reedy voice saying, "I'm telling you, I ain't saying nothing unless you can give me full immunity." And Blastman's just saying, well, I don't think that's something that we can offer you without knowing what information you have available. It's like, I know where the stone is. You want to know? Well, you have to give me full immunity. So that's what you guys hear as you're coming down into the basement.
Interesting.
Anything?
Just noting it down.
All right.
I mean, so knock on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
How big a room are they in?
So yeah, I mean, this is you're down here, and they're basically in this hallway. He's in this last cell on the left here. So it's not big, but you're heading down there. They're talking to him through the door of this hall.
You might want to make sure he's more quiet, or his life won't be worth very much or very long.
Hey, you can't threaten me. I'm already in custody. That's illegal.
It's not a threat from me. It's a caution to you. The information you claim you have
Cromley is going to kind of look at Gibson and just say, I mean, he's got a point.
The information you're claiming
already
to
arrested.
have is very, very dangerous, and a lot of people would like to have it.
Yeah,
Don't
all the
make me
more
myself-
reason that I'm not going to tell anyone unless you can give me immunity so I can get the hell out of this city.
I would recommend not shouting.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm telling another one nothing unless you can give me immunity. I want out of this place. I want to be free and clear and able to leave the city.
Exile is, in fact, a punishment.
Yeah, but he also wants,
He's looking for exile with benefits.
If exile means if you come back, you get thrown in prison. So.
Right. He wants immunity.
Yeah.
Immunity would mean, he gets to walk free and stay in the city. So.
Yeah.
I think we'd all like to help you, Fenris, but if you insist on shouting so loud that you have such dangerous information, it would not be of any help to anyone. So please, let us all calm down for a moment.
And I think Cromley will turn to the rest of you and just say, I mean, I don't know how this stone, if it really is what they say it is, but, I mean, the only way this guy's getting immunity is if the Magister agrees to it.
I'm sure we can speak to the Magister. People certainly seem to think that Fenris has the information he claims. Isn't that right? It was a nasty scene at his apartment we found.
Yeah.
And, Cromley says, did you were there? You saw the guard? Why didn't you come tell us? That was a good man. He's dead now.
It's a pity. Too many people have died for this.
Did you find anything at the scene?
I didn't see it.
It was tossed by the time we got there with more backup.
Yeah. We didn't see anything either.
It had already been tossed.
Did you see anyone else around there? Anyone lurking?
No.
No.
Looking through the door, looking at Fenris, is he burned?
No. He's kind of a reedy guy.
And that was a couple of days ago he was arrested anyway.
Well, and too, that they knew who the burned guy was a Zentarum operative named Erstal Floxen.
Right. Yeah. But, I mean, people can have multiple names, I guess.
Mm-hmm. True. But yeah, this guy does not appear to have any of those types of injuries.
It's very likely, Fenris, that wherever you believe the thing actually was is already gone. We can possibly follow up on the information you have. And if we find something...
Yeah, and you aren't going to have that information to follow up on nothing unless I have immunity. You want to know what I know? Immunity. Period.
I guess you need to speak to the magistrate, right? I mean...
Yeah, you better.
It's
Yeah,
the promise of
sounds like what
immunity
you need to do.
because if the item is not where you say it is, your immunity isn't going to be worth shite.
No, that's not how it works. I tell you
Your
where I
information-
hit it. That's what I get immunity for.
That's
Your information has to prove true, Fenris.
Hey, look, I'm saying I get immunity, and then I tell you where I hit it. That's the deal.
Shutak is not subtle enough to participate in this conversation.
Barnaby, why was Fenris picked up 2 days ago? Do you know?
I'm kind of saying it quietly, sort of watching.
According to the watchman who arrested him, he had been found in the context. Hang on, let's see. I have. I'm sorry, I didn't have this ready. Where is it? I want to just make sure I'm not saying. Okay. He says apparently individuals within the Lord's Alliance gave good intel that he had fallen back into various mercenary organizations, which was a violation of the edict that he had been penalized with in his last arrest.
Which organizations?
It's a small organization known as the Bloodhawk Posse.
Do I know anything about the Bloodhawk Posse? Have you ever heard of it before?
Well, and actually, no, okay, I take it back. What he says is that was his prior arrangement, that the prior group. That group has since been disbanded. The Lord's Alliance said that he was seen in contact with the mercenaries, but he's not been tried for that yet. He is in custody pending the evidence to be provided.
But they didn't give which organization they felt that he had been associated with.
No. That would be presented at trial.
Do we know which Lord's Alliance member accused him?
Okay. No, we don't know that. Sorry, you're asking more questions than I have information for. Yeah,
sorry,
we don't know. We don't have that information. I'm sorry. It's
just trying to follow the chain of evidence.
Yes, no, I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer to all the questions you're asking, so I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. Barnabas doesn't know. He says apparently a lot of that information was intended to be presented at trial.
Interesting.
But I would argue that given the Nimblewright, which was clearly involved, had his name. He claims to know where the stone is. He is clearly involved with one of the parties that we are already aware of. Xanathar Guild, Zentarum, perhaps one of these other groups, but he is certainly guilty of association with dangerous people, no question.
Is there a guardsman here, or are we alone?
No, there's guardsmen at the end of the hall.
Okay, I will move in a little closer then to whisper.
What I am concerned with, Barnabas, is the very reason he was picked up, perhaps, was to prevent him from being in the place where he would have been murdered. Which means that there may be someone inside the watch, in cahoots with him or with the others, who must proceed very, very carefully.
You think that he was arrested so that he would not be at his home, thus not able to move the stone?
This place is protected, after all. And while I trust you and I trust Seth and these people with me, I'm not so sure I could trust it to the every watch member who might be susceptible to pressure.
He kind of looks around and he does kind of nod and just say, it is true that by and large I find the City Watch and the City Guard to be extraordinarily trustworthy individuals as a group, but that does not rule out the corruption of individuals from time to time, and certainly this has proved to be a much wider-ranging conspiracy than I would have initially thought.
And all of us make mistakes from time to time. My hope is, if we could convince the magistrate to provide this immunity, Fenris go free of minor offenses, be out of the city, and still be watched in case he returns. But it would lead to a much more important piece of information. we could prevent a lot more of the bloodshed if possible.
Yes, indeed.
I would trust very few people with this information, however.
Perhaps you're right. So let's go speak with the Magister first. And see what can be arranged.
Indeed. Fenris, don't go anywhere.
He's like, where am I going to go?
With any luck, nowhere, and you'll still be alive at the end of this. Be careful. And speak to no one else, please.
He kind of like looks around at this tiny little cell he's in and down at the bars and says, yeah, I'll be careful.
Mostly that's in terms of your voice.
He doesn't look impressed. But in the meantime, you guys go back upstairs and you go and to the Magister's office. And the Magister in this case is named Hester Barch. She's human, and she is in her 70s, wearing the classic black robes of the Magister. And as you enter, she just says, "Well, Barnabas, were you able to glean anything useful from your questioning?" And Barnabas just says, "He has demanded immunity from all his crimes in order to tell us the location of this stone that seems to be at the heart of this ongoing mystery."
Magister Barch, if I may, this matter is somewhat delicate and somewhat concerning in time. I think that Fenris's crimes are relatively minor in comparison, and you can still instruct the watch to make sure that if he returned, is watched carefully. But as it is right now, I feel that this information is also dangerous, both to Fenris and to anyone else who gets in the way of us finding this information.
Well, I may consider it. Have him brought up here. I must look him in the eye before making such a deal. And so I think, assuming you guys don't object, the watch comes down to let him out of his cell.
Actually, if I can ask for Shutak to be with them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, like they don't object, although they're basically going down, and they bring him back up, and he's looking pretty satisfied with himself. Like, this is good news. Obviously, I'm gonna get what I'm looking for, and they bring him into the office, and she says, "Young man, I am told that you know the location of a certain stone, a stone of Golor. Is that correct?" He says, "Well, yeah, I know, but I'm not telling unless I get immunity." And she looks at him very carefully, and you see some sort of like a little bit of a magic like sheen go over her eyes. Detective Blastwind, he has hidden this stone in a mausoleum in the City of the Dead. Return him to his cell.
I look a little aghast at what she must have just done.
And indeed, Fenris is like, "Wait, what? What are you talking? What? Wait a minute! Wait! Ah! And the guards are kind of dragging him out.
Well,
they need to look into a constitution here.
Wow.
Well, you guys know that compelling people against their will is illegal. Mind reading is kind of a gray area, but for a magister to do it to an accused criminal is less gray.
I was so shocked at that moment. I didn't even write down what she actually said. Can you repeat what you said?
Mausoleum in the City of the Dead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, and specifically, she, which one is it? Yes, she's saying that it's a mausoleum with the family name Garloth. Yeah, and so, and then I think she kind of shuffles some papers on her desk, and then kind of looks back up at Blastwind and says, yes, is there anything else? That's what you needed, yes?
That was efficient, Magister Barch. Thank you.
Be on your way, then. And she goes back to her papers.
Indeed.
So I think that Barnabas and Cromley do kind of pull you to, one corner of this like waiting room and just kind of look around a little bit. And Barnabas is definitely looking at you and just says, I've been considering what you said, and I think it's quite likely, in fact, that there are some individuals who have been part of my organization that may be feeding information to various criminal parties. And I believe that despite getting off on a bit of a wrong foot to begin with on the morning of the fireball, I think you have since proven yourself to be worthy of my trust. I would ask you to investigate this mausoleum yourselves and then report back to me what you find.
Thank you. Your trust is well considered. I anticipate we'll be encountering some others. Information like this will spread.
Indeed.
We will rush as quickly as we can. And should I need your assistance, I will be sure to either blow the whistle, attract the locals, or I will send you a missive directly. Keep an eye out for a piece of paper.
Much appreciated. You see, Cromley and I will not tell anyone of this location that has just been divulged. We know that there is a small number of people in that room. If the information should get out, then perhaps we have some clue as to the individual of the mole. However, keep in mind, if someone tossed and searched the man's apartment, it may be that they have found clues of their own to this location.
And they're willing to kill city watch for it.
Indeed. May be dangerous individuals, so be on your guard.
We should get there. We should go quickly.
Let us fly.
I know a shortcut.
Technically ride, but...
Yeah. Right. But you guys are actually not too far from the City of the Dead.
Closer than you might think.
So I think, yeah, let me... Yeah. So you guys were down in the trades ward at a courthouse. So the trades ward actually adjoins the City of the Dead.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so as you guys make your way to the City of the Dead, which is this enormous open park / cemetery, but instead of graves with like buried remains, there are a lot of mausoleums, and many of them are in fact actually extra dimensional spaces to allow them to contain more than they might otherwise. Oh, hey, look! We're at $800 now.
Woo!
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yay, thanks, whoever.
Yeah, so let me do a quick check to see if...
it's a mystery.
Yes, that's fantastic. Wonderful. Let's see, we've got... Oh, look who it is. It's from Kathuki. Oh, thank you so much. Good cause, and welcome. And it is for loot drops for so many levels to be determined later.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yes, so I shall have my revenge soon.
All right, so that's fantastic, wonderful. And so, in the meantime, City of the Dead. And so it's this enormous open park, and it's very peaceful there. And there's, hang on, let me get to another. Nice. There we go. Changing to another ambiance. Okay. This City of the Dead is very peaceful. It's snow-covered. Various paths cut through it, but there's a lot of area of just, pure white, untouched snow. And the enormous, many of the mausoleums are very beautiful. And it's in many places kind of a sculpture garden, too, with lots of memorials designed to honor various individuals. And one of the most impressive statues is actually an enormous 60-foot-high sculpture that shows a warrior riding a griffin fighting off various other types of monsters that are sort of arranged in various tiered circles, like they've been knocked back by the strike of this this Griffin Rider, but it's actually, you know that it's not running right now because it's so cold, but during other times of year, it's a fountain where the wounds of the various parties are where the water sprays out.
Oh dear.
That's
That's grotesque.
gaudy. Yeah.
It's very impressive, but certainly it's like not maybe everybody's taste. But in the event, you guys are heading your way. It's kind of mid-afternoon, and certainly people are welcome to go to the City of the Dead during this time of day. It's not a bad time to be there. It is certainly still cold out. You can see your breath as you're crunching through the snow on your way, looking for this particular mausoleum. Are you going to ask like a groundskeeper, or are you just looking on your own?
I'll look for a groundskeeper.
Okay.
There's no guide or registry or anything.
All right.
Right.
Or maybe the groundskeeper keeps one.
Yeah. So there's a groundskeeper who directs you to the, to the Garloth mausoleum with no difficulty. So you find your way there.
And I leave him with a scarf.
Oh, okay. He actually looks really grateful. He tears up a little bit.
Nobody's ever given me anything before. It's really a house elf.
Dobby is
I'm free!
Master has given groundskeeper clothes. Okay, so yeah, you guys make your way to this mausoleum. You see it kind of over a little rise, and then as you make your way around to the front, you see that the double door of this mausoleum is already hanging open.
Damn.
All right.
Let's step behind.
Look for clues.
Yeah. As you go in there and open the crypt, there's this initial opening, and let's see. I have a map. Drink.
Drink.
Yeah. So there's this initial opening with some various crypts and some stairs that lead down to a catacomb level. And as you guys are searching in there, it's clearly empty for now, but you guys can do an investigation check to try to see if you can find any clues about what happened.
Do we have a designated investigator?
Not it.
My bonus
Not
is
it.
+2. Anybody got a better
I've got
bonus
a
than this?
+4, and I rolled a
+5.
15, so
Oh,
that's
well.
19.
Yeah, I've got a +3, but I keep rolling really crappy on these things, so I only got a 7.
I got 15 total.
Okay. You guys are digging through, and you do see what look to be a lot of recent footprints kind of tromping all over the place. And you also find kicked to the side in the corner of the catacomb level, you find a key that looks like it is not covered with dust. It is, sort of fresh. It looks like it may have been dropped by someone.
Seize the key.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you pick up this key, and it is obvious right away that this is not just like some ordinary steel or brass key that you might have in a billion of in the city somewhere. This one is clearly fancy with a very intricate key pattern on it, and it looks sort of really like special. Like this is an expensive key. Probably to an expensive lock.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't
Strange
see
thing to
one
know.
or the remains of one, do we?
No. The key, you almost might have missed it, but it was kind of because it looks like someone dropped it without realizing, and it dropped out of like the obvious main path. But you guys were searching and you found it.
Okay. Is there any kind of like initials carved into the into the I mean, is there any kind of identifying feature like if found return to something?
So I think Quinn, you would know that this looks like the sort of key, like you were looking for sort of a maker's mark before. You don't see an obvious mark like that on here, but it's partly just because, this isn't necessarily your specialty, but you have contacts with the Splendid Order of Armorers, Locksmiths, and Finesmiths in the Dock Ward, and they might be able to tell you more about it.
I can ask some of my contacts.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Are there stairs downwards? Is that what I'm seeing in the map there? Or am I looking at the
So
wrong
this
one?
first level has stairs that go. First level has stairs right here that go down to this catacomb level.
So in our investigation, we don't see any of these. Nothing's necessarily disturbed. It's not like somebody found something in a lid and just left it open or anything.
There is clearly a lot of foot tracks suggesting that someone was here, but you don't see anything otherwise obviously destroyed.
If I may take a few minutes, and I'm going to begin ritually casting detect magic.
Okay. As you guys are kind of standing in there, you hear footsteps from the upper level.
I take out my bow and ready it.
Okay.
I'm going to dash upstairs and take a peek around the corner to see who it is.
Okay. What you see is two figures wearing dark red robes and holding daggers, and they say, "Give us the stone."
I will duck back down.
All right, we're rolling initiative.
I will duck back down and run for my friends.
Suppressing fire!
19 for Quinn.
Damn it. I'm getting better.
17 for Luker.
Okay.
Who the hell are these people? God damn it. I need a map.
Red cloaks.
Can you scroll the map up a little bit?
It's
Because
starting to look like the back pages of Game of
there's
Thrones.
nothing else to show. Like this part is, right here is the upper level, and this is the lower level. That's all that's on it.
Okay.
Yeah. So right
Ingrid's
now,
got a 10.
You've just run back down these stairs to this level. Those two guys are still up there. Okay. What was your initiative, Gibson?
5. Clearly, I was too busy trying to cast a spell.
Attack is 10.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm missing.
Damn it. 18.
All right.
Initiative, damn it.
Okay. All right. So, Quinn, you are up first, which kind of is fitting since you had, said you were readying your bow. So I think what you see is you ready your bow. Luker runs back up the stairs. You hear, "Give us the stone," and then Luker kind of nopes back down the stairs, going, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna. So they're not in my line of sight yet, right?
No, not yet. They're at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So I'm gonna go to the bottom of the stairs and shoot up. And I'm gonna do that with one of my arcane shots.
Okay.
And it's gonna be my seeking arrow.
All right.
So there's that. So that's 25 to hit.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and so let me just make sure. You choose one creature you have seen in the past minute and fire an arrow that flies toward the creature, moving around quarters, ignoring 3/4 cover or half cover if the target is in range.
Wait, so you would have had to go up and get line of sight on them first, right?
Well, I would have had to see, but I would have had to see them, but they're at the top of the stairs.
Well,
she only has to see a little bit of them because
okay.
otherwise it
fair
ignores
enough.
cover.
You saw them enough, so it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So, if the target is in range and the path is available, they must make a Dex saving throw, DC of 10.
Okay.
DC 10, is that all? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah, they got a 13.
Okay. Or take damage from the arrow. So does that still miss?
Well,
Yeah.
it sounds like it
Yeah.
does miss. I mean, the benefit
Yeah.
is that you don't have to have line of sight on them when you fire it. That's the advantage. But,
Yeah.
you know, it's easier to avoid.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so I missed, and
But yeah,
will,
I think they see an arrow streak out and curve around the top of the stairs and then zip by, and they're like, "Jeez!"
and I'll say, "Come get some, bitches."
All right.
Language.
Yeah.
Language.
All right. Damn it, your turn. Damn it.
Your turn.
Well, it's appropriate because I haven't decided what I'm doing yet. So, have they actually done any? They haven't gone yet to do any actual damage.
Well, no,
to
not
it.
yet. So they actually rolled low in their initiative, so they haven't yet. But they did certainly threaten Luker, but they threatened to give us the stone.
Yeah.
So.
I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Okay.
Any creature on where I believe they are. Can I do that from where I am, or do it just says
I'm well.
keep within range?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, I can move forward. I
mean,
I'm
you
not
can have it be,
chicken.
you know, you can cast it like in the range at the top level.
Yeah. So I'd like to do that.
All right.
And then I would like to, as a bonus action, cast Spiritual Weapon and hold it. And if it attacks someone, then I want it to strike.
I don't think you can. I mean,
I can't hold a bonus
no,
action?
you can only hold
Okay.
an action. You can't cast the spell and then hold the action of the attack of the spell.
Okay.
You can hold casting spiritual weapon, I guess, but okay. This is getting let's not
I know.
overcomplicate this. This is a
I know.
couple of darks
Sorry.
and ropes. Okay, so yeah. So you're casting spirit? Why
I'm
not
casting Spiritual Weapon? Let me just hit
Okay.
the first dude.
All right. Yeah. So you're casting fairy fire?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, the purple glowy bits of magical energy jump around up there, and they get to make dexterity saving throw, I think.
Yes.
All right. One of them gets a 21. The other one gets a 4. So yeah, I think one of them is clearly affected, and you hear him like, what is this? Ugh, ugh, ugh. All right, Luker.
Luker is going to hold her attack if they attack.
These guys
she's gonna
had daggers drawn, and they're clearly menacing you. You can
Yeah.
hold your
Okay.
attack if
Never
you
mind.
want,
Never
but,
mind.
you know.
She's going to use vicious. She's going to use vicious mockery.
All right.
To yell at them and tell them that their mothers were hamsters and their fathers smelt of elderberries.
Okay. So one guy he's making a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Let me see what they have to beat.
He gets a 6. I don't think that beats whatever. So,
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was.
D4
Yeah. They
plus-
had to beat it. They had to beat a 12 and
yep.
three psychic damage.
All right.
And then they got the disadvantage on their attacks.
Yeah. So that guy, you hear one of the guys up there go, "Aw." All right, Shutak.
Shutak takes uses one of his supremacy dice to activate evasive footwork,
Okay.
which adds 5 to his armor class. So his armor class is now 21. To run past them and up to the doors of the tomb.
Okay.
He then takes an action surge and uses his action to close the doors. Turns around and says, "We're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped with us."
Make an intimidation check.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say you didn't take an opportunity attack, but you are now in melee range with both of them.
Okay. That's an 18.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
intimidation.
Yeah. You get the impression that they are just suddenly like, this is not how they thought this was going to go. All right, Ibrance.
Ibrance is going to. He's going to cast Chaos Bolt.
All right. What does that require?
Actually,
Don't get close to them because I got fire breath. And I'm going to use it.
no, he doesn't have to be close. It's ranged spell attack, 30 feet. You hurl an undulating, warbling mass of chaotic energy at one creature in range, and then he's going to use a sorcery
you have to be able
point.
to
Actually,
see them because you guys are if you.
Oh, okay, so you
go
have to run
where
upstairs.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, he does have to see him.
Okay.
Although it doesn't say, it just says within range. It doesn't say you can see. Anyways, he's going to twin it so that
So it attacks both.
one hits each.
Okay. Are you making
So
an attack roll or are they saving?
So it is. You hurl it, ranged as spell attack.
Yep.
So the first one is 16. Oh, plus 5, so 21.
Okay. Yeah, 21 hits for sure. Or do you make 2 attacks, one for each of them for the twins? Probably do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, they considered 2 separate ones. So the first one hits the first guy, and I roll to see that it does poison damage.
Okay.
So that is... Oh, that's the wrong type of dice. It's not 2d20. 9 points plus 1d6. Okay. So 15 points of poison damage.
Nice. Okay, so that's the first one.
Correct. And the second
weak
one...
sauce on the list that I've got right now. I need a better one.
Second one's only a 9.
Okay. There we go. So the second attack is only a 9. That misses.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That is his fate.
All right. It is now their turn.
I guess actually, well, if he had movement, he'd run back down the stairs.
Well, okay. We'll say you could have run back down the stairs a bit. I think with you right up there, Shutak, you've certainly occupying most of their attention. So I think they're each going to slash at you twice with their dagger.
Okay.
This is 4 coming at you. Your AC is still high, I would assume, until the end of your turn.
It's actually the way it reads is when you move, you can expend 1 superiority die, rolling the die and adding the number rolled to your AC until you stop moving.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I was basically protecting myself against opportunity attacks while I ran by.
All right. Well, yeah. So I assume. Okay. Well, if you want, I mean, they didn't make the opportunity attacks, so I suppose even if they had missed, it wouldn't have mattered. But okay. So in the event, they're making attacks now. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
An 18 to hit.
Hits.
An 8 to hit.
Misses.
And a 10 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, so that is 2 dagger hits.
Okay.
Where's my d4? There it is. So one of them does 3 piercing damage. The other one does 4 piercing damage. But then they each also mutter some words in infernal, and you see that they summon spiritual, ghostly, golden daggers dripping with spectral blood. And each of those...
I understand infernal. Do I understand what they summoned?
Well, they were casting a spell of spiritual weapon, but you certainly know that the language they're using to do so, they are using divine magic associated with devils.
Okay.
And so where's it say how much the okay, 1d8 plus their spellcasting modifier. So the spiritual weapon does make an attack for them, which would be what is this? It's weird when enemies cast spells like this because it's definitely written the way a player character would use it. Melee spell attack. Oh, okay, +3. Yeah, there we go. So that's a 13.
Missed.
And a 20, not a natural 20. So that's probably one hit. So that's a 1d8 plus 1. So that's another 7 piercing damage from this spectral dagger. But that's their full turn. And so Gibson, it's your turn now.
If I move to the base of the stairs, could I see them?
I think you have to go up the stairs just a little bit.
Besides, I'm over by the doors and they advanced on me, so.
I'll go to the first level of stairs. Can I see them then?
You go enough up the stairs that you can see them. We're doing theater of the mind here. We're not. Really
I know, but given that there's some space there, this is very, very tight.
Okay.
Can I observe whether they are elves?
They're wearing cloaked hoods, but at first glance, you'd guess that they're human.
All right then. Then I bring out the rod once more. A small green glimmer goes from it.
All right.
And I cast sleep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the dice for that. I'm assuming that you are casting it where Shutak would not be.
That's why the space was important.
Yeah.
Crap, now I've lost count. Shit, start over. I don't have enough dice to do it all at once.
I trust you.
Is Fairy Fire still up on the one target?
Yes.
So 36?
36?
So starting with the lowest hit points. It's 78.
Wow.
That I can affect.
That's crazy. Okay.
Level 2.
It does not get both of them, but one of them immediately just rolls back and thumps to the ground. The other one kind of reels for a second, but then shakes it off.
Right. The one that was fallen, is that the one that had Fairy Fire on him or not? Or the other?
It was the one that did not have Fairy Fire on it.
Okay.
All right.
I'll move back.
Okay, Quinn, you're up again.
Okay, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna come up the stairs and just charge at the one that's still up.
All right.
So come up the stairs, and that is a, that's a 20 not natural.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
And so if I'm just bull rushing them, that's like an unarmed attack. From what I'm reading from this, right?
Well, if you want to shove them, that's a different attack than if you're making an unarmed attack.
It says you can punch, kick, headbutt, or use similar forceful blow.
Okay.
Dealing 1 plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
So that would be 3.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So I just,
Okay. So you rolled your attack?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the attack is just 3. It's an unarmed attack.
All right. Oh, so it does 3 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is he knocked prone or anything, or is it just?
I mean, how would I do that?
I don't know. If it doesn't say, then no.
It doesn't say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. You do 3 damage, and then you're right there in his face, and he's kind of alarmed by like this gnome that came out of nowhere. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm gonna cast Word of Radiance at the dude.
Okay.
And that's a Constitution saving throw of 12.
Okay. He is going to try to make that saving throw. And he gets 14.
Bummer. And it's a 5-foot range, so I would have had to run up the stairs and get his range, by the way.
Yeah, okay. So you're up there with him.
I'm up there with him, and I'm going to cast Shield of Faith over Shutak.
Well, I don't know that you can do both Word of Radiance and Shield of Faith.
It says Shield of Faith is a bonus action. And
But remember, even if one is an action and the other is a bonus action, you can only cast 2 per round if one of them is a cantrip.
One is a cantrip. Word of Radiance is a cantrip.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, then yes, that's fine. Sorry.
Okay, so Shield of Faith will grant a +2 bonus to Shutak's AC.
Okay, that's 18.
Yeah, so one of those spectral daggers disappeared incidentally when the guy went unconscious. Alright, so, Luker. There's the one guy still up, the other guy is apparently unconscious.
Okay. Well, everybody else has run past me and gone all the way up the stairs, so I will run up and join them.
Alright.
It's a party.
Yep, it is a party. And, I'm just gonna go nice and simple. Where in the world did my rapier go? Okay, there's my rapier. And I'm going to poke this guy with my rapier.
Do it.
11?
11 does not hit.
Okay.
He's wearing leather armor under this red robe.
Okay, I'm going to use Action Surge and do it again.
Okay.
Nope, that was even worse.
Oh dear. This guy is more nimble than you would have expected. Ducking and weaving. Your rapier does not pierce. Okay, Shutak, your turn.
Okay, I will take a second wind as my bonus action.
Okay.
And regain 13 hit points.
Great.
And then for my action, and then for my action, I'll spend another superiority die in order to make a pushing attack.
All right.
And I'm going to oh, okay. It says when you hit, so I don't have to spend until after I hit because I rolled a 3 and I missed. So,
okay.
So I won't spend that die.
Yeah. Okay. Abrams.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast a Witch Bolt.
All right.
So I will make a ranged attack, which is 17.
17 hits, yeah.
Yay. And then I'm doing 2d12. Sweet. No, wait, no. All right. Oh, that's if I do it at a higher level. Duh. Never mind. Sorry. So it's 6 points of lightning damage.
Okay. He looks like he's still doing okay, but he is clearly spooked by the fact that this has gone very quickly wrong for him. And so it is his turn next, and he is going to attempt to disengage and flee out the door.
The door is closed, by the way.
It's closed, but he's going to try to open it.
Okay.
How many people get an attack of opportunity?
Well, he's disengaging, so they're supposedly not. But he's also opening the door, which wouldn't that also be an action?
Yeah, it should be an action. So yeah, he can't disengage. He has to. He's using his action to open the door. So that means he gets 3 opportunity attacks from Shutak, Luker, and who else was right there on him?
Me.
Quinn. Okay. The 3 of you get opportunity attacks.
And Dammit too, actually.
Okay, yeah.
16 for Shutak's short sword.
That hits.
12 for the rapier.
Okay. 12 misses.
Okay.
And since I hit with the act, can I use a superiority die then? Because I hit with that.
I don't know if you can do that on an opportunity attack. Can you?
Okay. I don't know. It says. I mean, the way it's worded is when you hit with a weapon attack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well then, yeah.
Okay. So I will. That adds a D8 to the damage roll. So in addition to the 3 points the short sword did, I get another 8 points for that. So it's 11 points of damage. Plus he's knocked back 15 feet.
Okay. Well, so he was trying to push out the door.
Right, which I was standing in front of.
No, you weren't though, because you went and attacked the other guy, and you did like a shoving attack back towards the.
I didn't hit with that attack, so I didn't use that attack. Right.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I attacked him.
I'm ruling he shoved past you and opened the door.
Oh, okay. All right. In that case,
and that's where you got your opportunity attack. Is because he was moving past you.
All right. In that case, I'll only knock him 5 feet.
Okay. So you basically knock him sort of forward. He doesn't land prone or anything. He's just shoved forward.
No, he actually has to make a. He has to make a strength save DC 12.
Okay. He fails. Does that mean he is prone or no?
He falls.
On a failure, you push the target up to 15 feet away from you.
But
that's all it does. It doesn't say anything about knock
So,
prone.
yeah, you technically knock him 5 feet out the door, but he also took a pretty nasty hit.
So for my attack of opportunity, I rolled 21.
Okay. And now that's not what you can't do a bow attack for this.
No, that's an unarmed strike.
Okay, yeah. Good.
I'm still punching him in the kneecaps.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I punch him in the back of the knee.
Okay.
3 points.
3 points. All right. 7. All right. And damn it, were you making an opportunity attack? Do you have a melee attack?
Yeah, hand crossbow.
Nope.
Okay.
Has to be melee attack.
Don't you have a spiritual weapon?
I don't know if I can use
Not
that
a
as
melee
an
attack either.
Yeah, I don't think I can. I think I could just do unarmed strike, which would be
you can do
a
that
12.
if you want. 12,
Yeah,
12 misses, unfortunately. Okay, so I think he does run another 15 feet out the door. So he's only 15 feet outside the front door, and that's as far as he can get on this turn. So Gibson, is your turn now. This guy's trying to flee. The other guy's asleep on the floor.
Indeed. I will move to the top of the stairs. Can I see him through the door?
Mm-hmm.
Then I will cast Sleep once more.
Okay.
He very conveniently isolated himself out in the middle of the
Sleep
open.
is not concentration, is it?
No.
Okay.
That's only 22 that time, though.
Okay, that's still enough. He's running like crazy. He's doing like that panic, trying to get away thing, and then he just face plants from the middle of the path.
I really hate running after people.
Well, the first thing, the guy who's on the floor inside the crypt room, Ibrance actually has a set of manacles.
Okay.
So he will manacle him, arms behind his back.
All right.
I think I do too.
Nice. I think he probably wakes up as that's happening and starts to struggle, but it's too late. Yeah.
I technically have manacles as part of my background, so I guess I have. Can somebody please put these on the other one?
I'll get him.
Okay. Are you dragging him back inside the mausoleum, or?
Yep.
All right. Make a stealth check.
A stealth or a strength?
Stealth.
Oh, stealth. Okay.
The City of the Dead is a public park. There are people around.
Okay, so that is a 13.
There's children present.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
No one apparently notices you as you drag this guy back into the mausoleum.
I'm small.
Yeah. Are you dragging him like, I imagine that he is still face down, hands cuffed behind his back, and you're dragging him by his feet.
Yep.
And he's like,
I have a piece of news. I have a piece of news. Paul Cooley won the Parsec for the best speculative fiction long story, the small cast long form.
Oh, congratulations.
That's awesome.
Beating me, by the way.
And our condolences.
We should have said that before we started clapping. I feel kind of awkward.
Suck it, Nobilis!
well, that is totally Nobilis' fault. He presented
It is deserved. I don't listen to Paul Cooley, but I know that his work is top notch.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys have subdued these two. They're both manacled. They are struggling, but after they realize that they are apparently caught, they both just go really quiet. One of them does whisper to the other briefly in Infernal, just saying, "Don't say anything."
And I will say back in Infernal, actually, it's better if you do.
They both kind of freeze about that, like they're surprised to hear it, but they don't respond.
So, who are you?
Shutak's advice would be to tell them that the first one that talks doesn't die. My personal advice is to take them to the constabulary.
Yeah, it saved all kinds of after that demonstration with Fenris. I think we should just take him to the magistrate and have her read their minds.
Let's first search them to see if they have anything of interest.
You do search them. Their daggers are pretty fancy for just some random cutthroat to have. So it's basically just nice daggers that are probably worth some money.
Any symbols on them?
They each have a holy symbol of Asmodeus.
Well.
Oh boy.
Too bad Annie isn't here.
Okay, so are we going to keep looking for the stone while...
Well, we've already searched the place and it's not there.
Have we?
You searched the catacombs. All you found was the key, but it was obvious that people had already been there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we'll take these guys back to the constabulary, and I will...
I mean, just as a suggestion, you could probably just let the groundskeeper know to tell the city watch that there's 2 handcuffed cultists that attacked you guys.
Sure, that works too. And I'll...
if we've got someplace to go.
I'll take whoever wants to come with me to go to my contacts in the locksmith guild to see who the key belongs to or what it belongs to. Do we need to take a break at this point?
Yes, actually, let me briefly reset the stream, too, and if anyone needs to do, like, a quick bio break or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me, briefly stop the stream and then restart it.
Okay.
All right. So if you are watching, fear not, the stream will only be interrupted for but a moment, and then resume shortly.